just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen from around the world. This is European Cricket Series Czechia, and it's time to kick off the Premier Division. Challenger Division finished last night. Premier Division starts today. 4 days coming your way. I can't wait to get started. Let's get into it. Dobry rano, Przatela. That's good morning, friends in Czech. It's a warm welcome to you from wherever you're watching from around the world. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. This is day number 1 of the Czechia, ECS Czechia Premier Division. Can't wait to get started into this one. It's going to be a great day. 5 games coming your way today. We've just finished the Challenger Division last night. What a great finish that was. My thanks to all the teams who participated in that. It came together with a thrilling final and expertly called, of course, by my good colleagues there, Rico and Danny. Hope you enjoyed that one. But now we flipped the whole thing over and it's now Premier Division. 6 new teams coming your way. These are the top 6 teams who finished in the ECS last year, are going to battle out for supremacy in this Premier Division. I can't wait to get started. The first match we've got coming up especially, it's the replay of last year's final. We've got the Prague Cricket Club taking on the Bohemians. This is a mouth-watering way to start this Premier Division. I can't wait to get going on this one. So let's get across to Charles Croucher. He's got the captains for the coin toss. Charles, take it away.
Good morning. Welcome to the toss for match 1. Bohemians with PCC to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it is a tail.
We would like to bowl first.
PCC have won the toss and they'll bowl.
Thank you very much for that, Charles. There you have it. PCC win the toss, going to have a bowl first. Interesting, they're going to have a bowl first because a lot of teams will bat first, usually in the morning. It's quite cool conditions here. Lovely breeze coming across the ground from left to right as you're looking down the pitch. The warm temperatures and the humidity from yesterday have gone for now. We had a bit of a small cool change come across the ground last night. It's going to get to about 23, 24 degrees today, and so conditions are a little bit better for player comfort level and better for the crew comfort level as well, let's face it. So it's going to be enjoyed conditions by everybody around the ground. But let's talk about the game coming up though. Reminiscent of last year's final where Bohemians went into bat, put 170 odd on the board, and PCC fell short by 7 runs, I think, in the end, put 164 on the board. 2 players to watch out for. Aditya Kadawala for PCC and Sazi Boyan for the Bohemians. If those 2 are both playing, remember they got very good half centuries in the final last year, and watch out for them. They are 2 players to definitely watch. Kadawala especially, his season's just getting better and better and better. Top scorer in the domestic competition so far this year, so keep your eye out for him. This is a really mouth-watering way to start this Premier Division. I can't wait to get going. I'll tell you who else can't wait. That's Rico Full. Rico, my co-commentator and good mate, who's there in the commentary box there, waiting to take over. Rico, it's over to you. PCC, win the toss, get have a bowl first.
Thank you very much to Phil G. Nice to have you in the house. Phil, of course, had a couple of days off. And it's going to be a cracking start to the Premier Division of this European Cricket Series here in Czechia. That's the ground. It looks absolutely fantastic. Slightly cooler this morning, but I'm pretty sure that in an hour or so the sun will be out there. And we'll be sweating buckets once more. Let's have a look at some of the players here. Sababun Davidzi was the MVP for Prague CC. He's there, but he'll be disappointed with what happened in the final. Remember, he got a duck in that one. And it was Bohemians that won that final. What a win it was. They're winning by 7 runs. Posted 171 for form. Prague CC finished on 164. And it was that man who was doing the damage. You'll see him there. Sazi Boyan was the player of the match. He scored a fine half century. Sahil Grover, watch out for him. And as you'd expect, pretty close. But PCC, despite losing the final to Bohemians, are listed as the favourites there, 59 to 41%. But it is going to be a close match. Of course, yesterday we saw Vinaradi being crowned the champions of their Challenger Division. Congratulations once again to them. I'm pretty sure that they had some good celebrations. And let's hope they didn't go too wild, because, well, one of those players, the captain himself, Venki, is one of the umpiring officials today. Not on the field of play. This time we're going to see Joe Foster and umpire Farouk, the men in the grizzly blue, make their way out. But Venki will be the third umpire on this one, with, of course, the tournament referee, Charles Croucher. So very good morning to everybody. I know there's quite a few in the chat already in anticipation for a big day of cricket. John Hisham, good morning to you, and Jeffrey Mobbs as well. Nice to have you with us. Christopher Ward was in there nice and early, and certainly looking forward to what I feel is going to be a high-scoring couple of days. We did see the scores start to creep up in that Challenger division, and I think because there was some low-scoring games in there, we didn't quite reach the kind of figures we were anticipating, but I'm pretty sure that that's going to change here. The standings last year, by the way things finished was Prague in the group. Prague CC did finish top the group, with Brno finishing second, Bohemians finished third, Prague Tigers win the Restaurant, and United finishing in fifth. So these teams, the top teams, they're looking to perform well here, and they know that the eyes of the world are on them as well. And namaste, assalamu alaikum, sasri akala, abawan, vedakam to all of our viewers that are watching via fan code. Lovely to have you with us as well. Dobre den, as they say here. Let's get ready to start. And what are your thoughts on this, folks? How you feel this one will go? Will it be Bohemians that will continue their good form and good record over Prague CC? Prague CC, they, they'll be hurt and wounded by that loss in that final, and they'll want to show everybody that they're recovered from it and come back strong in this one. Get ready for the start of the first ball. The umpires will wait for Rado to give them the nod. World Tapas Day today, by the way. And of course, you know that I am from Spain, and Spain very much known for its tapas. It's a thing that's still very much a thing, I should say, in a lot of towns and cities in Spain. It hasn't died away, where you would go into an establishment, order yourself a drink, and find a nice little dish or something accompanied by it, the old tapas. And a few places here I've noticed do the same. I'm sure that we'll talk a little bit more about Czechia and the food scene and a few other things as well. And Phil G just joined me back. Here's the first, and Salim just marking up his run up for the moment. And this is Usama Salim. He's going to be bowling first up to Sazib Buyan. Sehel Grover. It's a very experienced and knowledgeable batter is out there with him as well. Right, here we go. Get ready for the first ball of the Premier Division. Bat versus ball. And it's going to start with kind of a lead there from Buyan. And, good delivery, good areas. Off-stump corridor, you can see there Buyan. In the last moment, withdraws the bat, says no. Not going to be caught out playing at this one. It's a good seed, good start. Plenty of enthusiasm out there for the players. Good one, good one. Come on, boys. It's on the money. And this is where the bowler, Salim, comes back. Says, right, if you're going to leave the ones outside off, what are you going to do with this one? Right on the money, on the stumps. And that one just gets blocked out there by Buyan. Buyan, of course, national team player. Normally a very aggressive batter when he gets going. And it's well bowled again. That little bit of extra bounce being generated with the bit of pace from Salim. Slightly shorter delivery. Sadiq Gladson making the stop. Very good delivery once again. Lovely shot there off Teletubby Hill, and you can see there that the little breeze that's blowing at the moment, a breeze that I'm sure that the batters will be very pleased with. Short again, and it's a little, that's a little go at trying to get a little dabble on this to get it to go over that short third, keeping third unprotected, which is unusual because he does have a little bit of pace. And at the moment, they've got quite a wide backward point, and mid-wicket is waiting as well. So the two boundary fielders are opposite ends of each other. It's too high, really. Does tuck him up. And that hurts, he says. Oh, he's giving it a rub. Don't rub it, they say. Even if it hurts, don't rub it. Boyan says, forget that. That has hurt. It's going to leave me a bit of a bruise. Good ball. Bowling with some pace. Getting the ball to move around. Back to his mark. What a good start this is so far. Are we going to start with a maiden? Not quite, as this one will be worked away. That will go all the way. So the first runs of the Premier Division will be a Maximo. 6 runs. Shava, Shava. As Sazib goes, booyaka, booyaka, boom, boom, boom. Boyan gets the first runs. So that wouldn't have been what I would have expected. A maiden in the first. By the way, let's talk a little bit about Boyan. He has scored, well, with that, 6 actually, exactly 2,100 runs on the network, and he's also got 80 wickets to his name, so he is an outstanding player. And from an outstanding player to an outstanding man, my good friend and commentary partner Phil G joins me in the bunker. And Phil, there's the stats so far.
Thank you very much, Rico. Wonderful to be here in the bunker with you as well. Yeah, 14 matches played in the Challenger Division, 2,933 runs, not quite hitting the 3,000. The fours outdoing the Maximos as well, and that pass score around about 110 looks like it's a fair enough shout as well as we start the second over.
Yeah, and Romani, bustly little bowler, comes in. Grover looks like he wants to try and get off the mark straight away, but Boyan says no. Fantastic stats, that, isn't it, for Boyan? I mean, we've seen him on the network for 4 years. Last year was a good year for him. He scored over 1,000 runs. Of course, that's playing in some of those international formats as well, T10 internationals. But yeah, 2,100 runs and 80 wickets.
Yeah, Boyan is he's a bit of a name, isn't he? He's become a better name as well. As that one gets through the field, it's going to pull up though. Also, just to sort of go with that as well with Sazib Boyan, can never forget that 162 not out against Romania last year as well. What an incredible bit of batting that was. Yeah, 2,100, 950s as well. And so far, he's having a very good 2025, I can tell you, from the domestic league competition. Yeah. He's one of the top run scorers. So he's still in good form, maybe getting better and better. We'll see how he goes here, though.
Romani coming back. And it's a good glove on this from the keeper. And Gladson stops it going past him. And this is Davidson Romani. I don't think I know too much about him. Is he new or does my memory fade me?
No, your memory doesn't fade you, Rico. He's been around the traps for a couple of years now. He got his first call-up into the national squad during the Central Europe Cup last week. So he's made a bit of a name for himself. Fiery customer, really good opening second-string bowler.
Well, he gets played away here, though. That's a nice shot as Sahil Grover opens his account of this 2025 European Cricket Series Premier Division. Now, Grover himself, he has been on the network since 2020. The last 2 years, he scored close to 500 runs on the network. In total, 1,395. And occasionally has turned his arm over as well. He's got a handful of wickets. But two good batters, two very good openers, and two men that complement each other pretty well.
Oh, indeed. They really are. I was a bit surprised to see Sazib step up to open. He usually comes in about 3 or 4. But this is a good move against Para Cricket Club because everyone knows PCC, they bring the reputation with them. And when you see PCC are playing a game, you know they're going to be hard to beat. It's good that Sazib's up the order. Oh, short ball there, gets up. Bit nasty, that one.
Oh, he's in a bit of trouble here, I think. A bit of discomfort now. I like this, and Romani's coming straight over to check how he is, but watch this. Oh, that's nasty. Look at this one. Oh, he actually does pretty well by fending it off. That crunches him into the gloves, and then has the awareness to know he's got to get back in his crease. But, yeah, that could have been, that looked like it was one of those that could have gone sort of underneath the grill in that, the neck area part of the body. It's a good fast delivery from Romani. Looks like a fast bowler, doesn't he? Does Davidson Romani.
Yeah, it was good to see the captain of PCC, Riddick Tomar, getting across as well and just giving him a fist bump and saying, are you okay? These players have been playing against each other for many years. They know each other very well.
That's a shot. Oh, I like it.
Wow.
Well, I thought we were going to see a no looky shot, but he couldn't help himself. Grover had to have a little look at this, but watch this. It's a fantastic strike. Boom. Shaka. What a lovely hit. And, well, he knows the camera's around. Dan Oroz goes click, click, click. Smile, please. What a shot. 18 without loss after 2.
Yeah, and the other thing about Sahil Grover, and fans on the European Cricket Network will remember this as well, not last year, year before, he had to bat with a neck brace. He took a shot to the neck, and it swelled up really quite badly. Went to the doctor, got the neck brace, came back, batted the next day with a neck brace and a smile. Couldn't keep him out of the competition. He was absolutely so enthused and so happy to keep playing. Last year, I think he fractured his finger. He played with what do you call it? A splint on his finger. So he gets into the wars, but he's a bit of a warhorse. He does try very hard.
Can't keep him out of the game, as they say. This is Usama Salim. It's nicely played. Doesn't quite get it in the gap. And, no run on this occasion. I want to say good morning to Cricket Master, who's in the chat. Nice to hear from you. And Paul Kempin is saying good morning to everybody. Good morning to you as well, Paul. And I think we're in for a treat today. We really are. What have you been up to then? I haven't seen you for a couple of days. Have you been a busy bee?
Very busy indeed.
Slower delivery. It's been well picked. Gets it over the infield. Should be stopped here. And a little bit of footwork. And the ball gets bowled back in. And there is the beast. The first look of Sudesh doing a little bit of fielding. That's Wickrama Sagara. Then we weren't sure if he was going to be playing or not. I think Danny was telling me that he might be injured and we might not see him. But he's out there.
He is indeed. He had a big smile on his face when he came up to the ground today. We both went over and had a bit of a chat to the teams at the start. And he said, Phil, I'm fit. I'm ready to go. I'm keen. And I like to hear that.
It's just over the infielder. This time it will go all the way. Cuatro carreras. Not that much it is actually. The fielder, we'll see it again here. So it's gone over his fingers by only a few centimetres. But Sazib Puyan will get another boundary. They're dealing in boundaries at the moment, aren't they? Why run when you can just keep finding the boundary?
Exactly. Just one thing about Sudesh as well. Not a lot of people know this, but he turns 43 next month. And he's had a couple of injury problems in the last few years, but he's looking really quite fit right now. It's so good to see. And we may see him bowl as well. There's a wide delivery there from Salim. We may see him bowl as well. He's picked up a number of wickets on the European Cricket Network. He got 24 wickets last year, and that means he's got 75 in total. And his economy is 8.7. He's got one of the better economies in the Prague Cricket Club. He's quite an accomplished bowler. People talk about his batting, and when it's instant about, we can talk about that. But his bowling is actually, it's really good. He's a very, very good bowler.
Every time I've seen him bowl, he's always, he's always been on the money. And he bowls from kind of not a big run-up. He's going to get this away from the fielder. The bowler can't believe it. And this is either exceptionally good timing. There's Alex doing a little bit of fielding. Well, Alex is almost coordinated with Prague CC. Let's have a look at Alex. He does a bit of fielding here. But, yeah, there he is.
Hey, Alex.
I reckon he was just having a little bit of snooze there, Alex. He's out of the two circles bunker for the moment.
Hey, Jules in the chat is saying, on my day off, I was replying to thousands of my fan emails. Thanks for that, Jules. Not quite, but thank you.
A little push and a nice single taken. So they will run if they have to, I suppose. That brings 30 on the board. It also means that there's a ball to go in the over. So 30. I think we've seen... I'm just trying to think. I would say that the average power play in that Challenger division was probably in the 20s, probably around about 24, 25. There weren't that many big power plays. I'm expecting that to change in the next few days.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I think we're going to see power plays pushing 40s and 50s, and you just get the feeling one of these two teams especially will be responsible for that.
Oh, beats him this time. Good comeback from the bowler. Salim will finish well. And a good little spell of bowling from him. Doesn't pick up a wicket, but only the 18 runs conceded, and Bohemians, they will be 30. Here's the score there, power play, which I think, again, is probably a little bit under where they like to be, especially when you've got the likes of Buyan and Grover out there. I still think teams will be looking to be in that 40 to 45. They'll consider a good power play. We were just talking about the beast, and I've brought up his records here. And he's a man who's gone past 2,500 runs on the network. And when I said about his bowling, very good bowler. He bowls at a couple of steps, but he's all in the shoulder.
Yes.
And he gets that ball to move away, gets it to come at an uncomfortable height. And he does pick up a load of wickets. So I'm not surprised that he's picked up 75 wickets on the network.
Exactly. As long as his shoulder's good, he'll have a bowl. That's how I sort of see Beast.
Played out. Then it bobbles away. Will be a single. The fielding gets done there by another man we haven't talked too much about yet is their captain, Ricket Tomar. Now, this guy, when he's on form with bat and with ball, he is as good as anyone.
He's a good mate of mine too, Riddick, and I'm such a big fan of his. He's been around a couple of different clubs in the last few years.
Elevated up, and, well, the fielder here, I don't think he was ever going to catch this field because I think the momentum he was always going to take this over the bound. Maybe the best play, if he was able to, is to try and slap that ball back into play. In the end, he slaps it over for 6.
Yeah, that's going to hurt the bowler, that's for sure. As it's Smit Patel who has to feel that one and try to come back from that, as it does go for indeed a Maximo helped across the line. Yeah, Riddick Tomar, he used to play for Vinarati. He's played for Bohemians. And now he's found his home at PCC, and he's very comfortable in PCC and captaining the side in this tournament. And it's good to see. Is he still, I think last time I saw Czechia play, he was captaining the national team. Is he still national team captain? I believe the last time, well, no, Murali Vandrasi from, who's a Prague Barbarian, he was captaining during the Central Europe Cup. So that was that was during the T20s. In the last T10, it used to be Dylan Stain, and I know Riddick had stepped up for a couple of games in the previous time that the Czech national team was playing their ECIs. Okay. So I think they were alternating, but I think now Dylan has taken a step back totally from captaincy, and now it's Riddick who's got the job. Yep, you're right.
Smit Patel with the ball coming in, bowling to Buyan, who has another swing at this, and it's another miss. He's practicing the right shot, probably. That one he was trying to work away on the leg side. I think he's getting a little bit excited, Buyan, here with the field so far. They've got the mid-wicket back, long on, long off, but square leg, they're leaving vacant. So he's trying to get the swivel on it to get it in that area. And this time it will go to one of those two fielders I mentioned. It will be long on that comes in, does the fielding. The other fielders on the boundary are 2 men on the offside, extra cover and point back. So that's the 5 men that are back. I think they'll be pretty happy, Prague CC, the way they're containing Bohemians. They haven't lost a wicket yet, but they're not scoring quite at the rate they like to be. At the moment, it's going more or less the kind of scores that we were seeing in that Challenger division. 110 expected at the moment, but I'm pretty sure they'll be looking to get that acceleration in pretty soon.
I think you'll see some acceleration, definitely. Bohemians are big hitters, and you know, that's exactly what the plan would have been. It would have been, okay, we've lost the toss, we need runs, we need a good power play. The power play went for 30, which was, definitely below where I think they wanted it to. But these two have a way of accelerating, and they could really get after the bowlers in his middle overs. I would expect some fireworks the next couple of overs.
Oh, that's going to help. It's down the leg side, and it is Sudesh where we were talking about him to see if he would bowl. He does bowl, but he starts off with a wide, Sudesh. Is it just me, or does the young man look like he's trimmed down a little bit?
I think he has. I think he's looking very, very fit for this tournament. And I've got to say that in the local domestic competition, which is the T20, he is having a good season so far, and so is PCC. They're sitting top of the table in Division 1.
Oh, just popped up. And Sudesh is there saying, well, if I was part of the Fantastic Four, I could have just extended my arms and taken the catch. But it's a bit of a nothing shot there, actually, from the batter. Yeah, but it's a bit of a surprise there for Sazib. Didn't know how to play it. Caught in two minds, could have easily popped up that catch. It's partially stopped, but I think it's still going to go to the boundary. I think this is a combination of hand and foot. Getting to the Grizzly, but the Grizzly sing away. Sudesh is just a little bit leg side-ish here. Not the cleanest of contacts, but the fielder will be disappointed that that's going to come off him and go to the boundary. I think that was Sidney Krishnan who was not able to stop. That one's a 4 more. Hey, are you a tapas man? I mean, is tapas a thing that you could have, do have here in Czechia? There are Spanish restaurants, bars around, not a lot, but they do tapas, and they do good tapas as well. They do. We have to talk a little bit more about those then. I do like a good tapa. I remember the first time I experienced it, actually, I went to Huesca, which is kind of towards Granada, that area, and we just went into these little establishments, we sat down, we ordered some drinks, and then a tray of all sorts of tapas came out, you know, from very simple bits of bread with little quail eggs on them, to a Russian salad. It was fantastic. We had about 3 drinks, and that was lunchtime at the same time as well. But it's a nice welcoming thing. It was what was used many years ago when you know, a lot of travellers would travel and go into establishment, and you know, when they had the refreshments, they were given a little something to have with it. Pitched up and hit hard down the ground, 4 runs. And basically texting Buyan, and says, if you're going to put it there, I'm going to go up. It was there for the hitting, and he's creamed that to the boundary. 1 bounce and 4 runs. Yeah, Long On had no look at that whatsoever. See how fast that was struck. And both players now, the 2 openers, they bring up the 50 for the team, 50 in 4.5 overs. And both players are going along very nicely, both on 23. Sahil Grover's acceleration, a bit better than Sazib. Sazib had a bit of a rough first over, sort of chewed up 5 dot balls before he hit a Maximo. And yes, Sahil Grover, like in his game, he's playing it quite well, but he's at the non-striker's end for the last ball of the 5th. And we'll take a single, and Wikramasakara on this occasion concedes 11, and it's an opportunity for us to welcome you on into the bunker. Very good morning to you wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Rico Full here and Phil G. Phil, we were talking a little bit about your time away. So what did you get up to? Well, I was tuning into the cricket a few times. I can't keep a good man down, so I was constantly in the chat, keeping an eye on things, listening to you and Danny talking about the Challenger, because I missed the Challenger, completely missed the Challenger division. I had all 3 days off, but I kind of wanted to still be here in spirit. You're always here, you know that. You're always here. A little bit of a, how is that appeal here? But I don't think there's any problems there. I think the umpire is a little shake the head. Let's have a look here. And does he miss the stumps? He does, doesn't he? He misses the stumps. And I think if he catches them first time round, it probably would have had his man. Can you see that again? I mean, is it because he's too far away, or does he generally miss them? That's Gladson who's behind. I think he just misses. And I reckon if he took the barrels off there, it would have been very close. Probably would have had him, I reckon. Wow. Yeah, well, there you go. That could go down as a miss for the keeper. All right, could be the first chance. And it will be taken. And that is, I think, the difference that I expect to see between the Challenger Premier Division. You're not going to be getting too many lives in the air. That's a very good catch. We've already seen that from around the ground, that there is a slight breeze that's blowing, but no mistakes there at all. We did expect these two batters to try and get a move on now as it coming to the second part of the innings. And that's a man that I know really well. Arvind Sirdar comes across, holds on to a really good catch.
Yeah, really good catch indeed. Considering that the run out was just missed previously, and Sudhir Gladson has got the gloves. He's not usually the wicketkeeper for the Prague Cricket Club. They've got a couple of people who can hold the gloves. He is one of them, but he's a backup keeper. And Hilal Ahmed, who's in the side, or named in the side in the squad for this tournament, unfortunately was not available for this match this morning. He is usually the very Mr. Reliable behind the stumps for Prague Cricket Club. But regardless, it's still a wicket that falls. It's the breakthrough that they really needed, the Prague Cricket Club. And it was Aravind Sridhar who took the good catch. And I know Aravind quite well. He used to help me up here at the ground, help myself and Venki during the days when I was league admin, and Venki was the expert of the grounds work. So good to see Aravind in there. And he's been a bit of a live wire for PCC since joining them at the start of last year. Really enjoyed his work.
I remember Aravind here. That's how I said the man I know really well. Last year, a couple of times I stayed behind and had a bit of a bowl and a net, because he was security, wasn't he?
He was security
in the night time.
Right.
So he was always here. One thing I know about him, and I remember about him, and it's still the same, as that gets played away. Here he is again. We'll talk with the man. And Aravind does some great fielding, but he's always smiling. He's got the loveliest of smile.
Yep.
He's a lovely chap, and he loves his cricket. He's always trying to improve. And I remember that last year, he also was doing some studying. I don't know if he's finished now, but he was saying, I play T20. I just can't get into the T10. I got to bat quicker. So it'll be interesting to see how he's adapted. That's a good hit. That's probably going to beat the fielder, is it? Yeah, it will. I don't think that Saban Abba Divati was going to get here. He tried to try and do so, but he got enough of this and just beats him to the boundary. Good hit, good shot.
Yeah, a bit of a tease there for Sabawan Davitsi as he comes running around the boundary line from that long off area. People who tuned in last week, though, watching the Sea Cup, you remember that Saba suffered a bit of an injury to the hand. I can tell you now he's fine, he's fit. He even gave me a high five just to prove that the hand was fine. So we know he's good to go.
Yeah, now that's a good hit again. It's another boundary, 4 more. So Cuatro Quedas Buyan is trying to turn up the heat here on RCC. Now, let's talk a little bit about the man who's joined him out there. Now, this is somebody I've spoken to before in the past. It's Naushad Babu, who I believe is from Poland.
That's right.
And we've seen him on the network playing for, he's played for the Prague Spartans before. We've seen him in Croatia, play for the Zagreb Assassins and Tartu CC. Has scored 100 on the network. It's a good batter. In fact, he scored 200 on the network. He scored 133 in 2024 and 85 last year. Good player, nice guy. Now, he was very excited when he spoke to me this morning. Ended the over 61 for 1 at the end of 6. So that 1 wicket of that over from Patel. But very excited because he was saying that the news is, and he was very keen to share that with me, that by 2000 and next year, early 27, that Poland will hopefully be in also the ICC.
Oh, that would be great.
That's huge news. And he was already saying, look, you know, the government in Poland really behind it, the sports ministers behind it. They've got 2 very good grounds there already. And, you know, with the news of them coming into and being part of the ICC, that there's an injection of money that will help them get other things set up. So that's exciting times ahead for Polish cricket.
Oh, that would be exciting. Exciting for us too, being their neighbours.
Nicely played away. Yeah, he was saying just that. He's saying, you know, he said, we too are like right in the centre of Europe, if you like. They said it'll be big. And I know he's very excited about it. He's very excited to be here. And I'm sure he's very excited to put a good performance in here for Bohemians, who just looking to accelerate, get around 10s. They need to try and just up the tempo a little bit. That will help. A little bit of luck. And Ritit Toma can't believe that he's managed to find a bit of an inside edge on this. He's dragged this from outside the off stump, inside edge, 4 runs. Thank you very much. More luck for Buyan.
Sometimes those edges hit the stumps, sometimes they hit the legs, and sometimes they go for 4. On that time, you could see Riddick was very upset, down his haunches, realises that was the time that it went for 4. Not his, not to be for him, that one. But hey, look, the next stage, you never know, could come onto the stumps. Riddick is he's a good competitor with bat and ball.
So it's good running actually there from Babu. He sees that the keeper hasn't taken this cleanly and says, come on, let's go, Gladson. He's had quite a few to try and deal with behind there. I mean, you said he's not the mainstream keeper, but he's done a pretty decent job, you know.
Yep, I agree. Got to hand to him. I think he's made a good account for himself. There's been a few tough ones. He's got some fast bowlers to keep to as well, as the regular keeper is out for this match.
Oh, just a little dab and take the single. So Babu just Babu and Buyan rotating the strike, but they just want that one big over, which doesn't seem to be coming at the moment. But it has to be said, the bowling from Prague TC has been good, and they've got so many good bowlers in there as well. And Sport for Choice is the captain who's bowling here now as to who to use when. And just losing his footing there. It's a little look back at the pitch. I don't know what's happened there. It's almost, I think he's either swallowed a fly or something's gone straight into his eye. One of the two. And he'll walk back to his mark, the skipper.
Maybe he has swallowed a fly. He wouldn't be the only one here during these last few days swallowed a fly. Hey, Rico.
No, I do. I crunched one. And well bowled again. Just losing this shape here, Buyan. I think with these shots, I don't think he's still enough when he's going for them. He seems to be moving too much, and he's taking himself away from the shot. He hasn't been able to hit one straight down the ground yet.
Yep, that's so true. He needs to be a lot more steadier, I agree. When he's on the charge, especially against a bowler with a bit of pace, he messes himself up. He gets a little bit in a tangle.
Well, that's been hit well, and that's going to bounce just before the rope. That is going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. That's a brutal hit for Buyan, who now takes him into the 40s. This time you see he just takes a couple of steps, and he's a lot stiller on impact. Hits it well, and there's confirmation. Just bounces before the rope. 4 more runs. End of the over. The score moves to 72 for 1 at the end of 7.
That's so true about Sazib. Keep your head straight, don't move around too much. Couple of little shuffle steps and stand and deliver. That's how he gets his runs. As I've got the calendar for 2025, a lot coming your way. We haven't quite turned the corner yet of the year. We've still got Finland. That kicks off next week. We're in Finland, and then Bulgaria the week after. We then turn the corner into the second half of the year. There's still so much cricket. We've just started the big summer of cricket here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, and well, me and you will start off the second half of that there in Belgium. Looking forward to that. My first time there, you know. I've never been to Belgium before. Whereas this one is whacked away, and Babu, after, well, you would say getting his eye in by just pushing a few away to take some singles. Now it's time to unload and get the big shots in. Place that one away nicely. And by Farouk, just making sure that he ducks underneath that one. Good hit, good strike. First boundary for Babu.
Babu has so much strength in his upper arms and around his shoulders. He hits the ball so hard. Let's see what we can do here.
We've seen that a few times from all the batters, actually. The swing and the miss as Davidson Ramani coming back into the attack. So we talked about Poland being very close. How close is it? What are we talking about?
What, in terms of physical distance?
Yeah.
It's, well, let me try to think. It's, to the closest point to the Polish border is probably a 2.5 hour drive, maybe a bit less. I have my in-laws live up on the border of Czech and Poland.
Oh, adios, Pelota.
Wow.
That is humongous. What a strike. Babu gets that one out of the middle, and that goes a line. And that is, boom, Chakalagia, sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a plate full of tapas.
Now,
what a shot.
I know this is the first innings of this 4-day tournament, this ECS Czechia Premier Division, but I'm going to tell everybody in the chat right now, watching around the world, keep your eye on that man throughout this tournament. He's someone who could absolutely own this tournament with the bat. I would not be surprised. There's something about him. He hits the ball so hard. Case in point right there.
And as you said, he's a lovely guy. Like, he was so excited to talk to me this morning, and he was saying, oh, you know, let European cricket know, you know, let him know, you know, you can come to Poland now pretty soon, and tell Vinny. I said, I'll tell everybody, don't worry. But yeah, good guy, good player. Well, he's got to be a good player. He scored 2 centuries on the network. Change of angle from the bowler, and that's played away nice. It's a good ball, actually. from Romani. He wants to make the change in the angle, and he gets it right straight away. Yorker length, and gets dragged away into the leg side, will be a single.
Nice change there. Yeah, just to demonstrate the closeness of the ties between Poland and Czech as well. The Central Europe Cup, which was last week, we had the men's and the women's, just as an example, started in 2014. Poland played the first 4 of those. 14, 15, 16, 17, might have played 18 as well. They won 3 of those.
It's down the ground, and Saba. Oh, dear.
Oh, that's a howler.
I tell you,
Oh, boy.
for a player of the ability of this man, that is not good cricket. And we've seen a bit of this in the Challenger, but you wouldn't expect it at this level. And Saba, I mean, how does he miss this? And maybe, well, I don't know if he wears contacts, but maybe he's got to put them in this morning, because that is, you're right, it's a big howler, which helps Buyan to get to 45.
Oh, the cheer from the dugout of the Bohemians right in front of us too, Rico. Oh, that's going to live rent-free in Saba's head.
Edge flies away to that vacant third boundary. It's going to be 4 more runs. And he's going to have to find that one, is Raj. Ganithia Warren has to try and find this one. Big swing, not where he wanted this to go, but it doesn't matter. Moves to 49 now, does Buyan. With the score, Bohemians 91 for 1 at the end of 8.
Yeah, well, this acceleration is coming now, and it was desperately needed. They were just going along nicely, Bohemians, but, you know, when you're only 1 down and you're going about 10 and over in T10, someone has got to put the foot down, and this is what's happening now. Maybe a little bit sort of, they run a bit too late, but still 19 off that over is a real stamp of intent. But the next 2 overs, well, it's still 91 after 8. You know, they're going to need a couple of big overs here.
Yeah, it's all-out attack now, surely. Well, having said that, he's just happy to just drop the bat on this one, Babu. I wonder if Babu is just thinking, well, Buyan, he's starting to feel that he's on 49. Let me just give him most of the strike. It is also Sudesh Rukumasakara, the beast, that comes on. I reckon when Sudesh comes on, it just by him being him, it probably already affects the mindset of the batters. And that will be the 50. The chase is on. It will be 4 runs. Well batted to Buyan. He hasn't had it all his own way. And sometimes you've got to work hard to try and get to a good score, even when you're struggling a little bit. But he's stuck around. He's weathered the storm. He's got a few bruises to show for it. But that's 50. Well batted. Buyan, 53 of 29.
Yeah, I'm not sure his dugout have actually clued into the fact that he's got his 50, but he's still got a job to do.
Right, it could be 50 and out, you know. It should be taken, and it will be taken. The beast gets his man. A simple catch there taken by his captain, Ritik Tomar. And that's the kid that will go 2 down with the score on 96. Buyan will go for 53.
Well, he's tried to continue this by elevating over the covers, and unfortunately it's gotten a little bit too high up at him. Riddick takes a good catch, judges it well, camped underneath that one for a little bit. Sudesh gets the breakthrough as well. So Sudesh adds to his tally of wickets on the European Cricket Network with a good delivery there. A bit of a change of pace as well. But Sazib, he's carried his bat since the start. That's a really good 53 from 30 deliveries. It's going to come off to a bit of a round of applause. And it's up to now the rest of the top order for the Bohemians to really put the foot down and motor. They need to get after, well, Sudesh for the rest of his over. And whoever's bowling the last, well, they need to batten down the hatches because the Bohemians are going to come at them really hard.
Yeah, just you see, he doesn't quite get to the pitch of that one hand, comes to the bat, reaching for it. Skies it up. Tomar takes the cats, and it's Zahid Mahmood who comes out next, and he's going to swing and miss, stop ball. It's got an interesting sort of phase of this match, really, with what we got 8 balls to go here. Batters are going to be swinging, trying to get boundaries, but it could have the opposite effect. You could be doing that, swinging and missing, and not get the acceleration in, actually decelerate. A good bit of bat on ball. Just be a single. Now, Babu, who was pretty keen earlier just to take the single and give the strike to Buyan, now has to be thinking about going aerial and going big.
Keep your eye on Zahid Mahmood during this tournament because he's got 947 runs on the European Cricket Network. There's every chance he'll pick up his 1000th run on ECN, and that would be awesome for him to get that. Maybe he could get it today. Bohemians are playing the third game today against the team from Brno, so you never know. It could happen. Just something to keep your eye on.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned that the game, so Bohemians played 2. Prague CC, just this one game.
That's right, just one today.
Just one, and they're done.
Yeah.
And they love to be done with a win over Bohemians. Well, they're restricting them well at the moment, Prague CC.
Yeah, so Prague CC, they've been shaken up and woken out of bed nice and early, and then they get to go back home and go, maybe have another sleep.
The sound of the ball pinging off that bat from Naushin. Oh, what a hit this is. That's a great shot. Oh,
man.
That is just power.
Wow, that went so fast. Riddick went to ground. He maybe had a chance to get something on it, but it didn't go past him by very much at all. And the boundary rider was in no chance whatsoever. That's Ramani out there who just literally just jogged and watched it go over the boundary line. But from the bat to the boundary line, maybe a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds. It was so quick.
No more than 2 seconds. It does bring the 100 up. 101 for 2. Wanting a big over here, Bohemians. Otherwise, it will, well, once again, the old computer got this right to a T. It's been saying about 111, 113.
Yep.
Saying 113 now. And let's see if Mahmood can help to elevate that. It's in the air. It will get past the fielder. 4 runs. I don't know if this is another one that perhaps it's a chance to try and stop it. Ritik Tamar is the bowler. We'll see it one more time. He hits it pretty straight. That's Mahmood, but no, I think it's got past him. I think the bounce beats him. Just the angle of the camera made it look like it was closer to him. So 4 runs, looking for a big one here. Zahid Mahmood, he mentioned on the hunt for 1,000 runs himself on the network. High in the air. Somebody's got to call this. And in the end, he's going to get past the fielder. It's a very acrobatic effort. I reckon that probably is Arvind, who's out there, who throws himself at this. I think the good thing is that the fielder closest to him does respect the call and then pulls away. Otherwise, that could have been a clash between the two. But he throws himself at it, but he's not able to take the catch.
Yeah, it was indeed Arvind, and it was also Raj who's out there. Raj who's done a lot of volunteer work around the ground to get this whole tournament and the previous tournaments up and running.
It's a good, slower, wider delivery from Tomar, and no run from it. That's really well bowled. It's clever. He knows that Babu wants it in the hitting zone, so he fires this a lot wider outside the off and takes the pace off it.
Yeah, it's very good delivery, that one. In the 10th over to bowl, get a dot ball in against this sort of batting attack. That's a great ball.
And that's a great hit. It's slower again, but this time it's straight, and Babu can reach it, and he hits it, and he thumps it. Oh, this guy's going to score some runs here in the next few days. I can tell you that. He hits the ball so hard. And look at him. Once he hits it, he knows he don't have to move. Manos arriba there from the umpire Farouk. That's going to take some time to come back.
It's going to come back with passport stamps as that goes all the way up Teletubby Hill and probably all the way back down again. Yeah. I think it's just coming back into the arena now. There it is.
Teletubbies, stay where you are. Don't come out to play today because you're going to be in the firing line. All right, Toma. And tries to just get the line there. He's a little bit surprised this is called. Let's have a look at it again. Does he get a bit of this line or not? Umpire Farouk says not. Here's the delivery, and well, it's an umpire's call for me. I think, if anything, I think the umpire's probably right in saying that probably just misses. And he's going to miss just again. You can see what Thomas trying to do. He says, if I put it anywhere near he can reach it, he'll hit it, but you can't hide it because the umpire will keep calling them wides.
Yeah, that's not good from Riddick. He needs to get a little bit tighter here in this final over. I know Babu's looking really strong, but maybe he needs to figure something out, maybe with the length of the delivery, because that previous smash straight, it was in such a good spot. He needs to work on that as well.
And 6 more. As powerful as you can get. Oh, this Dan Oro's the ECM photographer. He'll probably take a few shots on some of these brutal hits. They're getting to a decent score here now, so the 113 has been exceeded, the 120 on the board. Well, the computer is a bit behind here now. Wake up, wake up. We've gone past you already. And, well, it might change to, I reckon, 126. What do you reckon? Come on, computer. I'm thinking ahead of you. A ball to come, 120 on the board. They do get the acceleration that they wanted in.
Riddick's got to watch his length here.
Grunted, slow ball. They will come back for 2. And they're going to take this on, and they're going to get 3. Good. Well, they're still going. They're still going to get 4. Oh, they're going to get 4 here. Oh, my goodness me. They might have 4. What should have been just 1, they've got 4. Have a look at this. 4 runs to finish. They have run 4. It's down the ground. He's talking and not playing the ball in. Can you believe it? The fielder has the ball. He's talking about the overthrows. He's backed it up. He's having a chat and a cup of tea, dunking in the biscuit at the same time. And the batters say, we are going to run 4. Quite incredible. 4 runs, Phil G, at the end of the innings, and all run.
That is a very unusual brain fade there from the Prague Cricket Club. You're right, fielder held the ball and just decided to have a conversation about that overthrow, not realising he himself gave up another overthrow by not getting the ball back to the keeper or someone at the stumps. Let's have a look at the highlight package now, as we see how this innings unfolded, with Sazib Boyan and Sahil Grover getting them off to an absolutely terrific start. Wasn't the biggest start in the world, but it was a very good start nonetheless. 52 for the first wicket, and they got that at 5.2 overs.
Yeah, and 124. It's the way they finished, really. That last over from Tomar did go magical. 23. Remember that Romani second over number 8 went for 19. So to get that acceleration in, and I feel that they get to a score now here, which they feel that they can defend the Bohemians. Good hitting throughout the innings, has to be said. Sazib Boyan, I did like the way he batted. Look, he wasn't at his most fluid. You could probably understand that. It is that his first match, but he stuck with it, didn't he? It was a kind of a gutsy innings. That's a lovely shot down the ground there from Naushad Babu. He really is. Is somebody who can hit the ball with so much power. That was an absolute clanger, by the way, from Davidzi. He's better than that, and he knows it, Saba. This one is going to get away, 4 runs. So they had a little bit of that. It has to be said, this was the end of Boyan after getting his 50. It was the beast that got his man. And then that brought Zahid Mahmood out. And he played his part as well. Hit one nice boundary on moving 6 or 4, but it was all about the power then of Babu. Muscle 35 of 13 deliveries, and what a comical finish this is. And yeah, we have the music, and he has the ball here and he is not releasing it, and the batters say, you know what, we're going to come back for 4. Quite incredible. It's a sensational running. Well, not only can he smash the ball hard down the ground, he can run pretty fast as well, can't he? 4 being run at the end of the innings. Rijit Toma, the captain, was none too pleased. Quick look at the batting scorecard. Sazib Boyan, 53 of 30. Sahil Grover, as you heard Phil G say, played his part in a good partnership. 50+ run partnership between the first 2. And when Boyan and Grover were gone, it was Babu doing the hitting. We know that this guy can really turn on the style and turn on the heat as well. He certainly did, and he turned on the heat with his running at the end as well. When he was burning rubber, he was 124 for 2. Bowling figures, a wicket there for Smith Patel, 19 of his 2 overs, and also the beast continued to show that he is still a top contender, 21. And he picks up a wicket as well. So, a very interesting run chase coming up here. They managed to get the acceleration in towards the end of the Bohemians to get to That's 124, so 125 will be the target. Having said that, it's not the ideal way to finish the innings. I think if Prague CC told before the start of the match that they need 125 to win it, I think they would, yeah, we'll take that. So I still feel Prague CC feel that they get a good chance to get a win. And remember, only playing the one match, and that's this match, so they'll be loving the fact that they get a chance to get a win, and they can go away, have a rest, come back tomorrow to add to the victory. Let's wait and see if it pans out that way. You're full here with Phil G. See you back in under 10 time.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Dream.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Hello everybody again, Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you all back to this run chase of match number 1 in the Premier Division, the ECS Czechia tournament. Neglected to say at the top of my day introduction, this is day 11. So the crew have been doing a fantastic job here. My shout out to the crew and also 2 Circles as well for doing 11 days on the trot. Still got a few more days to go. As we have a look at the bonus point equation, 124 runs scored on the board. So if PCC can get this in 7 overs, they get themselves all 4 points. The Bohemians will be looking to restrict PCC to 86 or less. That's the magic number, 86 or less, to ensure that they don't get just 3 points, but they'll also pick up the bonus point as well. Entertained so much by that innings. Well, the innings by Sazid Boyan, 53 of 50, gets another 50 into his record book for his runs scored on the European Cricket Network. And Naushad Babu, that 35 from 13, real cameo that, but what a cameo it was. Did so well and got after the PCC bowlers. Still 124 runs on the board. I feel that's a target that PCC can easily pick up. They have got a history, the Prague Cricket Club, of chasing down big totals here at Vinoj. It's just something about the Prague Cricket Club. They've been around the domestic scene here in Czech Republic since 1997, I think it was, or maybe 95. Sorry, apologies if I missed that one. But they've been around for many, many, many years, and they just have a way of picking up runs and picking up wins. Just when you think you got them on the ropes, suddenly the middle order fires up, or if it's a low-scoring thriller, they absolutely roll over the teams. There's something about them. Bohemians, they're going to try to stop that. And here we go. That's hit very hard. That's slashed out towards the point boundary. There is a boundary rider out there. That's one of the deep players patrolling the boundary line there. The other deep player just looking around for the other deep player. That's probably just out there for Sabuan Divisi, who's faced that first delivery and smacked that with authority towards the boundary line. The field now resetting for the right-hander. So for the right-hander, we have someone at third, and then we have deep mid-wicket. So on those sort of points. The breeze coming across the ground. It's coming from the top left of your screen, going towards the bottom right. Goes to drive this, gets it towards the player who was placed in that position at deep third. Cannot get across, and that has gone across the boundary line for 4 runs. First boundary in this run chase. That's Usama Salim, who's opening the batting. Also opened the bowling as well. Got a little bit of stick when he was bowling, but he's come out now and he's hit that first ball off Niraj Tyagi. Niraj Tyagi, he's well known around the cricket scene here in Prague. Usually plays for the Spartans. However, for this tournament, the Bohemians have picked him up to play in their team. Also, a national team player is Tyagi. And that's some good work. If you can back it up, it's going to be well done. Well, the player gets down to that, and he's done such a good job. That's Naushad Babu, who's patrolling the deep mid-wicket. He manages to knock it down. Watch this again. Goes to ground, takes a few seconds to get up the scramble, and the ball probably might have stopped, or there was some good close attention there from his teammate to make sure it didn't hit the boundary line. That one, on the other hand, is going to definitely go 1 bounce across the boundary line, 4 runs. That's a great strike. So, Usama Salim, he looks like he's on here to try to get amongst the runs nice and early for Prague Cricket Club, and he's gotten off to a really good start in this over. Still got 2 balls to come, already 11 on the board. As I said, Prague Cricket Club, they just have a way of really getting in their heads of the opposition and scoring runs freely, often around the ground, and when they need to. That's why they've won so many games in the European Cricket Series, Czechia. And that is another strike. It's a bit too much width on that delivery, and that is crashed out of the ground. Tyagi, I mentioned before that he's in the national, holds his place there. He's been there for a couple of years now. But this is a bit of a loose delivery. It's wide, it's outside off, and the batter might as well just lean into that and have a slash at it. And he does, and it carries, and it goes a long way. So, Usama Salim, he's 14 from 4. Last ball the over coming up. It's 15 from it so far. This is a cracking start for Prague Cricket Club. Let's see if they can finish it over strong for the Bohemians. It's better. The question's asked. I think it's just a bit of ambition there, but no. Umpire Joe Foster says that's our leg bias. Watch this one more time. Yeah, very hard to give that. Coming very wide, slinging action from the bowler, very wide the right armour. It's going across. It's probably doing a fair bit of work, this delivery. And maybe a little bit high as well. Have a look at the ball coming in there. Joe Foster, standing umpire, experienced umpire, says, nope, I haven't seen enough of that, but I've seen enough of this. 74 matches since the golden ball. It's a number which is growing and growing emphatically. And I turn to my good friend and colleague, Rico Full, who joins me in the commentary bunker here. And we're going to see an interesting run chase here. But hey, what a start from PCC.
Good start. 10 more on the board than what the opponent said in the first over. Yeah, that golden ball is me and you again, buddy. We had to reset it to 0 when we were together in Romania. And I think we're going to have to do it here again as well. So, yep, you got the right to in the commentary setup to try and set that to 0. Yeah, it's good to be back. Just for a little stroll and I got a little refreshment, but I have to say, you don't notice it from in here, but out there, that wind, you probably noticed when you were out there in the middle,
yeah.
The wind is a lot stronger than you think.
It's picked up, hasn't it? Yeah, it's so true.
Buyan fires this down the leg side, bowling to the left-hander, Sabahun Daviti Saba. Had a good tournament last year. He was the MVP and scored 494 runs in the 12 innings that he played. Had a good average around 82. Good strike rate, but well, that's what he can do if you bowl badly to him. You can't be putting it there. Buyan should know this as well. Not a good delivery. He got away with the ones wide, but down the leg side, and Saba, he's all the time in the world to put that away. And good hit, but it just didn't happen for him in the final. And I think he will feel, and I know he felt it on the day, because when the presentations were being done last year, you could see it all over his face. He was disappointed. He was devastated that he couldn't come good in the final when he was. I think he went for a golden duck, actually, if memory serves me right. So he's looking to come back strong this time round. Yeah, he went for a golden duck when it was Fahad who got his wicket. So he's looking to go better this time round.
He will indeed. Yeah, I remember that one very clearly. He was absolutely gutted, having had a great series up to that point.
Shot. Oh, great shot. Elevated over that point boundary. Really good shot. And I think you're right here. The bowlers, Tyagi, we've seen the same here from Sazib Buyan. Just haven't executed their lines right.
Yeah, there's way too much width. To a player like Sabuan Davisi, he's so strong square of the wicket, and he's so strong on the pull shot as well to hit behind square. Why would you bowl it wide in that part of the pitch? It doesn't make a lot of sense. You got to bowl full and straight at Sabah.
Well, that's going to be another wide, 2 wide this time. Yeah, the other thing that would be interesting here, I remember talking to Danny about this yesterday. I just, all of a sudden, I just twigged and thought, you know what? We haven't seen too many left-handed batters, and that's why I felt that Abdul Muiz, who was, by the way, the MVP for the Challenger Division, not only did he score over 200 runs, but was good with the ball as well. The only man to have taken a hat-trick so far here in Czechia this time around. But yeah, left-hander, there was him, and then Joe Cope played in the last match, also a left-hander. I think bowlers just struggled to the lefties, and well, we might be seeing the same here again. That one is going to bounce just before the boundary rope. There's going to be 4 more. There is nobody back on the boundary. So
Pie signalled 6 there.
It's a signal 6 here? I thought it was 4.
Well, I had good eyes on that as well.
Let's have a look. Where's this bouncing? Oh, it is 6. It does go all the way.
Okay.
So say smash. And Saba, he knows where to put it. He's playing a good innings here so far. Both batters actually in the power play. And he'll get the swivel on this, no problem. It's going to be 6 more. Bowl. Inna zona shakalaga. And that over is a disastrous one. 27 will come from the second. And Prague CC are racing along here. 43 without loss. That's for a player of the quality of Sazib Buyan. That's a terrible over.
That is not a good over at all. I completely agree on that one. That's a bit of a shocker. It's a howler. It's 27 off the over, which is quite incredible. 43. It's, yeah, if you're going to bowl like that to Sabuan Davisi, you need to put you need to put fielders out there behind square. You need to have a boundary rider square of the wicket on the offside as well. But my advice to the bowlers would be just don't bowl there.
Yeah.
Just do not bowl there. It's something you don't want to do. And it's little wonder that Sub Divisi has scored 3,185 runs on the European Cricket Network before today.
Yeah.
Add 25 to that, he's gone over 3,200 runs, Rico.
Yeah, he's just got fantastic stats. He really does perform very well.
Really, really good that. Nice work, nicely done. So a bit tighter there on that first. So this is Abul Farhad now, who's come on to bowl. This will maybe restore a little bit of sensibility into the Bohemian bowling attack, because they haven't started well. Have not started well at all. With 43 off the first 2 overs, Abul Farhad here, he's on the bowl. He's a bit of a real competitor. Got a lot of time for this this bowler.
Full toss, wide outside the off. Again, not the best of deliveries, but it will be just a single. I'm just saying, you just spotted it, and we've got like a bird that's hovering around to more or less where that ball went. It's obviously well, looking for breakfast. Oh, it's disappeared. It's disappeared. I think the grizzly might have scared it off, but I think it was.
He's still there. He's still there.
Still there. Yeah, eyeing up a bit of breakfast, I reckon.
Yeah, I think he's seen one of the wild mice that inhabit the grounds around here, and he's just doing that. I think it's a kestrel, like a small hawk, and they just hover, then they do the dive. We might try and get some footage of that in a minute. Farhad here, just straying outside the tram line there with a wide delivery.
Yeah,
just trying to hit the ball away.
What are your thoughts on that? There it is. Look, fantastic work.
Oh, good shot.
Well, National Geographical Channel's got nothing on us.
Oh, wow.
How about that? That's brilliant from 2 circles. Wonderful.
That's fantastic. It also gives you indication where the breeze is coming from, because obviously the bird has to face the breeze to hover like that. It's coming in from top left to bottom right across your screen.
Oh, Saba just getting a little bit carried away here. Look, Saba, you talked about his record. It is quite fantastic. I do feel that he's the kind of batter that he'll always score runs.
Yep.
He's a very good player. He bowls pretty well as well. But when it comes to the big occasion, I think I've seen him do it for Czechia as well when he played for the national team.
Yep.
He just hasn't been able to produce when it matters.
On the big stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. If you look at his record, say, in Cardamom, for example,
yeah,
he's been a little disappointing. Here on his home ground, or even in ECI action around Europe, wow,
yeah,
done really well. But on the big stage, yeah, you're right. He needs to put in a couple of big scores on the big stage.
In comes the bowler. Abdul Farhad to him again. It's in the air and gone. Just when we're talking about the man, he's going to be gone. And Saba, who looked absolutely brilliant, is going to give his wicket away. And that's the way I look at it. And would you believe it? It's the same man that got him for a golden duck in the final last year, Abdul Farhad, that gets his wicket. So the breakthrough does come. That has to be said. Prague CC, they are off to a flyer.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, Saba's a little bit filthy with himself there for that shot. He strikes it low down on the bat on the edge. It goes straight to the fielder in that cover position. That was Ali Wakar, who took a few steps in, took a well-judged catch. He was very happy indeed, Ali Wakar. He's also another good friend of mine who's been around the cricket scene in Prague for a while. He actually doesn't live in Czech Republic anymore. He lives in Dresden, just up the road. But he still plays for the Bohemians. He's been playing for the Bohemians for many years now. Used to be a Barbarian a while ago. He's been playing for the Bohemians for at least the last 4 or 5 years.
I love the way you say Dresden, just up the road.
It's just up the road.
It's Germany, but it's just up the road. And a lovely Dresden, lovely part of Dresden. Actually, who was I talking to the other day? And we were all out and about. I think we went out for a meal. Vinny was with me and the Sheriff Charles and Paolo. And I was saying to them, because a couple of them haven't been to Dresden, and I said, that part of Czechia is so similar to Dresden. So similar. I mean, Dresden's beautiful.
Dresden's nice.
Especially when you get into the centre where the main big square is and all the restaurants are, where the cathedral is. And when we were in the centre of town the other day, it's very similar. Another beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, and the Dresden Cricket Club, they're a fantastic club. We've got very close ties here in Czechia with that group.
Slower, but put away, and that's the beast who's up and running. Sudesh Wikramaskara, I think the slower ball, it's a good idea, but when you give the width to it, it allows the batters to see it better and put it away, especially in the power play when you can't protect some of those areas. That's the second one I think that Farhan has bowled, and both have sort of kind of gone in that area, but this one does go all the way. Still a very good over, though. Only goes for the 6, picks up the big wicket of Saba. 49 for 1 at the end of 3 overs.
Yeah, good power play that. 49 off it. That is quite a good power play compared to the score that was only 30 from Bohemians. So ahead on a comparative note, and I'd say they just look like they're ahead right now, thanks in pretty much to that Sazim Bouyan magical over. Went for 27 that second over. But Farhad there brings it back. I said if he comes on, he'll restore a little bit of normality into the Bohemian bowling lineup, and he's done that indeed. He's a class act. He's in and out of the national squad, and hopefully he can sort of settle himself into the national team. He'd be a very good inclusion.
This one, I think, it made it look like a helmety sound for me. This might have caught the lid of the wicketkeeper. Well, he's now just checking the helmet. I think this does catch a bit of Sahil Grover's lid.
I think that if the wicketkeeper's lid's connected, surely the umpires want to just check it, no?
Well, normally they do. They probably decided that it's probably not that much pace from the bowler from Sakleen Mukhtar, but normally they would do that. I want to say hi to Wayne, who is in the chat. Hello, Wayne. I hope you're well. And Kenneth Burridge joined us in there as well. Hello, Kenneth. Hello to everybody in the chat. There's this one going for the aerial route. And that also is going to go a long way. It actually goes over the sort of boundary banners and some of the no entry zone fences we have, and goes into, well, I think we might as well call that the crowd zone. Big hit.
I was watching the bowler, Sakleen Mukhtar, after that shot went well over his head. He gave a little shake of the head and a little wry smile. You know what he was thinking? I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, I think most of us have, as Sudesh now this time. Just pushes this away. The thing about Sudesh is he's a very clever player. He's played a lot of cricket, and he's played at good level as well. And he was saying he's coming up. Did you say 43? He'll be 43 pretty soon. But he just keeps on going, and here we are saying he's probably looking as trim as we've seen him in the last few years.
Yeah, he turns 43 next month in August. Sorry, August or July? No, and I think it's towards the end of July. Another big hit.
Yep.
Crash, bang, wallop, out of the ground. And PCC having it all their own way here in this game.
They only play the one, and they're playing against the team that beat them in the final last year. They're wanting a little bit of revenge. And they wanted to get the win done and dusted and spend maybe a little bit of time having a bit of a break before they come back tomorrow. Only the one game for them, and they are well ahead here, 63 of just the 4 overs. And look at that, leaps and bounds ahead of where their opponents were at this point, Bohemians.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that PCC in complete control here at the moment. It would take a couple of wickets, honestly, in the next 2 overs, 3 wickets to be dismissed for Bohemians to claw themselves back into the game. PCC looking incredibly comfortable. And as you say, Rico, they've just got this one match today. They're going to be back tomorrow for 2 matches and 2 matches the day after that to complete their group stages. Remember, 6 teams in this competition, unlike the Challenge, which only had 5 teams. So 6 teams, everyone plays each other once. That's 5 games each. So the 2 teams who've got the 1 game today is Prague Cricket Club and then United Cricket Club have the game, I think, in the afternoon after lunch. And they will have just 1 game as well. Every other team has 2 matches today.
It's pretty full, not quite a Yorker, but it's played away quite well. Sudesh, he does it. He's keeping his head nice and still. He knows that this match is well within their grasp. Just needed to go just over 10 and over. Another couple of decent overs from them, and they'll take it down to almost a runner ball. That's going to be sprayed down the leg side. Will be a wide. Good hands from the keeper, Sahil Grover.
It was clever from the bowler Chiagi to slow that one down and try and disguise his slower ball, but unfortunately he has strayed down leg side. But a good little bit of variation there. He went for quite a few of his first over, so he's definitely looking to bounce back in this second.
Good comeback. Just get that ball through pretty quickly. Better areas. And a played and missed there by Usama Salim, who moves to, it's on 23 now, 13 deliveries.
Actually, speaking of birthdays, it's a pity he's not still out there in the middle. It's Saba's birthday on finals day on Sunday.
Is it now?
It is.
Right, up in the air. This is the catching chance, maybe. 6 runs. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Now, you can see exactly the conversation between the two men here.
I know exactly what they're talking about,
You
Rico.
know what they're saying.
I know what they're saying.
Okay, to catch the parlia. Because look at this. All he had to do was release it. He had time to release it. He had 1 foot inside, and before he took the second shot, he could have just pushed the ball through to the man. That was Ali Waka was saying, minodere. He never did. 6 it will be. Well, Waka now can... No, he can't. It just bounces before him. I thought Waka was going to take the catch after all, but he doesn't. Just falls in front of him from the beast.
Oh, there's a bit happening here. The PCC looking to keep this acceleration, but you're right, yeah, Sazib just with a bit of brain fade there. Doesn't realise he's got Ali Waka. He could just tapped it to him on that previous delivery. Not to be.
That's whipped into the gap. Lovely shot. Really nice shot. One thing that sometimes we forget, we're so used to seeing this man sort of crunching the ball for big sixes and being brutal.
Yeah.
But he's classy as well. He has got all the shot. That shot there, I mean, that wasn't a slog. That was about placement, getting his footwork in the right position and just clipping that ball in the gap between mid-wicket and long on. Really good shot. And now he's going to go outside the off, but there is a fielder out there, an extra cover. Does the job well, keeps it just to a single.
Yeah, he did. That previous ball that went for 4, the placement was absolutely perfect. Now on this one, he plays a wider delivery, but he clips it straight to the player, but he keeps the strike going into the second half of this innings. That's going to be 5 overs gone. 77th one on the board. Hey, look, up-and-coming events. Well, you're here with us in Czechia. This is day 11 of 15 of the European Cricket Network's tour of Czechia, and it's just the start of this ECS Premier. Basically, it's almost like the 5th tournament in this whole tour. So this is where we are right now. We're going to be here until Sunday, and then Finland starts off on Monday next week, followed by Bulgaria, and then we're going to get to Belgium in July as well. And Rico, you and I are going to be there for that one. And then we've got Germany, Krefeld, and Sweden, Stockholm towards the end of the month, and I'll be there for that one.
Yeah, and Vinny Sandhu's having a good, nice short break at the moment, which he thoroughly deserves. Of course, he will be back on the airwaves in Finland, and he'll be there with Andrew Ryan as well. So there will be a Rhino in Finland. It's good delivery, good length. We haven't seen too many of those, and good bit of fielding there along on the boundary as well. That's Buyan.
Yeah, it'd be good to hear the tones of Andrew Ryan and see him with Vinny there in Finland. Looking forward to that one. And I'm sure Vinny's probably tuning in somewhere in the world right now, just sneakily sort of maybe got his phone out, just checking, seeing how everything's going.
I think he's been told he's not allowed to, but
he was
knowing
told.
Vinny, mind you, I have to say, is that probably down the leg side, the umpire, I think, is a pretty easy shout there. Having said that, there was nothing, nada from Vinny on the chat yesterday. Now, that is very rare. So, yeah, he is he's doing what he's been told to do. But you're right. I think he may not be on the chat, but I'm sure that he's dedicated himself a little bit of time to get a few bits of admin that he needs to try and do on a daily basis.
You can take the boy out of the cricket, but you can't take the cricket out of the boy.
It's firmly hit, and 4 runs. Placement was really good there from Usama Salim. It's a really nice shot. Salim seems to be this innings really well, and he's timing the ball pretty well as well. What a nice shot that is. Hit clean and crisply, and good use of the wrist. Good placement, 4 runs.
Yeah, it was the attempted slow ball from Abul Fahad. He hasn't really disguised that one very well, and that was picked up and seen very quickly from Salim, who's played a really good shot. He's already up to 34 from 17. Blink and you miss it. We were talking about Saba early on when he was getting going, and we were talking about the beast. Well, we need to have a bit of a chat about this man, Salim. 34 from 17. He's playing a great innings here.
He leaves that one. Good leave as well. Yeah, he's a good all-rounder. Didn't he open the bowling as well?
He did. Yes, he did indeed.
So
he's a man of all talents.
Opens the bowling, opens the batting, and doing very well at both as well. As I'll say hello to Ujwal, who's also in the chat, saying great display of power hitting. Yeah, Ujwal, I think we certainly agree with you.
One thing I'll say about PCC is they've had a bit of a rebuild in the last couple of years. I'll come to that back in a moment after this ball.
Slow but Gandhi down the leg side. I like the fact that they're trying things there, Bohemians, but they just haven't mastered that slow ball. When it's been bowled, it's either been wasted down leg side or it's been full and too wide outside the off. You've got to try different things. But the other thing to touch on that is we didn't see it in the first innings, so we didn't see it from Prague CC. We're not seeing it here from Bohemians. No spin options.
True.
And that will be clipped away quite nicely. Powerful wrists and hands there from Usama Salim. He gets 4 more to his name. It's another one that's been erected. Cuatro carreras más.
Well, he's tried bowling Saklain Mukhtar, who is a little bit of a slow bowler, but he wasn't getting a lot of movement, a lot of turn. It was just sort of like slow to sort of medium pace. He was trying to put a bit extra pace on it. If you're a slow bowler and you're trying to put a bit more pace, then you just basically bowl a medium pace. So they tried someone a bit slower. And the slow ball is one of fast bowlers' best weapons in their arsenal if they can execute it well.
Yeah. It's hit really well. The timing. Phil G, the timing at the moment from Salim. What a shot this is. It's almost like he gets tucked up, but he's still to somehow get that shot in. Look at him. He was never in a position to play the shot, but he's got quick hands, times it beautifully. That's going to be 4 more runs.
That's a ball that 9 out of 10 batters in this competition would get tucked up on, probably wear it on the body or just off the thigh pad, and there'd be no run. But he has played that to perfection. Well called. Yep.
Really good shot indeed. And you can see that even Sudesh, Vikram Sakara, liked that one. He had a little chat and smile with him afterwards, said, hey, that's a good shot. Well done. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is brutal. That is a monster strike for 6 runs as he's eyeing up a century here. What a hit. It's a slow ball again, but he picks it and he sends it big. Adios, Balota. And look at Suresh there. Suresh said, you picked the slow one then, did you? Oh yeah, he did. And he put it a long way. End of the over, 98 for 1.
He did indeed, yeah. I saw that as well from Sudesh. He gave a little indication, they gave him a pat on the shoulder for a lovely strike. Unfortunately for Bohemians, Abul Farha there, that over goes magical, 21 from it. Just lost his way, bowled a couple of wides, and then it was 4-4 and finishes with a crunching 6. And you're right, we are on half-century watch for Usama Salim. We'll have to wait for a few minutes while Sudesh negotiates the start of the 7th over. But what a great shot that was.
Great shot. A selection of great shots, actually, in that over from the batter. And,
no. It's
that's
gone wrong.
not where you got to be. And, well, Ali Wakar has this sprays badly down the leg side. Nobody's going to stop that. That goes all the way. I've got to ask you a quick question.
Yeah, shoot. What do you got for me?
Tell me a little bit about the name on the back of the shirt there, Sudesh, because I know there's a story about it, isn't it, Roy Dash?
Yeah, he's got several names. That's the bottom line. And of course, no one's going to want to be putting Wickramasacre on the back of that shirt because it'll be such fine print you can't do it. There's a couple of players actually in PCC that are nicknamed Roy. Funny enough, there's Uncle Roy, who's in the side as well. Big help around the ground he is. Been around for many years as Uncle Roy. As that shot goes across the boundary line for another 4. It's the old smack it with the hand and take the hand off the bat, but it still goes for 4 shot. Watch this. There it is. That's the sort of power he's got. It was pretty much a miss hit, but it still goes for 4.
Yeah, he says, I don't need 2 hands. I can do it with 1. Nicely done. It's going to be another boundary. And they're getting to this score pretty quickly here now. There's 5 wides followed up with 4. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. What a shot. That is the beast, the full beast mode being deployed here by Sudesh. And one thing you got to keep an eye on, remember, we are in 7th over. And, the
golf cart.
The golf cart nearly gets, you golfers always hitting it our way. It's our turn to return the favour. Well, you say 4, we say 6. That goes a long way. Hey. There's, look at that, 12 needed a 4. They take all the points here.
I know, that's
That'd
interesting.
Be a grubbing.
Oh, wouldn't it ever? I didn't think they'd be on for the bonus point, Rico, but now I just noticed that with that previous strike. I thought, yeah, they're playing for all 4 points here.
It's just going to drop short of the fielder. He does well here, throws himself at it. They want to come back for the second, and they will get the second as well.
It's Babu there who saves the boundary, does the right thing, looks after the economy and says, no, not on my watch, no boundary there. But 10 from 3 for all 4 points. And it's Beast, he's on 30 from 11. And he's looking to secure 4 points. Imagine that, what a start for PCC if they can get the first match off to a 4-pointer.
That'd be quite sensational. And they look like they're going to do it as well. You know, as Sudesh gets another one right in the zone, in the swing zone. Adios, Bolota. And well, the whack has been whacked, and he's whacked big. Well, this time, at least, there's no golfers coming by.
Beast has decided to take it a bit easy on the golfers now, not put the large white ball into where there's usually the small white ones and Teletubby Hill. But he's hit that one to the left of Teletubby Hill. That's a lovely smack down the ground. Beast looking ominous. 36 from 12 he is.
Yeah, hello, Scotty, and good evening to you. 4 required then of 2 for what will be a real turn-up for the books. It really would. Prague CC. They're going to get their revenge in style. They say that revenge is sweet, and it is sweet, as we see quite an incredible, outrageous shot. Talk to me about this one. This is just no nutso hazelnuts. That is 6 runs, one of the craziest of 6s that you'll see over the offside from the Beast.
Fans of that man, Sudesh Wickramaseka, rejoice. The Beast is back and he is hungry. Have a look at that. He's raced to 42 from 13. He probably wishes there was a couple more runs to collect because he would have made a really fast half century here. And that is astonishing hitting from the Beast. That last shot, Rico, he was off balance. He was on 1 foot. It was one hand on the bat, one hand off the bat, and he still found the boundary line with that enormous shot for 6. That shot had no right to go over the boundary. Ali Wacker, he's still in a state of shock. He cannot believe that.
Look at this.
It's crazy.
I mean, that is just unbelievable. It's like, you know when an athlete has got the landing wrong, doing the pole vault or something, he's landed, he's like he swung the bat at it. It's almost like he's played it one-handedly and he's hit a massive 6 over extra cover. That is just outrageous, outrageous stuff. And Prague CC have not just won this match, they have thrashed the Bohemians, and they will take all 4 points. Not bad for a day's work.
They've trounced them, absolutely trounced them. That is, where I come from, you call that a shellacking. That has been absolutely one-sided, and you think a score of 124 on the board, that's really quite good. But it just was never going to be good enough. They get it with 3 overs and 1 ball to spare. Ali Wacker, he's still got a look of shock on his face as he goes to 29 from 5 deliveries bowled. Who knows what it would have been, as the Bohemians have to have a bit of a think about that one. We have a look at the highlight reel. The highlight reel is going to be boundary after boundary, and there's going to be a couple of wickets in there as well. Don't forget that. There will be, well, there's going to be 1 wicket. So it was only 1 wicket the Bohemians took, and that was the one of Sabawan Divisi after he got 25 off 8 deliveries, striking really well with 4 big Maximos as well. Yeah, Abul Fahad gets the breakthrough. Ali Wacker hangs on to it there. You can see him there. But then enter the Beast.
Enter the Beast, and Fahad, who bowled a very good first over, took that wicket and only conceded 6. His next one would be over number 6, the one before the last. 21 came off that, and that's when all of a sudden the the 4 points looked possibly on, but that last over from Ali Wacker, when he started with the 5 wides, you knew they could be in trouble, and then the Beast just went up a notch, and then he showed us how to play cricket with one hand. That one was 5 wide. This one was the one-handed 4 on the leg side. But the way this match was finished was just outrageous, really was. This one was when he was going after the golfers. He said it's time. It's a little bit of payback for everybody. That one was 6, but this one, oh my word. How on earth did he play that shot? How on earth did he hit it for 6?
You've got no right to play that kind of shot. Just see it one more time in slow motion. There's not many players that I've ever seen could accomplish something like that. And you could say, well, it's a T10 boundary and that sort of thing. It cleared the boundary by so many meters, that's not even funny. He walks off to the high fives from his teammates, and a big congratulations for them. That is quite a statement from PCC at the start of this tournament.
Well, we did say that we believe that the Premier Division will be slightly different. We did feel there'd be more runs. We did feel there'd be acceleration in the run, and the proof is out there for all, as Prague CC have dominated this match. Bohemians get absolutely thrashed, and that is probably one of the healthiest scorecards seen in a while.
It really is. I think Bohemians probably thought they had a good score on the board. For me, I thought, you know what? I reckon you're about 25 runs shy where you want to be. You're playing against PCC and T, you want to get 150 on the board just to make it a constant. Have a look at the bowling figures there. Ali Wacker, well, as I said, he bowled those last 5 deliveries for 29 runs, and that wasn't the game there. It was also the over before, but also Sazib Boyan's single over, that second over of the innings, 27 off that over. It really set the tone, and they never bounced back from there. Abu Farhad gets a wicket off his first over, but then he goes magical off his second over. Yeah,
well, Bohemians, they know they've got some work to do. They're going to be playing Brunel in match number 3 a bit later. They'll take a break here while we see the Tigers taking on the Barbarians. But yeah, they've got to come back strong in the day. Prague, well, they can take the rest of the morning off and come back nice and fresh tomorrow. But what a win that is. And they've sent out a statement.
They have indeed. It's basically said, hey, competition, you are going to have to follow us for this whole tournament. We don't want to chase. We don't want you guys in front of us. We're going to be the benchmark. You're going to have to follow us. And I guarantee every other club here at the ground who are coming here later today to play their games, their pros saying, thank goodness PCC have left the arena. They played one game today. We can now play our games because they are intimidating. They're an intimidating side.
Very much indeed. Well, look, we've got, because of that early finish, a bit of an extended break, around about 25 minutes before we come back. So we're going to take a break. We're going to mingle a little and talk to some of the players. Maybe I'll catch up and have a few words with Sudesh. Haven't seen him just yet. And we will be back. And when we come back, it will be the Prague Tigers taking on the Prague Barbarians. A bit of a Prague derby. So join me, Rico Full and Phil G, when we return in around about 25 minutes time.
and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to the Vintners Cricket Ground for match number 2 in this ECS Czechia Premier Division. Hope you're enjoying your Thursday so far, wherever you're watching from around the world. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you here under lovely sunny skies, lovely breeze coming across the ground as well. Player comfort level is actually pretty good, I'd have to say. So next match coming your way is Prague Tigers taking on the Barbarians. Big matches coming up for both teams, obviously looking to get a really good early start to this tournament, get a win on the board, and so they're not going to be chasing the rest of the pack. And the Barbarians, they've been a Division 1 team here in the local competition for a couple of years now. They do have other teams in the lower divisions, but the number 1 team last year had a breakout year, fantastic year for the Barbarians, almost snatched the local title here in T20 competition. This year, struggling just a little bit. Interested to see what sort of team they bring to this match against the Tigers, who also had a great year last year, although they were in a division below. They got the promotion to Division 1. This is a good clash coming up. Tigers, a club that's been around for a few years now, against a team, the Barbarians, who've been around for a long, long time. That club was born out of a beer garden conversation with a couple of expats, and now they are one of the premier teams, the clubs in the domestic scene here. I can't wait for this one. Charles Croucher's got the captains for the coin toss. Let's go over and see what happened.
Good morning. Thanks, Phil. Welcome to the toss for match 2 with Prague Tigers and the Prague Barbarians to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
You're gonna bat first.
Barbarians won the toss. They'll bat.
Well, there's an interesting one. So there you have it. The Barbarians, Devendra Singh is the captain for this match. He's decided to have a bat first. I think it's a really good shout, putting a lot of pressure on the Tigers straight away, making the Tigers chase. I think that's a good move for the Barbarians. I'm looking forward to this one. Looking forward to seeing if Divi can get amongst the runs as well, and their openers to make a really good start. Let's see how it goes. Let's get over to Rico Full in the commentary box. Rico, the news on the toss is Barbarians won the toss. Going to have a bat first. Over to you.
Thank you very much to Phil G, doing a fantastic job out there in the middle, as well as Charles Crouch, as we get ready for match number 2 of the Premier Division, where Prague Tigers are taking on the Barbarians. And I know that the Barbarians, they do have a Centurion in their side. Ben Rassi, he scored a century last year. He was their number 4 highest scorer at 382 runs. The Tigers themselves, they have Sagar Hussain last year, who scored 441. He was the second highest run scorer actually behind Saba. So expect to see some good players and some great batters. Talking about great batters, 1903, one of the greatest of all batters is born. And we're talking about Wally Hammond. His career was notable for some frightening periods of run scoring, and most notably the scores of 251, 232, 190 not out, and 177 in Australia in 1928 and 29, and then 227, 336 not out in New Zealand in 1932-33. Unsurprisingly, his average of 563 is a record for a series. In all, he made back-to-back Test centuries no fewer than 5 times, and his record of 7 double hundreds is 4th only to the likes of Don Bradman, Brian Lara, and Akuma Sakara. Hammond made over 50,000 first-class runs, and his medium paces were penetrating enough to bring 732 first-class wickets and 2 Test 5-4s. For good measure, he was one of the finest slip fielders in history and played football also for Bristol Rovers. Wally Hammond, and born on this day in 1903. That's quite a record with that. Speaking of records, I think we're certainly going to see some records broken here. The Barbarians just in front, according to the computer for this one, 51% to 49. So we're going to have another match starts in the Goldilocks zone, as the last one did between the Bohemians and of course Prague CC, but it didn't end that way, did it? It was a bit of a battering, it has to be said. There was big smiles on the faces of Prague CC, and it was nice to catch up with some of the players, not just from Prague CC, but from Bohemians as well. But Prague CC will now have the rest of the day off as the players make their way out into the middle. You will also notice one man, and yes, he is still standing. It's Venki, who is the captain of Vinaradi, and he probably had to be a little bit low-key with his celebrations. The winning team's captain. Oh, what a lovely moment it was for Venki as well. He is one of the umpires. He's with Joe Foster for this match, and Venki will be looking after the very first day with the first ball. But yeah, pleased for him. Somebody's given up a lot of his time to help out around the ground and get things ready. He was here during the T20 internationals, and also when he's not playing, he's working. And today he'll be doing some umpiring. So the umpires are out, or the grizzly men, as I call them. And, we're ready to get started here. And what a good start. I think the Barbarians, when we talked about them, they did finish 6th in the standings, so just missed out in qualifying. But they had a good record, in fact. They won 6 matches and lost 4, but still found a way to lose out to United, who won 4, lost 5, but they had that 1-0 result, which would have given them a couple of points. Finished on the same number of points, 21, but there was a better net run rate for United, so they would have felt a little bit hard done by that, having a slightly better win record than United, but they can forget about the past. It's all about the here and now. First runs on the board, and that was Devinder Singh. The captain gets off the mark. A bit of a missed field from the fielder. Ajat Alam is the bowler. And it's still that breeze around. I must say it's died down a little bit, not as strong as what it was halfway through that first match. The sun is out in the air, and gonna get lucky is the batter. It's not the easiest of chances to try and take, because the ball is going over the head of the fielder. That's hit high up the top of the bat. He was just not able to get hands onto it. That was Amin Hussain. So Jagin Vasant gives the chance, but it doesn't get taken. Wide ball call there by the umpire. Venki, there he is. Maybe you can have a close-up on Venki, the umpire standing at the bowler's end. And a very proud man, no doubt. He enjoyed his celebrations yesterday, that's for sure, here at the ground, and then also wherever they ended up. Danny was saying they probably would be going down to the down under, which Danny has talked a lot about. It's good delivery for those celebrations. Well bowled, good delivery. Johan Arm getting the ball in the right areas here to the 2 batters. Nicely bowled. And Singh gets beaten. That's to the infield, sort of in the hands and out. Would just be a single. Got backward point is one of the boundary fielders, and they've opted, like a lot of teams tend to, a mid-wicket. It's kind of in between, I would say, where a mid-wicket and a long on would be, sort of in between the two, trying to probably cover both the areas. It's sliced away, doesn't quite get it out the middle of the bat. The 2 fielders have to combine to make the stop. It gets past one, but it's nicely dealt with and backed up by the other. And once again, I know that we've already put a message on the chat, but thank you to everybody making us aware that there are a few issues in the sound. Not quite getting the enjoyment that you should because of some crackling, and we are. Now this is going to be very close. In fact, more than close, it's going to be out. It's suicidal running, really, for me. And was running into trouble and will be gone. Look at this. I mean, why he's trying to take this on. It's excellent fielding. There's no doubt about that. And that's Mahadi, who came in. The thing about Mahadi, he was always on the move. He saw that there was an opportunity that the batters might think about. He was on it quickly and got there, and he carries out the run out. So that's going to be the end of Vaishak. And this is it here. Very good, smart cricket, good work. Umpire Venki being made to make a call first time, and he gets it right, no doubt about it. And the Barbarians, well, a little bit of Barbarian running will, of course, the first wicket to go. It's going to be Vaishak who's going to go, and a fine time to welcome back into the commentary bunker. It's Phil G as we take a quick look at the Challenger Division.
Hello there, Rico. Hello to everybody watching around the world. Yes, Challenger Division ECC. It's coming your way in a couple months' time. It's getting closer and closer. Must be almost under 100 days now. I've lost count of where we're up to. I have to have a look at that one. Group 1 of the Challenger starts on Tuesday, the 7th of October. Group 2, this Saturday, the 11th of October, 4 days later. And 4 days after that will be finals day. And that is what I like to call the filling in the sandwich. That is going to be the European Cricket Championships this year, 2025, surrounded by the Premier Division games. So make sure you tune into that. It's going to be wonderful stuff. Nicely tucked off the pads there. Just nice and tight. What a good first over from Alam though. That was from Ajar Alam, not Mahadi Alam, who's bowling now.
There's a lot of alarms here. Alarm bells are ringing.
I was going to say, who can get that one in first? You've beaten me to the punch there, Rico. Well done, sir. You get that one. Rico won. Phil yet to score, and that is really well done. But Devendra Singh, he's been around for quite a while. He's a good friend of mine, Divi, and let's see how he goes here. Well, it's a no ball signalled straight away by the umpire. And have a look at this again. See, what was the no ball for? But straight away, the shout there has been made. Oh, there you go. Indicates that it is a front foot no ball. Umpire gesturing, firstly, for the bowler, just to say this is where you landed your foot. Well, he's trying to show the bowler, Rico, where he's landed. But the bowler is back at the top of his run-up.
I think
Joe, he's behind you.
Joe Foss is just trying to convince himself, but the bowler's walking. The bowler's not even there. He don't care.
Oh no! Free hit coming. Here we go. Doesn't really get much of that at all. Real just hits that one out towards square. Looking for 2. They'll turn and they should get 2 comfortable there. They're happy just with the double there. Yeah, poor old Joe Foster forgot that the bowler had walked off. Oh no, they're going to take another one. Buzzers, there's one there as the throw is fumbled at the bowler's end. So it's going to end up being 3 from the free hit. 7 for 1. Sorry, up to 10 for 1. Scoreboard just catching up with me there. 10 for 1. And, well, it's good to see Satya Sen Gupta out there. I'm a big fan of this player, and I'll tell you why, because he's been around a few clubs. He's been in and out of the national team. He was a opening bowler for the national team as well. I was so glad to see him in Barbarian outfit. He's at the match striker's end. How was that? Emphatic appeal given eventually. Oh, umpire had a bit of a think about that one. In the end, he says, Devendra Singh, you're done. You're cooked. And I've seen enough, and raises the finger very slowly. Tigers on a roll here. They've got 2 inside the first over and a half. Yeah, huge appeal. They were sure of it, were the Tigers. And let's have a look at it here. It's kind of skidded through. And let's have a look at the impact here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think... I mean, the bowler does go pretty wide and angles the ball in. And that's what I think Joe Foster was thinking about. You know, the height, I think, isn't an issue. I think the question is if the ball is going to go on from impact and go on and hit the stumps. And Joe Foster thinks hard about it and then makes a decision. And Devendra Singh is going to be given out LBW for 2. Yeah, that's a big body blow for the Barbarians there as they lose one of their key batters here. Have a look at this. Is it doing too much? He does shuffle across a little bit there in front of the stumps. Umpire Joe Foster does take us an extra few seconds to check it out, and he then says, yep, I've seen enough. That is massive, massive wicket here. So Barbarians need to rebuild early on in this innings. And obviously shouts of run, run, run. Oh, now that was also close to a potential another run out. Tigers looking very sharp in the field this morning. They've had their wheat bix. They've come to the ground ready to win. Have a look at this. Oh, he was gone. Cooked. Bat's not even down. He was gone for all money. It's a good shot of that. Good work there from Fahad Shakil this time. Indeed. 11 for 2. Still 2 to come in this over. Mahadi Alam having an absolute belter of an over this one. in the slot, and that's picked up very nicely down the ground. 4 runs. Straight off the bat, always going to be 4. Just in that hitting zone to a man like Satyajit Sengupta. That is, well, that's bread for jam down the ground. Good shot.
It is a really nice shot. I love the way that he's got his head right on top of that ball, if you like. He's got eyes on it. Nice still head. He's right on top of the delivery. He plays a very nice shot for 4 runs. And they need that. They need a good partnership here to get them out of a little bit of a pickle that they're in. And, maybe Sengupta's the man to do it for the Barbarians.
Good delivery, good follow-up delivery, that one to finish off the over from Alam. Sengupta can't get that one away, and that is going to be 15 for 2 after 2. Just remember that the Barbarians won the toss and elected to bat first, and I'm sure this is not how they saw things unfolding when they won that toss earlier on.
Yeah, ground looks quite amazing, actually. It's been, once again, nice fresh cut. The outfield is pretty fast. We've seen that already, pretty rapid. And they're loving the views around the ground, whichever direction you look. If look straight down the ground, you see quite a busy road in the background, and just beyond that is where Phil told us the other day, is where the peacocks are, and to the right of us here, we've got the lovely clubhouse and Teletubby Hill, and then to the left again, some more of that golf course where the bunkers are. It's a beautiful, beautiful ground, beautiful setup, and loving our time here, and loving the action that we're seeing and going to see in the Premier Division. This is match 2 of that Premier Division. You can see some of the golfers out there and enjoying the scenery as well. Right, next over, looks like it's going to be Fahad Shakil to bowl his first.
Yeah, Shakil coming on now and just organising his field. It's going to be Mayank Purohit is going to be facing. He's only faced 1, got 1 off the mark straight away. Satyajit Sengupta at the non-strikers end. These two a fair bit on their shoulders now to try to restore something into this innings. Satish Gupta is next in. So between the 3 of those, should another look at 4, there's a lot of work to do for the Barbarians. It's full, it's slashed out very hard, and if you're going to try to swing at something wide, swing hard, and you get reward for effort. That is actually not a bad shot in the end. All the way along the ground. Look at this. Crash. Got every bit of that.
Yeah, nicely played. They've got plenty of bodies out there on the offside, but nobody can stop that. That's a maniac. Puro hit. Well, puro hit or pure hit. It was a pure hit.
It was. It's quite ironic that, yeah, you can simply... Does that translate from puro hit to a pure hit? Good follow-up deliver there. Bit of an effort ball, that one. You heard the little grunt coming through the effects mic as he pushes that one through just a little bit quicker. And puro hit doesn't get to play a square drive on that one.
That wind you can see, have a look at the flags there. Still playing around a fair bit, but the tree's certainly not playing around as much as before.
When you're standing out in the middle, it feels like the breeze is coming straight to you from the Zamek, but it's coming just to the left of the Zamek. But the bowlers running in, they're really feeling that. So the ball is probably slowing slightly when they're bowling into the wind. I tell you what, for a slow bowler, spin bowler, they would love to flight the ball into this breeze, and they will cause troubles. I'm not sure how many slow spin bowlers we've got in this in the Premier Division. We're going to see all teams today, so it'd be interesting to see. We saw Sakalain Mukhtar for the Bohemians. Didn't see any slow bowls for PCC. Let's see what the Tigers and Barbarians do in this game, though. Oh, and ambitious shout for How's that. You know, just sneak through for just the one. See if it's come off something. No. Venki indicates comes off the bat.
Yeah, he's had a swing. It did sound like he caught a bit of the bat because I think that's why the wicket keepers missed it. I think the keeper's thinking that's Usman Butler. This is going to go on and hit the stumps.
Yep.
It doesn't miss by that much. Hey, you know what issues I'm having at the moment, and
what's that?
I think I'm going to have to speak to somebody to see if they've got any of insect repellent because
it's those ants.
Yeah, I can live with them here because you know we sort of kind of gently flick them away of things and whatever.
Yeah.
I took a few back with me to the room.
Oh no!
I didn't realise. Now I did the classic. So
yeah,
what I normally do, I go back and take the stuff like my folder and my computer out the bag. I put it on the table on the desk in the room. Sort of open up, it's all ready, and then I'll shower or whatever and come back to it. And even though I shake everything here before we go, so I shake everything down because I don't want to take any of the ants back with me. Gone, by the way. I wish the ants would go as softly and as quickly as Pure Hit went here. Well, he did hit one purely, but this one he's edged back to the keeper. No mistakes there from Butt. Butt will hold on to the cat. And it's another one that bites the dust, and it's a soft dismissal. He just couldn't deal with these deliveries from Farhad Shakil. He played and missed, played and missed. You see the problem here is look how he takes himself away from the ball. He takes a couple of steps, so he's reaching for this one, and it's just a simple dismissal being executed there by the Prague Tigers. So the Barbarians 20 for 3 as Manyak makes his way back. But yeah, so I gave everything a good shake, packed it in the bag, got back, left everything out. And when I came back, I just sat down after the shower to do a bit of work. And I felt things on my legs. And when I looked, it was ants. So I think my room is now infested by ants.
Oh, no. You've got some Vinage ants in the at Hotel Duo. That's not good to hear. Not good at all. Very unlucky not to get another wicket there. That was a cracking over there. Just a reminder, the power play was done. 20 for 3 in the power play. You see there on the board, on the graphic in front of there, 4, 11, then a 5. And losing wickets in the first, second and third over. And that is not good for the Barbarians. They need a rebuild here. They need to stop the rot because they're losing wickets in every over. Maybe this is the over where they don't lose a wicket. Hit hard. That is... Oh, it's going to be just goes across the boundary line. So a very welcome boundary here this time. And it's that man, Satyajit Sengupta, who leans into this one and crashes it to the boundary line square. And they need this man to stand up. He's been a Spartan player. He's also played for the Burno Cricket Club. He's been around for quite a while. He's a wicket taker. He's an all-rounder. And he's a really nice guy too. He's one of my good mates here in Czech cricket. And yeah, like I said, he's been around for quite a while. Also in and out of the national team. I think he's out of the national team now, but he was thereabouts. Pretty much a familiar face around sort of 19, 20, 21. And done a very good job as well.
Yeah, he plays a nice shot. And it looks like the two Guptas are going to have to go. Well, maybe the two Guptas can make the partnership. You've got Seni Gupta. He's being joined by Satish Gupta, who's yet to face.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a lost pill. That Grizzly has gone a lot further into the undergrowth than we realised. So we're going to look for a replacement, I think.
It's got itself buried over there. I tell you what, while we're waiting, I've got a question. I always have a question. You're going to like this one.
All right.
Who has the best bowling figures for any test at Lord's? So the best bowling figures in a test at Lord's. There you go. That's a better way of putting it.
Oh, names popping into the head.
There's a lot. There's a lot in that.
There's a lot. Yeah.
I was. It wasn't who I would have guessed. I must admit. When I looked at this, I thought, oh, is that right? And then having thought about it, thought, yeah, actually, yeah, I kind of remember it. And the reason why, when I reveal the answer, I'll tell you why I didn't remember it, because this particular player also did something else quite exceptional in the same match, and I remember that more than the bowling figures. But yeah, it's a few years ago, I'll give you that, but the best bowling figures or test bowling figures at Lord's.
Oh, that's a good question.
Who has that record? And that's to all of you in the chat as well, just for fun. And while we're just trying to sort things out here from, I don't actually know, they do have a ball out there now, so not really sure what the issue is.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what's happening there, but that's okay. We'll get to the bottom of that. We'll figure it out. Just take a moment here.
We can have a little chat, and I think our colours work really well here together. I've gone with the orange. Jackets are gone, people, because it's pretty warm. It might come back on a little bit later. The wind picks up a bit, but nice to have you with us, and it's nice to have you back.
Thank you.
And I know that you've had a couple of days off. We started talking about what you did on your days off. Why don't you enlighten us what you got up to?
I did miss out on the Challenger division completely, but I kept the chat company. I was popping there for a fair bit. Yesterday I was doing a fair bit of prep work, and the day before for us today. And of course this nice little gift from Prague, from my family to yourself, to say, Rico, you need to have a bit of a takeaway.
I'm loving this.
Have a look at this.
This is fantastic. Look at that. Now, Renata, I want to say a very big thank you to you for
Mrs. G,
for making me very happy. And you know what? Something's going to get put to good use. How about this?
There we go.
This is the...
There we go. There's
the real McCoy as well.
Logo. Yep, that's the real McCoy.
I think my orange juice will taste fine out of this a bit later on. Actually, talking about this, I know it'll be a big one.
Yeah.
You know what day it is today?
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday. And this particular Thursday is International Martini Day. It's
Is it?
World Martini Day. I'll have a big one in this a bit later. That'd be a proper martini, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure about a martini in that. Yeah, okay. Well, let me know if you do. Take a few selfies because that could be something for the scrapbook if you put martini in that.
If I'm having a martini that size, I'm not having one alone. You're going to be in there with me. That's for sure. No, thanks for these. These are fantastic.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I've got the proper official merchandise now. And yeah, thanks to Mrs. G.
Yeah, a lot of people sort of like the lagers and their pilsners and their IPAs. Obviously, Pilsner, it comes from Pilsen, which is where also one of our clubs is based in Pilsen, an hour on the train out of Prague, and that is the oldest brewery and one of the most well-known around the world where Pilsners are originated from. There's a bit of trivia there for you. As we're back to the action, it looks like things have been sorted. We're about to restart, and that's going to be good for everybody because we're 3.2 overs in, and at the moment, Tigers completely on top of this contest.
They certainly are. All right. Back to the action. Back to Mahadi Alam.
Continues now. That's been punched in towards the covers. Andrew Ryder comes off and collects that one. Just the one run. As it's, well, it's a fair bit of work there for... Oh, I see what the problem actually was. We had a bit of a problem with who was facing the deliveries. And it looks like it was Satyajit Singh Gupta who was the wicket that fell. And it wasn't Purohit. So I think the scorers might have just got that round the wrong way. So it was Satyajit Singh Gupta who was caught by Usman Butt from Shakil for 7.
Oh no, I need Tipex.
Yeah, so we've gone back just a little bit to correct that and come forward again. So Purohit and Gupta are still there. So apologies to that, folks. We've now corrected it. The correct batters are out there. And unfortunately for Satyajit Singh Gupta, he doesn't get to stick around. I was going to be a bit happy to sort of talk about him and about his wickets he's taken, runs. We'll hold that to the next time we see him because his day with the bat, well, his match with the bat is done and dusted. It's 26 for 3 halfway through.
My scoring sheets are done and dusted as well. Real mess of that now. Look, everybody says I should use a pencil.
You're in trouble there. I can see a lot of scribble marks. Oh no. Clipped up nicely. Fielder gets down. It does bounce off the body, so they're going to take a second on the misfield, and they get back nicely. Good running there.
I have to tell you, I don't know if you were listening. I know you've been busy, but I did have a coffee. Thank you very much to Danny who brought me one along.
Oh yeah.
I liked it.
Yep.
I suggest you have a try.
I'll try. Okay.
Have a try.
I'll have a try.
A nice glass full of ice. It's not too herbally. It's got that little bit of aniseedy bit taste to it, but very refreshing. So it was nice. I'm not going to have that today, though. I think the martini still is number one choice. But yeah, it is International Martini Day today. I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment as that one gets through. So yeah, do you prefer it dry, dirty? I didn't know about dirty. Shaken or stirred? Or not stirred, as the question may be. And of course, we are talking about National Martini Day. It's a special occasion to enjoy their favourite version of their classic martini cocktail. And it was originally called the Martinez, named after the Californian gold rush for the town of Martinez. That's where it was invented. Played away will just be a single. And yeah, where it was invented, early martinis were made with wine, gin, and an olive, but since have expanded to many exciting flavours. So there you go, everybody. A bit later on, when you're not working and when you're not going to be going out driving anywhere, enjoy a nice martini.
Are you a martini drinker?
I must admit, not really. I mean, I'll have one today if I'm sure that I'll be able to have one today. And it's a nice day to have one. But yeah, not really, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm the same. I've had a few martinis in the past. It's not my thing, not my palate. But I know they're a very popular drink, whether you like them shaken or stirred. I'm sure you enjoy the favourite drink of James Bond, because he doesn't mind one of those. 2 of those maybe, with a lot of olives. Apparently olives, yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the thing for me. It's the whole, we've got vegetables in my alcoholic drink. Not sure what that's about. 5th over starts.
I've got a confession to make. I know it's not the last match, and I know that that this has a PG rating. But when I did look up martini, some other things came up which took me by surprise. I'm thinking that's a funny martini.
Did you misspell martini or something? Did you type in mankini or something? That's probably what you've done. You've typed in mankini.
No, you can do it now. I know what I typed in, and what came up was not what I was expecting.
Okay.
I didn't know they had such words for things like that. But anyway, moving on. Let's stay with the cricket.
Well, we're giving the chat a bit of homework now. We've asked them that question about who's got the best bowling figures at Lords, and now need to try to find out what on earth was Rico looking at when he looked for Martini. There you go, chat. Homework. Go for it. And that's nicely clipped off the toes. Has it gone far enough? It hasn't. It's a 1-2 catch juggle and taken. So it looked good off the toes, but it didn't have the right elevation. And in the end, that's a pretty good catch down the ground. Watch this in the background here. It's going to go high and down into the hands of the fielder. Watch this, and it's a 1 and the 2 grab. Manages to keep the ball in front of his eyes, so that's actually a really good catch. I think that's Sojib Nihar down there, who does have a safe pair of hands. Yeah, albeit he took 2 bites of the cherry, but he still got the catch.
He took the catch, and, well, pure hit. It wasn't quite pure enough to beat the fielder. He will this time, so this time he is gone. And he'll go for 11. So the struggles continue for the Barbarians, losing another wicket. They just cannot get a partnership going, can they? And they keep on finding a way of losing wickets. The power and the timing just doesn't seem to be there for them.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's you see these shots they're not getting value for shots. We're just seeing a real struggle of the batters here. It's unusual from the Barbarians. And also, we have not had a Maximo yet, and we've only had 3 4s. Which goes to exactly what Rico's saying. That's a terrific bit of glove work there. Sensational. Had no right to bring that one in, and does really good. That's Usman Butt there. Watch this. Takes off, hits down to the ground. Just out of shot there, but he's cleanly taken that one-handed in the left hand and flings it back to the bowler. As sharp as you like. Good work. Good glove work there.
It's played nicely, but it will be to a fielder. Looking sharp and up and about here, the Tigers, aren't they?
They are looking very sharp indeed. I'm enjoying this. And up and about is really right. There's chat in the field. There's smiles on the faces. They're backing up everyone. They're clapping. They're talking. They're really fired up. And this is the first year that they're in Division 1 of the local competition. And it just shows their growth as a club. And they're taking on one of the stalwarts, one of the oldest clubs in the domestic competition in the Barbarians. Barbarians been around since, well, I think I said during my introduction, they started in a beer garden many, many years ago. I played for them first in 2007. That's how far back they go, but they were already around for a couple of years before then as well. Hello to everybody. Welcome you back into the comms area here. Myself, Phil G, alongside Rico Full, taking you through this action in match number 2. And we're here all day for you as well. And so far, as I'm just describing, the Tigers having it all their own way over the Barbarians.
Yeah, they remind me of a little bit like Moravian when we saw them for the first time. Very, very loud, very bubbly, very energetic. And, of course, we know that Moravians had a very good first day in that Chan division. So, who knows, the Tigers are off to a good start. But still, a lot of cricket still to be played here.
Indeed, a lot of cricket. Yeah, I totally agree with that. But I'm loving what I'm seeing about the Tigers. The Barbarians, as I was saying, they've been around for many, many years. Danny used to play in the Barbarians. I actually recruited him to the Barbarians back in 2009. Saw him playing a game, and I said, we need him in our team. This one goes up in the air, and it's going to be another catch taken. It is indeed. There is a lot of celebration and noise now as Ajar Alam gets around and takes that catch. That is the 5th wicket to fall. Barbarians now, their middle order is getting exposed and they're not standing up. I cannot believe that's 5 down for the Barbarians. I mentioned earlier they haven't had a great domestic season here after a fantastic year last year where they almost snatched the title, and it was only weather that stopped them getting the title. But this year they're not doing so well, and what I'm seeing so far, I'm seeing a team that has come up in the domestic rankings, taking on a team that's been around for quite a while, and they're getting over them, and the Barbarians are crumbling. Yeah,
Akhtar Zaman gets a wicket off his very first ball. And disappointment for Bilal Samad is, well, he's trying to tell his side of the story. Nobody's buying it. Another one goes 31 for 5 here. The Barbarians, they're in danger of not batting out the 10 overs.
They're in big trouble. They really are. They're in real hot water at the moment. They're losing wickets regularly. This is the start of the 6th. They lose another wicket. It was only that 4th over they didn't lose a wicket. They lost a wicket in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th and 6th overs. And this is not good at all. We're over halfway through the balls to be bowled. Still haven't got 50 on the board yet. Only 32. Swings hard, doesn't he? But goes straight to the player. It's kind of, that's the Barbarians. Oh no, there's going to be a run out here. It's That is one of the worst run outs you'll see. The non-strike is absolutely filthy. Oh no, that is absolutely terrible. It's such a simple run out. Yes, no, hesitation. There was never a second run there, and that is the 6th wicket to fall.
Yeah, they're just their own worst enemy at the moment here, the Barbarians. Barbaric stuff on the Barbarians. Smiles all around for the Tigers. I mean, here's the hit here. There was a slight misfield, but it's a very quick recovery from Shoaib Mia. Gets the throw in, and, well, unfortunately, it's got to be said, he gets well and truly barbecued, doesn't he? Because he comes out, he gets a run, and then his partner Gupta says, yeah, we're going. Starts to go and says, no, I'm going back. And he just couldn't make it back, so another one bites the dust. And Javed will go. Trouble continues.
It's a wide ball there. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Barbarians can do now. They just look completely out of sorts, and I can see the batter just at the corner of my eye. He is absolutely ropeable. He's so filthy, but at the same time, if he's going to respond to a call like that, then the call is no. He had good vision to see that there was never going to be 2 there. It's tough. Oh, shouts of how's that? They think there was something on that. And then they realise it was just a really good ball, so there's claps around the ground as Gupta swings and misses. Oh yeah, a lot of distance between bat and ball. You can see it very clearly there. Just an ambitious appeal. Maybe save those for the Red Cross. I think they need them more than anyone else. 33 for 6, halfway through the 6th. Barbarians in a very deep hole. It's been a miss hit. Going to get a single here. That's good work in the field to knock it down. Just stops it getting past for any more. And it's Ajay Alam who took a catch just earlier on. Yeah, Tigers are absolutely bouncing at the moment. They must be so enthralled with this this contest and thinking we're going to be chasing something in the 50s or 60s if we keep this up. Could even bowl them out, as you said just a few moments ago, Rico.
Yeah, it could be. Javed, yeah, he's still almost guys this into the glove of Butt. This is Pandya. Have a look at this. This is so close to go straight into the glove.
That's ridiculously close, isn't it? You're right. He's almost played it straight into, and the way that wicketkeeper is playing, I honestly thought he was going to have that. Watch this again from the reverse angle, just to give you an idea how close it was. That was really super close. So a welcome boundary anyway. So Pandya kicks things along here with a boundary. You're going to need plenty more of those. Tries to go downtown. It's 1 bounce and 4 runs. So back-to-back boundaries now. So Neil Pandya, who's been around the trappings here for quite a while here in Prague, playing for the Barbarians. They'll be looking for him to try to steady things on. He's a quality act. He's a good player. And if they're going to turn to someone, they're going to have to turn to him. And his counterpart, who is Satish Gupta at the other end. Piyush Bisht is set next to come in. I know he can swing the ball, swing the bat pretty hard. And after that, we're pretty much into the bowling, into the tail. So there's a fair bit there. Have a look at that. It's a very sorry looking batting card there. Best score is put a hit with that 11 from 10. And apart from that, there's not a lot to talk about. Saeed Fariz Javed, that could be getting run out for nothing. That's tough. That's really harsh. It was a shame that happened because he was, he was being positive. He was looking to get runs, and he just got absolutely barbecued. I saw Dave in the chat say barbecued ? That's what we're saying. He was barbecued. I'll let everyone in the chat watching. Johnny here, I can see you in there. Thanks again to the chat for keeping Rick and I informed about the sound problems we had earlier. Hopefully we've corrected that, but you let us know if we haven't or if it starts again. Club down the ground. It's through the fielder. It doesn't get across the boundary line though. That was close. It's just the one. And the score is now, well, it's trotting along just far. At least things have settled down with a couple of boundaries after the last over. There were 2 wickets, 2 wides and 2 fours in that last over. So it's all happening. This one goes out to the leg side. It's in the air and it bounces just in front of the fielder who doesn't go in for the catch. Elects to protect the boundary. He does a good job indeed. So this is Shakil in his 2nd over now. Picked up a very good wicket earlier on when he managed to get amongst the wickets and get rid of Satyajit Singh Gupta in his previous over. Looking to add to that tally now. 44 for 6. Well, waits on that one. Came to him a little bit slower than he thought. And that is the first 6 of the innings out of the ground. Well, Satish Sengupta has struck that beautifully. And I can't believe I'm saying that for the Barbarians. In the 7th over, it's the first 6 of the game.
Yeah, and he does hit this well, doesn't he? Not the biggest of guys, does he? When you look at, in fact, when you look at both of these out there, it looks like we're seeing 2 juniors, a bit of junior cricket, but he's given that a good club, a good hit, and it's a good way to bring the 50 up on the board. Nicely struck. And my question for you people saying, well, remind us of the question again. The question was, who has the best bowling figures in a test at Lord's? That was my question, and we'll reveal the answer in a little while.
50 for 6 halfway through the 7th. About that question, I'm remembering Glenn McGrath putting together, I think, a 7 for. Does that ring bells to the chat? 7 for 28. Don't Google the answer. That's too easy. Anyone can do that. Let's have it. We're testing your cricketing prowess and testing your cricketing knowledge and maybe a bit of your memories as well. So for me, I'm straight away remembering Glenn McGrath's 7. I think it was 7 for 28. It might have been 6 for 28. Chat might try and help me out with that one. But I wonder if that's the best. I don't know if it's the best, but that's the one that comes to mind straight away. Although Rico did say it was a few years ago, so nothing recent. That's the only hint that we've got for you. I don't know the answer, but that's what I was thinking. It possibly could be, but I bet someone has picked up an 8 for, but I don't know. But I'm thinking Glenn McGrath was the one I was thinking about because he put that in that really good. He either bowled either 6 or 7 for about 28 runs. I remember that, but I reckon someone has done 8
yeah.
for.
I thought exactly the same, and it's a good answer, but not actually the right answer.
Okay.
And, what about in the chat? Anybody in the chat? Any ideas?
Yeah, how are we going there?
Any ideas in the chat? So, the best figures, bowling figures. I think we're having another bit of a. What's happening here now?
Okay, there's another little. Just pausing for a moment. Not sure what's going on there, but we'll try and find out what the problem is. Just to let everyone in the chat as well. Just also want to just shout out to Wayne. I've noticed, Wayne, you've changed your name, and so. Wayne, we're going to call you Wayne, who shall be known as Wayne. And that's all we're going to call you now, all the time. You're not just going to be Wayne. You are now Wayne, who shall be known as Wayne. Or just Wayne, known as Just Wayne.
Just Wayne is good, isn't it?
He's Just Wayne.
Just Wayne.
There you go.
Yeah, Just Wayne.
Hello to Just Wayne in the chat. Hello to everyone else in the chat. Johnny He, Dave B's in there as well. And everyone else, if you've got a blue spanner or not, it doesn't matter. You're more than welcome. We'd love to have you keeping us company.
Wayne is saying for you, and a few other people have said, feels like it's been fixed now. It's only been fixed because you all brought it to attention. I know that when I was in with Danny, a few people said there was an issue, and we told production they looked like they sorted it, but obviously it wasn't a permanent fix. Let's hope that this one is, and that your enjoyment of the action coming to you from Prague of this European Cricket Series, the Premier Division, and doesn't get spoiled anymore. And Julian Dawson saying he was there for that, but McGrath is not the best. See my earlier answer. Yeah.
Okay, well, have a look at that. Shakil continues now. Now there was an edge on that, and the batter has to go. Umpire raises the finger and says, I've heard that. Pandya, well, he tries to get things going, has Pandya, but unfortunately he just gets a very thick, healthy edge. Keeper doing a really good job behind the stumps. I think he's having a good game so far. Unfortunately, he missed out on a catch just a few overs ago, a few balls ago, literally. But it was a tough chance. It was like a late cut played by Neil. And this time, though, he comes undone. He's caught behind. Thick edge. Just for a moment, I think the batter was thinking, yeah, did I get something on that? Didn't want to face the umpire. Knew he'd got an edge on that one. Look at that. So turns his back, puts his bat down, then turns around and says, yep, I'm done. So a couple of fours to his name, but not enough. It's 52 for 7 now as the Barbarians slide deeper and deeper into this hole that they've dug for themselves. We're not even out of the 7th over. It's 52 for 7.
Yeah, it was my concerns. Would they make it all the way through? Would they get bowled out? I think it's looking very likely that the Tigers on their first outing, they are hungry. And they are hungry for the victory. And they're certainly making, at the moment, easy work of the Barbarians. Shakil and is bowling well, 2 for 13. Bishit is the batter that's come out, and he's out there with Gupta. Gupta is there, but I mean, you know he has got the power to get one away. But he needs to do a little bit more than that. Bishop gets off the mark. It's the end of the over. 7 overs done. 53 for 7. Julian Dawson, I'm going to say it's not the answer that I have, Julian. Not the answer that I have, but good answer. Again, I know where you're coming from, but not the answer that I have. Shall we? I tell you what, why don't we put it up so then everybody can see what it is?
Okay.
And so, of course, we were talking about the best figures for any test at Lord's. 1978, the finals all-rounder and a performance in Botham's career. Not content with the first innings century, Botham took 8 for 34 in the second innings as Pakistan were demolished by an innings in the second test at Lord's. So with the ball swinging all over the place, Botham was close to being unplayable. Harun Rashid was bowled through the gate by an in-swinger that Botham rated as one of the best balls he bowled in his career. His figures remain the best in any Lord's test. Of course, Ian Botham. Only yesterday, of course, we were talking about another great all-rounder, Kapil Dev, because yesterday, of course, was on this day yesterday that 1983, when India won the World Cup, and Kapil Dev was amazing in that one. So two guys that had a lot of battles out there with each other as well, but I know they have a lot of mutual respect for one another as well, Ian Botham and Kapil Dev. So Ian Botham is the answer.
Wide ball there. Yeah, I wouldn't have picked Botham. Absolutely wouldn't have picked him. But I think you said it as well, Rico, when you found out the answer, is that you thought, would never have said Ian Botham. Would never thought he would hold that record. There you go.
There you go, Ian Botham. I was same as Hugh Maguire. I thought, yeah, it's got to be. And Headley was a good shout as well, but not the best.
Interesting. Okay. So hit down the ground here. Barbarians searching for runs here as we get towards the end of the innings. They're 7 down, 56 now on the board coming up. And Ahmed has got the duty here in his second over to try to keep the brakes on. And it's, well, Satish Gupta is still out there, 13 from 12. Bisht has now joined him. And I know Bisht, he can give the ball a bit of a bash. Not on that occasion. I think that's gotten through everyone. Or did he get a little something on that? No, it's wides. And 4 of them. That's what we like to call a mini-mo.
Mini-mo.
Look at this.
Yeah, it says it's just outside the line, called a wide. And BDI there of the umpire, Joe Foster. And, oh, okay, well done. Rahul said he's been saying both of them for so long. Well done, Rahul. It's just for fun. And Julian Dawson saying, I was looking at the best for a whole test. Yeah,
okay.
You got to listen to the question properly, Julian. And I think Vinny Sandy made the mistake the other day when he was like, but. I said, no, you didn't hear the question right.
Yeah, I remember that one. Indeed. Good dot ball, good follow-up there. Ahmed's bowling with good fire, good pace. 61 for 7 in this, the 8th over, and looks like the Barbarians are not going to put a big score on the board. Yeah, it's a good question, that one. And yeah, you're right. Listen to all of the question. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Wait for the whole question, because that's what you do, Rico. Sometimes you say at this ground or in this particular tournament, that's what you got to listen to. In the air. Chance. Oh, never in position. Had to literally had to pirouette 180 degrees in the last split second before the ball came down out of the sky, and that's been put down. That's a bit of a howler. That should have been taken.
Cosmos is saying, what's the name of the commentators? Well, the commentators are here to fulfill your desires.
Nice one, Rico. Very nice, that one. That's also a nice one too. Guided perfectly past the fielder there, backward a point, and it goes across the boundary line. Generous applause from the dugout here as they watch this one go. Look at this, close to the body. He's played that really well. That looked good.
It's a very good shot from Bichette. Yes, Cosmos. So Rico full here with Phil G. You've been spoilt for men in the box. Vinny Sandhu's been here. We've had Danny Hudacek as well. And even Shoban, or Shubi, was here as well. And a lot of commentators based here in Czechia, where, of course, we're going to have a very first commentators convention, maybe, as we have a quick look at the worm. And just the acceleration not happening, 67 for 7. Can they survive and not be bowled out? That's the question that we're asking. With 2 overs to go, they have lost 7 wickets. Good shot.
Crunch, taking it from middle stump. and has absolutely smacked that one across the boundary line, across the covers for 4. That's a great shot. Risky, exposes all the stumps, steps away to leg side, and hammers that one. Really puts the real proper well into that one. So this is some good rearguard action here. It is now the 9th, and Gupta needs to step up here. He and Bisht, they need to stay there towards the end. You never know, they can get themselves into the 90s, or dare I say, possibly even triple digits. We'll see. Well, goes to play that little gentle shot, trying to find the gap between the keeper and third, because third is up inside the circle. So once you get it past third, if you can get into that gap, it will run away using the pace of the bowler as well. So it's a clever shot to go for, but if you don't execute it, it's a dot ball.
Yeah. You got to feel a little bit for both these batters here now, because you can't be too risky either. They know that they lose a few wickets, things to go badly, but that's gone very well. And Satish Gupta this time goes down the ground. He gets this beautifully out the middle. Shaba Ginna Sona Shakalagya.
Yeah, the dugout is saying that's more like it. That's the Barbarians we know. 77 for 7. It's all the 7s on the board now. Here in the 9th, 3 to come in this over. Alarm gets taken downtown. Good comeback though. Oh, a really good comeback. There was a bit of a growl there out in the field. I think it was the batter who was filthy with himself for missing that one. He knew he had to connect. So it's a 4, it's a dot, a 6, a dot. Need to put a string of boundaries together, these two. Need to really get the acceleration going.
Jules saying you met Ian Botham last week. Tell us more, Jules. Tell us more. How did that happen?
Who's the most famous high-level, say, test match player that you've met?
Good question.
Who would that be?
I look, for whatever reason, I can't say that I've been around places where I've had the opportunity to meet good high-profile players. I've seen Gatting a lot, because Gatting used to have a place there at La Manga.
Okay.
Botham's been around there as well.
Yeah.
We used to have the Lord Taverners come down, so they used to be there. But my best worst, I mean, this is going back a while. At a guess, I'm going to say it was around 88. It was, we were, with my club, we were touring Barbados, and it was at the same time that Pakistan were there having a test, and we were at the Kensington Oval. And, we were there, we watched some of the matches, whatever. Then we went to a bar afterwards, and the entire West Indies team turned up there.
Wow.
I was in heaven, because I was talking to the likes of Curtly Ambrose, who at that time was, coming into things. Courtney Walsh was there, and then meeting people like Greenwich and Haynes. Wow, it was fantastic. And Clive Lloyd, of course.
Yeah.
That was amazing. I'll never forget that. So
that's incredible.
So I know, there's times when you meet individuals, but to meet the whole team, and they were just, as you would imagine, they were so cool. They were so cool.
They really are, actually, as a bunch, aren't they?
They were so chilled, so cool. And at the time, remember, they were the greatest team in the world. They were just unbelievably good.
Very true. That is the end of the 9th, and it's 78 for 7 after 9. So I think expecting maybe to get into the 100 is probably a bit off now, because that over finished very nicely. Despite the 4 and the 6, there were still 3 dots and just a single there. So Ajay Lamy finishes the over very, very well. And you're going to turn the corner now into the last over to be bowled of the innings. Barbarians need plenty. And it starts with a feathered edge. And the batter is walking even before Joe Foster, the umpire, puts up the finger and says, yeah, you're gone, you're done. That's the 8th wicket to fall. And things getting really difficult now. That is going to be, I think it's, Satish Gupta, who was pretty set, 24 from 18. He was looking pretty good. Hit those couple of boundaries in the previous over, but he's done now.
Yeah, good, straightforward catch from Usman Butt. Good bit of bowling outside the off. Look, Satish Gupta, it's just a shame that he never really had a partner who could stay out there with him. He's got nothing to be dissatisfied about. He should be pretty proud of his efforts. 24 of 19, 2 6s, 1 4, but nobody really got in there with him. He was trying to do it alone. 8 down now, with still 5 balls to come in the innings.
Incredible stuff. Really good from the Tigers. They have bowled out of their skins here in this game, and I think they have pretty much shocked the Barbarians. The Barbarians really didn't know where to turn, and this last over, well, they could still get bowled out here. Club nicely. And the fielder gets out there and gets that one. and rifles the throw back in to make sure there's not a chance for a second there. Cosmos in the chat is asking, where is the ground in Czechia? Well, this ground is in Prague. It's called Vinor, which is spelled Vinor, but the R has a special little accent on it, so you pronounce that R, which is not easy for expats to get their heads around, believe me, at the best of times. But that's where we're at. From the centre of the town, probably about 12 or 15 kilometres as the crow flies to the northeast of the centre of the city. To get here by public transport, well, that's another conversation. Could take a while because it's you know, you got to take a bus, you got to take a train, you got to do a few things to get here. But it's not that far from the centre though. Yeah,
Jules has come back. He said it was an evening with held at Scunthorpe, and he reminds us that it's a football club that where Ian Botham used to play. Thanks for that, Jules. And I'm sure it was a fantastic evening. He said he's still waiting for the pictures to come. But yeah, well done. Thanks for sharing that with us. And well, it's right on cue as, of course, this is the day where Ian Botham did take those 8 wickets, the best bowling figures there at Lord's.
I met face to face with Rodney Marsh.
Okay.
And he was walking around the streets of Melbourne with Dennis Lilly, just doing sightseeing, and I ran into Rodney Marsh. But I literally ran into him. He was eating a meat pie, and we both wore it. and Rodney Marsh didn't say anything. He just looked at his hand where the pie was smushed. Yeah. He looked at me. I had some of that pie like on the side of my face and on my shirt. He had it on his as well. Dennis Lilly said, I won't say what he said because it was a bit, you know, not PG. And then he just stepped forward. He just said, "Are you okay, mate?" And I was 11 years old. I didn't know what to say. Well, I know what to say there, and that is gone. Capital G-O-R-N-E, gone. The middle sub's pinged back. The final ball of the innings is a wicket, and the Tigers have taken the sword to the Barbarians, and they have cut them to shreds here. They still got to come out and make these runs, but make no mistake, that is not what the Barbarians envisaged when they won the toss and elected to bat first. 80 for 9 after 10.
Yeah, and Akhtar Uzman finishes with 3 for 14. Fahad Shakil also picked up a 2 for 14. A really good performance there from the Tigers. Not just their bowlers, but I think in general, the whole way they went about the innings, they were buzzing with energy, and the adrenaline was flowing, and they played very well as a team. And you can see them there. They're walking off very happy with their start. Well, this was the craziest of run-outs, really. Excellent work there done by the fielder, Mahadi Alam, who came across to get the run-out. And then after that, there was no looking back. And this was the LBW, where Joe Foster, well, he thought about it long and hard. And in the end, I think he probably does make the right decision there. I think the ball probably is going to go on and hit the stumps. Just couldn't get going. There was only Satish Gupta who was able to score 24 of 19. Never really had a partnership to give him any support.
Indeed, and it was just carnage. That's probably the best way to describe what we're seeing here. Just no support whatsoever, no partnerships. And if you're not going to make partnerships, you're going to struggle to make runs. For the Tigers, though, it was just a great display in the field. Great display with the ball. That was not such a good display with the field. Attempted a bit of foot fielding there. And there was a couple little highlights here and there for the Barbarians. That's not one of them, as Sojia Mia juggles a catch but holds it nonetheless. But there was another good catch here. This was like literally a few balls later. And it was just a procession. And it makes it so tough when you don't have the partnerships.
Yeah, partnerships are everything in the game. Partnerships and confidence. And when wickets are falling, I mean, this was a proper barbecue job done on Javed. You can see why he was disappointed. Though Phil was absolutely right. If you're a batter and you don't feel you can get there, you don't have to sacrifice your wicket. You can turn around and simply say no. That was a good hit. That was when Gupta smashes a nice one away. But this is the way another batter would go. Gets a little edge on this. Gupta himself would go in very much the same way. That one was squeezed away. That was a nice looking shot, actually. Beautifully played. Satish Gupta was the man who was, at least he gets him into the grady 80s. And then trying to really white this one away, get the edge on it, would have to depart. And with Gupta gone, we didn't think too many more were going to come at the end. And then Akhtar Zaman finishing things off by knocking over the timber. Jog their footness style. And the Tigers, they were hungry for action this morning. They were hungry to tuck into the Barbarians, and they did just that. And Barbarians 80 for 9 at the end of their 10 overs. And the Tigers, well, they'll be looking to roar, not just to a victory, but let's face it, we could see another match where all 4 points are taken by the one side. Though, having said that, the Barbarians, maybe they'll come back and say, well, actually, we're a bit more of a bowling and fielding side than we are batting, and maybe they could cause the Tigers a few issues as well. Quick look at that scorecard. Oli Gupta to talk about, 24 of 19. On the bowling front here, though, when you look at that, the only thing that would be disappointing for me if I was a Prague Tigers supporter is 15 extras. No balls too, 10 wides, but all the bowlers, bowl really well. Even the likes of Ajay Alam doesn't take a wicket, 0 for 15. But the pick has to be there. Akhtarzaman, who takes 3 for 14, supported well there by Fahad Shakil as well. And you can see between them, they took 5 wickets for 28. That's pretty good going. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with a reply from the Tigers, who will be looking and hungry to get the 81. And they'll be looking to do that inside 7 overs and walk away with all the points for the second time in the day in the start of this Premier Division. Join myself and Phil G back. We'll be here in 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. We are of course in Prague, and I tell you what, I am on the day of tomorrow and I will be going to the Prague Castle. Let me tell you a little bit about it here. It's the largest in the world, built in the 9th century. These famous halls have been hosted, kings, queens, presidents, emperors and more over its long history. The crown jewels alongside many important relics are housed, with some open for public admission. The Czech Republic has the highest castle density in the world. You can get your fix going around castles if you like, because there's around 2,000 of them to check out. And yeah, I certainly will be looking to check out one of them tomorrow as we get ready now for the reply from the Tigers. Welcome back, everybody. Venki waiting for the scorers to give him the thumbs up, who in turn will be waiting for Rado, our official timekeeper, the Swiss watchmaker, to say let's play. And it looks like it is going to be Purohit to start. And well, he could start with the wicket, you know. It's not going to go to hand though, and in fact, oh, it's a desperate lunge from the fielder to try and stop the ball going to the boundary, but unfortunately I get the feeling he kind of helps to drag this over the rope. Have a look here. I think if he stays on his feet he has a chance, but it's going to get under his body, and somehow the Grizzly comes out at the other end, but at the wrong side of the rope for the fielding side. The Barbarians, they need something to go for them here this morning. And there's that bonus point equation. So restrict to 56 or less. That'll take some doing if the Barbarians are going to take all 4 points. At the moment, I think they're fighting just to take a point. Whereas the Prague Tigers, they certainly will have their eyes fixed on getting to that 80 score inside of the 7 overs. In the air again. Now this one should go to hand. It will go to hand, but it will go from hand to shoulder to ground. Big opportunity to remove Hossain. Now we know that Hossain is probably one of the danger batters. He was the second highest run scorer last year here with over 400 runs, and he gets put down. It has to be said, it was a sitter. Oh, that's a big, big, big error in the field. Hussain dropped on 4. They need everything to go their way. They need to take all the chances. One mistake can cost them the game. That could be it. There's Fahad Shakil, who's already had a good time with the ball. Picked up 2 wickets for 14. Gets set to face his first from Mayank Purohit. He's going across the line here. A big appeal. I get the feeling this is probably going, yeah, it's pitching outside leg, so as soon as it pitches outside that leg stick, it can't be LBW. And I think the batter there, Fahad, the way he's playing this, probably knows that he's going to play the sweep shot, taking full advantage of that leg before wicket rule. Well, Paul Campin's put a nice little picture there of the tiger there, saying "Go Tigers" with the tiger emoji. That's the shot. It's clever batting actually from Shakil. He just knows with the angle of the bowler, the way he's bowling here. So it is the left arm over. He's pitching the ball on or outside leg stump. Can't be LBW. He's just planting the foot there. Works that away. It's going to be his first boundary. So both batters have a boundary to their name. But of course, the big moment was the catch that got put down. And I think it was Bhatnagar Kushagar who was the fielder, wasn't able to hold on to it. And it was a straightforward one, it has to be said. At this level, you've got to take them. And too wide on this occasion. I was just about to say the Purohit, that's more what he needs to be trying to do, getting the ball to go across the right-hander. But on this occasion, the umpire, Venki, says he goes too far across I like the way Venki stands there. He's like he's doing a little prayer. He's giving thanks for his team winning yesterday, baby. That is high, and we'll go all the way. And now Venki will separate his arms and put them both up in the air to signal the 6 that this ball goes to. Beautiful shot, hit out of the middle. And once that hit, it stays hit, flies over the extra cover boundary. 6 runs. It's a cracking start for the Prague Tigers, only needing 81 for victory, and they get 16 in the first over as Phil G joins me back in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Rico, for that. Yes, indeed. I've just noticed in Venki too, he's still got a smile on his face from yesterday afternoon. I don't think it's been wiped off for the last, well, 20, maybe 20 hours, 18 hours. And I can understand why VCC getting a little bit of silverware for their trouble for the Challenger Division as the second over now starts. Played back there, just a bit of a defensive move there from Hossein. You're right about Hossein though, that catch should have been taken in the previous over. He should have already been dismissed. A big run scorer, give him a chance and he'll make you pay for it. I'm a bit of a fan of his here in the domestic competition. Good to see him get amongst the runs, and that is a lucky blow for him in the previous over. See what he can do in this over against Bisht. Swing and a miss from a wide delivery though. It's going to get away from the keeper, Devendra Singh. It's going to go all the way to the boundary line for another mini-mo, and that is that's a real problem for the Barbarians. They don't have a lot of runs to play with here. It's 81 the target after they were not quite dismissed, but 10 overs for 80 runs, losing 9 wickets along the way. And it was an innings that was, you know what, sometimes we say fits and starts. To be honest, there wasn't even many starts.
Nah, there wasn't. It was only the one batter to talk about. That was Gupta. It was a disappointing innings, to say the least. And the thing about it is, it's one of those innings, defending a score of 80, we've seen it done. We've seen it done on a number of occasions on the European Cricket Network. In fact, Imans, who's, I know, in the Indian room, maybe we can put up the lowest defences just to let our viewers know what sort of scores you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a good move. Let's have a look at that if we've got that available, because I'd love to see that.
But if you're going to do it, you got to take every opportunity. And we've already seen them not do that. They put a catch down, a big catch, and also we've seen a couple of errors in the field, which has resulted in runs. 4 here for Fahad Shakil. He looks good, you know, Shakil.
He does. He's striking the ball beautifully. Look at that one. All the way along the carpet for 4 runs. Just gets every bit of that out of the screws, and that is a really nice shot indeed. So it is now 26 for no loss, only halfway through the second over. And this run chase, well, you need 55 from 51 at this part of the game. Tigers well and truly in control of this. Would not be surprised there. Hello to Shobit Bacha, who's in the chat. He's saying he's surprised to see Venki able to stand properly after last night, insinuating that Venki was celebrating with the Vinarati Cricket Club, which I'm sure he was. It's been a while since they've had a bit of silverware, so well done to Vinarati for picking up the win yesterday.
Slightly short delivery, but a little bit late on this is Fahad Shakil. I was trying to look up Fahad. Let's have a look at this. So it can be done. Look at that. Those are all defences, and the lowest defence was that 56 by Ljubljana. And Prague Tigers are on there, and they defended that score of 60 against the Barbarians. How about that?
So, yeah, these two teams have a history of exactly that. The second lowest score ever in ECS. So how about that? These two same teams. Astonishing. I completely forgot about that game. Yeah. That's a lovely strike, though. That's going to go out for 4. And I would say right now, I'm not sure about the defence. It's just looking very shaky indeed.
Yeah, I forgot about that. So what did they restrict him to 34, did I see?
They did, yes. That was astonishing. They made 60. Tigers made 60. And it was the Barbarians were I think they might have been bundled out for 34.
Yeah.
It was an astonishing turnaround from a game which you thought, oh, this is in the bag for the Barbarians. And that's exactly what happened. Hey, 75 matches since the Golden Ball. If this gets to a Golden Ball, well, I think you and me and the world will be kind of shocked. It could happen. This is ECN. Anything's possible. It's not over until it's over. Bisht to bowl the last ball of his over now. And watch that ball sail away towards the other park. The other pitch, the other ground, that's the Hugo Banks field, comes into view there. And I'll tell you what's not in view is that Grizzly. That Grizzly is flying through the air saying, what have I done to deserve this? As he lands, there he is, he lands there. What a tremendous shot that is. Ends with a big 6.
Ouch.
Ouch indeed.
Is the word.
Oh, yes.
Well, this is the way it started. 4 points to Prague CC. And now you can see the Tigers. They're looking to do the same. They want 4 points. That would be quite extraordinary. We didn't see too many 4-pointers actually in that Challenger division. And the score, 36 without loss. 2 overs completed. That one does go magical. I was just having a look to try and see if I could find anything on Fahad Shakil, because he looks a player. Took 2 wickets for 14, 24 of 7. But he's not listed off. I couldn't find him as played out here before. So he's definitely somebody new. Sagor Hussain is making the most of the chance he was given by doubling his score with this Maximo.
That's a lovely hit down the ground. Yeah, I agree about Fahad Shakil. I must admit, I haven't come across him previously either. So either he's very new for the Tigers or he's someone they've gotten into their squad for this this competition, which could be very likely.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find out a bit more about him.
Yeah, I was trying to find out if he's a bit more where he's played before any other clubs, and it looks like he hasn't played anywhere on the network before. So he's if that's the case, I'm telling you what, he's a really good pickup. He looks good.
Yeah, they have found someone very, very good indeed. That's hit out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder there to cover that one off and successfully gets the body behind. That one doesn't let it get away from him. That was Vaishak Jagani Vicent out there to take care of things. Unfortunately for him, he didn't start with the bat today for the Barbarians as well as they would have liked to. He just couldn't get started. In fact, he was run out very early on in the innings. But this is a good display from both Hossain and Shakil out there. 43 for no loss. We've still got 4 balls to go in the power play. This has been, well, we already seen one game which was quite one-sided. This one is creeping in the same way. Oh boy, up in the air, shouts to catch it. I think it's going to get away from everybody. It does indeed. I think that may have even carried the boundary line. Going to watch the umpire here. I think he just wants to get a replay. Let's have a look at the replay. My feeling was it went across the line. Oh, no, let's go back a little bit.
I think
it bounces once there, then it bounces another time here. Does it land on the rope possibly?
Let's see where this lands.
This is the first bounce. Oh, it's inside the bounce. Yeah, that's 4.
Just inside.
Just inside. Yep, as indicated there. So thank you for 2 circles for that. 47 for no loss. And that is the edge. That's the breakthrough. So just as things were going all Tigers' way, they do get a breakthrough, the Barbarians, and they do get rid of a wicket. So that is going to give them a little bit of respite, and it's going to be that man, Fahad Shakil, we're just talking about. 28 off 9, including 2 6s and 4 4s. So obviously, I think he's someone who's new to the side. He's coming with a job to do, and he's hit boundaries, and then he's got an edge, but he's done the job.
Yeah, he's given them a fantastic start. I mean, just look at this score already in the power play, so he's not going to mind. He's given them the start they wanted. 47 on the board already. They're over halfway there, aren't they? Just 34 required in 44 as Sajib Mir comes out. And once again, it's Senagupta. I know you were talking about him, saying he's a good player. Yeah, with the ball, he takes the wicket and gets rid of the dangerous Fahad Shakil.
Yeah, my good friend Saurabh Kakara in the chat telling me that he's from Poland. And that is a wicket. Well, 2 in 2, so hang on a second. Hold the phone, people, because that's 2 wickets in 2 as Mia goes first ball. Look at this.
Well, I
Barely,
heard...
it doesn't even offer a shot.
I heard kind of a double sound, and that is a first baller, and it's, oh yeah, straight onto the back foot.
Wow.
And look, you know we're not alone today. Guess who decided to make an appearance?
Who's that?
We have got James with us. Hello. And I know that our own on-screen ducks are missing, but James Pond is here. And James Pond has been quite lonely actually recently. As we have a look at this, Abdul Muiz did take a hat-trick. He also took the MVP award for the Challenger Division. So here's a hat-trick ball, and it's GM Hasnat to face it. Oh, it's a Danny Hudacek. Danny's not here today, but it's a Danny Hudacek.
That's unfortunate for that one. Yeah, Sengupta goes down leg side.
Well, what did you think of that delivery?
No, the jury, he's
Not
not,
very
he's not
good
happy at all, is he?
Not a very good one.
No.
But yeah, nice to have James Pond here because we haven't got the ducks. We're still waiting for the ducks that have been promised to us. We don't know where the ducks are. They should have been here in May. We are in June,
Should have been
the end
here.
of June. So come on, guys. Where are the friends of Derek?
Yeah, true. You mentioned Danny. He's not here, but his ants are here. He's definitely... Danny, if you're watching, please come back and collect all your ants, please. You left them all behind. These are yours.
Hey, Daddy doesn't like it when I do the duck. I reckon he's scared of ducks. So I haven't brought James Pond out, or there've been no duck noises because, yeah, Dan, maybe it freaks him out, but that was a duck there. What an interesting over that. Had a bit of everything. 2 boundaries, 2 wickets, a wide in there as well, a single and a dot, 12 come of it. But the Prague Tigers are still in a good place, 48 for 2.
Yeah, funny odd over that one, isn't it? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think Danny doesn't like ducks because he doesn't know enough trivia about ducks. And if he doesn't know enough trivia about it, it scares him. And he has to go and research it to put it in his quizzes. And Danny loves his quizzes as he loves telling us about it. And these are his ants. So, Danny, if you're listening, please come back and get your ants. And I know they're his. You know how I know they're his?
How'd you know?
Because he's always talking about rubbish. His favourite word, rubbish. And so I reckon that's what's attracted the ants in here. So he needs to come and sort that out. He's here tomorrow. I'll have a word to him about that. And that's a lovely shot. Picks that one up and expertly dispatches that away down to fine leg. That's a great shot down towards the shed. Watch out. We don't know what's in that shed. Don't go anywhere near the door. You may hear some rattling noises. Don't open the door.
Yeah, don't go in there. Well, there's one shed that we're in. There's one down the other end as well. I bet you there's some ants in there. But, yeah, Giganti just down the leg side. There's nothing more pleasing for me. 2 shots I love watch being played. One is that little clip of the pads, and the other one is the old authentic straight drive there. A lovely shot, just clipped away, gets his legs out of the way of it. The bat comes through, doesn't have to hit it too far and too hard. It's a little nurdle, and the ball races away to the boundary.
Yeah, 50 up with that shot as well. 52 for 2. First ball after the power play as well with that one. As continue here. Goes leg side wide. Not a good delivery, that one. Lucky to get away. That wasn't smoked towards the car park.
He is very lucky to get away with that one.
In terms of favourite shots, I got to say, for a visual feast, my favourite shot, and chat, let me know what your favourite shot is to watch a player play when it's played well. I'm old school. I like the cover drive. I just think that is a shot. When you see it played well, it looks sensational. But tell us in the chat, what's your favourite shot played that you love to watch an expert play? Someone play, you know, whether it's the hook towards the deep mid-wicket cow corner, is it the late cut, is it the square drive is also good too, the hook shot. What's your favourite shot for a visual? So that's mine, the cover drive. Something about that, the correctness, the high elbow, maybe the even down on one knee. It's always good to see. Bit of a fan of that one. 53 for 2. And Harsha continues now. Right, gets that one on the full, and that has been put out towards said car park for a big Maximo. Smokes that one out of the ground, 59 for 2, halfway through the 4th. Prague Tigers marching on their merry way here, just needing 22 from 39 deliveries. This is looking, well, it's not just ominous, but Barbarians, they need to have an absolute magic couple of overs to destroy this middle order. Hossein's doing really well, 23 from 10, and GM Hassanat has just joined him. He's on yet to face, well, he's faced 1 ball for 0. GM Hassanat, the general manager, we like to call him, but he's watching all the carnage from the non-strikers.
I like that, the general manager.
GM's got to stand for something, I guess. Clipped away nicely, that's gone backward a point. Fielder gets around and takes care of that one, so just going to be the one.
Well, we have mentioned already that today is Martini Day, World Martini Day, and I know that Prague CC, they're probably tucking into the martinis because they're done for the day. Well, the Prague Tigers, they can't quite order the martinis just yet. We will see them in action a bit later when they play United. United would only be playing just the 1 match today as well. So that'd be an interesting one, but the Tigers will have a bit of a break after this one. It looks like they are in cruise control. This could be a close one. And the umpire, a little shake of the head. It's worth having a look at this again, you know. Let's see. It's, ooh, wow.
Good shout.
It's a great shout. I think maybe the height, perhaps.
Possibly high.
The batter's obviously saying it comes off the bat. Maybe it does. Maybe that's why Joe Foster doesn't give it, but I don't see bat on it. I just think the only thing that could have saved him, Joe Foster, once he says not out, his head just goes down. He doesn't want to look at anybody else. Well, he feels, I feel that one probably, I'll go with Joe there with that one. That one, though.
Now that one, yeah. Good call, Rico. That one was completely different. You can see he hits the back leg. Smashing into the stumps was that delivery. No argument there from the batter. Of course not. He just says, yep, I'm done, and I'm on my way.
And guess who else is on his way? Because that is going to be another duck.
It's going to be another one?
It's going to be another one. Another duck goes. Well, none on the screen, but we do have our very own James Pond here.
That's the 12-inch version of the duck quacker there. There he is. There he is indeed. Look at that.
He's a happy, well, I was going to say happy bunny. Of course, not a bunny. He's a happy duck. I tell you who's not. It's the batter who's going to go for the duck. LBW. And this time it's Hasnat the same way that Mia went. So they're losing wickets here, but surely they're not going to mess this up. They only need another 21 for victory. As Naeem Lala comes out.
Now that's a name we all know, Naeem Lala. Seen him play for the Prague Cricket Club a few times in the ECS. Oh, that's a funny old shot. Tries to get around the corner. I think it's actually even hit the back of the bat. It's going to go for 4. Let's have a look at this one. Obviously 4 off the bat. How does this manage to go there? Look at this. Just goes the wrong way. Yeah, hits the gloves. Goes completely the other way. Wicketkeeper is caught short. And the 2 fielders, well, one converges from the very wide third position. And a fine leg can't get across either. So 4 runs there. Yeah, Naeem Lala. Seen him a few times here in Prague. He's played many times. What have you spotted there, Rico?
I just think the wind, the dust, the dry turf that's under the keeper there, blowing away. But hey, let's focus on this at the moment, because even though wickets might be going down for the Prague Tigers, they're not going down. They're standing firmly on their feet. Is the Barbarians going down here? As Hussain, well, when he's on strike, there's runs galore. At the other end, though, wickets are falling.
Absolutely. I mean, this is quite incredible. Just to mention about the breeze too. You mentioned the breeze and the dust that's kicking up underneath the wicketkeeper. That is really starting to gust a bit now. And from where the bowlers are running in, the wind is literally coming into their face directly, but just to the left of the Zamek. So as you're charging as a bowler, right in front of you is the Zamek in the background. So that wind is coming right into you. So as you're bowling, you really have got to put a bit of effort in. And it's really helping the batters who are hitting maybe towards down the ground or to a deep mid-wicket. They put it up in the air, the wind will take it. And it's just getting a little bit more ferocious as I speak. So we're going to miss there. And, 68 for 3 is the score. Hossain, just a couple little dots here. So it's a good comeback here from Satyajit Sengupta.
Yeah, Sengupta is showing that he's a classy player. Didn't quite manage to get going with the bat, did he? He was the man who was caught very well. But with the ball, 2 wickets to his name.
He's got 70 wickets on the European Cricket Network, and his best bowling, he got 4 for 6 against Finland at ECC 21, and that was the ECC that myself, Danny Hudacek, and Terry O'Connor were at to cheer on the Czechs, and we remember that game very fondly because we smashed Finland. 4 for 6 that man got in that game. We also smashed the beer supply. Apologies to Jay Wild for that. He was angry with us. He told us off on Tuesday lunchtime. Now, Tuesday morning, he told us off. He said, guys, I haven't got a delivery. There's no more beer left. Stop ordering it. And the 3 of us, we just said, well, 3 Aussies in Spain drinking a few beers. That's all we are. Hey, up-and-coming events here on the European Cricket Network. Well, we've still got a few more days to go here in this Premier Division ECS. This is day 1 of 4. We're finishing on Sunday with the finals there. And then we're going to have Finland kicking off on Monday the 23rd. Vinny Sandhu along with Rhino as well. He's going to be there, so look out for that. Bulgaria the week after that. Then we've got Belgium, Germany, Krefeld, and Sweden, Stockholm. So much cricket coming your way. ECS, ECSW action, and some T20Is going on in Bulgaria.
Yeah, and a few people were asking the other day when we'll see Tina back in action. Tina, of course, did a great job there with Ness. Well, Tina will be there at in Germany, in Krefeld. So I'm looking forward to working with Tina as well.
Yeah, fantastic.
And Tina, of course, going to be got a busy time ahead, not just doing some commentating which she can, but she's got some important cricket matches to play as well.
She's got a couple of very important games coming. You're absolutely right. So new over starts. We're slowing things down a little bit now as it's Satish Gupta coming on.
Can they get a good over in here? I mean, 13 required. If they want a point here, they need a really good over. They've got to try and stop the boundaries. And this is the way it is. Hey, last 6 balls, no runs. It went that over from Sengupta. First 2 balls went to the boundary. The next 4 dots and 2 dots to start here from Satish Gupta.
Nicely spied there, Rico. There's another dot. So
do they realise about the 4 points here, the Tigers? Because this is not the way you'd want to be going. That's now
7.
Yeah, 7 balls. Make that 8.
8. Okay, so this is interesting. The Tigers have just ground to a halt.
This is very interesting.
It's a good question, Rico. Do they know the bonus point's up for grabs?
Well, the way they're going here, look, they've only lost 3 wickets. They need 13 runs. You would imagine they would be swinging no matter what, just to try and get those 13 inside the 7. But they've blocked out 8 balls on the spin. And make that 9. They're not even running here.
Wow.
This is nuts.
And this is named Lala. He is known for big hitting, for strong hitting, for a man who can come in and just destroy opposition bowlers with a flick of the wrist. He is known for his big hitting. Everyone knows him here in Prague. He's played for a PCC in a couple of previous ECSs. Let's see. Can we finish with a maiden? Oh, it's going to be runs. So the maiden spelled. It's just going to be the 1, though. And so that is quite an astonishing sudden braking of the car, screeching to a halt, and then lucky to get a run there just at the end there to make sure it wasn't a maiden. 69 for 3 after 6. Wow, everything just ground to a halt. Rico, help me out here. That was how many? It's 9 dots and then a 1. Incredible.
You're absolutely right. 9 dots on the spin, which means that in the last 3 overs, I think they've scored just 9 runs. Yeah, I mean, the Prague Tigers, I'm not sure what's going on here, but if you're batting that way and you lost 9 wickets, you can understand it because you're thinking we've got to be careful. We'll get the runs, the bad balls, but I mean, some things just don't make sense, and that doesn't make sense to me, and I'm sure to a lot of other people as well.
Did you see how they go with this over? Surely the word has come from the bench. 12 off 6. So we get all 4 points, and we can go second on the table just behind PCC on net run rate. Surely that must be the word. So let's see what happens. Neil Pandya comes on to bowl. And again, just soft hands, just drops it on the offside for a single. Naeem Lala, not sure what his game plan is, but he's got 2 from 7.
I mean, Lala, okay, but he wasn't the one who was blocking. It was Sagar Hussain, who had moved to 31, and then he went all defensive. It was like he was he dropped the anchor. Well, let's see how he goes about this from Pandya. Now he goes for the big swing, and he's been given out.
There you go.
He has been given out by the umpire at square. Let's see here. Big swing, foot is outside. Look, there's no effort. No effort made really for me to try and get that foot back behind the line. So Hussain will go. It's another dot. And the Prague Tigers are doing whatever they can to not get 4 points here.
That's quite astonishing. And batting out of his crease ever so slightly. And wicketkeeper Devendra Singh very correctly taking the bails off and then pointing down, gesturing and saying, you haven't got anything behind the line, I've got you. And that is indeed how it happens. So Hussain out of character here, just a bit of a brain fade, and just, I don't know, Tigers they've just ground to a halt. Astonishing after they've had all the momentum going their way throughout this entire match, except for the last, call it, say the last 10, 11 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, Hussain, the captain, goes out there.
Oh, asking the question, they think he's got something on that. I'm not so sure. I think that's just come off maybe boot or pad. Umpires are very convinced that it came off nothing. I'll look at this one more time from this angle. Yeah, I can't really tell much from there. I still would suggest that Yeah, bat was nowhere near that. I think that they think that came ricocheted off pad onto glove. If anything, maybe it came off the forearm or the upper arm. Appealing again. They want a leg before. Ambitious. But this is, look, this is good bowling. Anyway, you look at it. Neil Pandey, he's putting together a good over. He's got a wicket. Only 1 run off the first ball. And that is, well, that's about as ambitious as appeals can get.
Yeah, Barbarians. They're going to pick up a point here. They probably won't know how they've quite done it.
Yeah,
mainly down to some not very good and smart batting from the Tigers. Well, up until 2 overs ago, the Tigers were all over the place and looking the business. But they'll go back scratching their heads and thinking, oh, how do we allow the Barbarians to steal a point?
Down the ground nicely. Just going to be the one. Goes straight to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. So just one there. And you are indeed correct, Rico. It looks like, barring a maybe a no ball 6 and then maybe some more runs afterwards, if this is a straightforward, legit delivery, doesn't matter where the ball goes, Barbarians are going to net themselves a point. Astonishing. The Tigers were marching towards a 4-point win over the Barbarians. We almost were ready to pack up and go for lunch. Ooh, that's hit him in. That's hit him in the soft spot. Hope he's okay. Just going to take a couple of breaths here as that catch is put down. Hope he's all right.
Let's see how much of this he gets in his hands and how much he doesn't. And well, I think he's arched over. They're checking where all the furniture has gone to, but he's in a bit of discomfort there, and he's probably a little bit like, oh, mama, oh, mama. That's not a nice look. Well, we'll give him time to recover. He almost takes the court and ball, but in the end now, he's going to have to find his marbles and then get on with things. But anyway, well done to the Barbarians. They can't believe it. They're going to get a point here out of this match. Whereas the Prague Tigers, well, I think Lala and probably Hussain particularly are really going to have to question their methods and how they don't get their team the 4 points in this match. But anyway, we will go on. Everybody's back up again. And looks like Satish Gupta, who bowled that amazing over, which almost ended up being a maiden, comes to bowl to Amin Hussain, the captain.
Yeah, and the good news is that the bowler from previous, Neil Pandey, he's okay. He's up and about. He's on the boundary line now. So all good there. It's clipped away nicely. Found the gap, and that is going to run away to the boundary for 4 between the 2 fielders. Well placed. And that is a very nice shot. Amin Hussain is getting into the runs.
Yeah, well, Hussain, after swinging and missing his first 3 deliveries, more or less, we only managed to get just a single this time round. He doesn't swing wildly. He plays a nice shot, and he's going to get 4 runs.
Indeed, the Prague Tigers. Just 6 more needed from 17. Looks like they should get it. They have unfortunately shelled the opportunity to take all 4 points, and Barbarians have taken a point. So that gets them and their tournament off to a bit of a start. So they do get a point here. They're not going to be languishing on the bottom with 0 points. And I guess that's one takeaway from them. I bet they're still shocked about it. When they walk off the ground, I bet they'll be saying, how did we do that, folks? That was unusual.
Very
anyway,
much.
6 runs only needed now. 1 big hit and we're all done here. Well, there's a shot down the ground. Looks like it's going to be, well, that's Neil Pandey there who's fielded the ball. So it proves he's moving okay. Thank goodness for that. I think we've already seen in the recent ECS in Hornchurch what it's like for a bowler to take a shot straight back to him. And I'm glad we haven't had a repeat of that. I thought for a moment we may be, but Neil Pandey is walking and looking fine. Hits the stumps, almost hit the stumps. Now, that was so funny because the shadow of the ball went so close to stumps, I thought it was from here. I thought it was the stumps moving. There was a trick of the light. Wicketkeeper Divyendra Singh, watch his body language straight afterwards. But see, it's hit Divy's pad. He didn't get the gloves really close to it. And afterwards, he always gave like a punch to the stumps. He's almost actually punched the stumps. He was that angry with himself. Oh, what a funny little bit of movement that was. Wide ball there. 3 from 14 now. Slowly ticking down. Shorter, but batter doesn't really know what to do with that. He ends up just bunting it down towards mid-wicket, has to run in and take care of that. So they're doing it by singles now towards the end, as this game peters out to its logical conclusion after what was an astonishing just stoppage of play.
Yeah, watch Lala bang a boundary now. Oh, he places away, and will it be a boundary? Rika Fool knows what's going on here.
It does
That's
indeed.
the end of the innings. And Neem Lala, after blocking and blocking and blocking, and failing to get all the points for the Prague Tigers, then just plays a nice little casual shot off his pads, gets 4 runs, and wins the match for the Prague Tigers. And they'll do it with 12 balls to go.
Yeah, 12 balls to spare, whereas you feel they could have done this with more than 18 balls to spare. With that just unusual bit of a fade out that they had around sort of the 5th and 6th over. It's something that something they may need to have a look at, because you take your foot off the accelerator a bit too casually here on the European Cricket Network, and suddenly you can find yourselves out of finals contention with a silly mistake like that. Anyway, they do bank the 3 points. That's the most important thing, and Barbarians will pick up 1 point, which means they won't be bottom of the table. And things started here with, well, a bit of a rush of blood from the Tigers, as the opening batters got things off to a very good start. The opening stander, 47, inside the power play, and that's what set up this good win for the Tigers.
Yeah, it was really good hitting. Sagar Hussain started it off with Fahad Shakil. Shakil just looked the business. Never played on the network before, so he's a new player out here in Czechia as well. And he did look good. He played some delightful shots, and that was one of them. And he plays that away onto the leg side. And this one just lofted. It went for a really big 6. So, you know, good classy play, good hitting. That was Hussain doing the same. But Hussain, I think he's the one who will be more surprised than others. At one point I said it was a Hussain who was blocking a few, but it wasn't, of course, it was Gupta. So apologies for that to Hussain. But yeah, Gupta, no idea what he was doing. You can see he disappointed Shakil to get out there. So they did get that breakthrough. Shakil would go for 28 for 9. Then there was this. The LBW with Mia went very first ball, a golden duck. And that's when James Pond made an appearance. But there would be more ducks to come. And not before a couple of boundaries were mullered there by Hussain. And this one was a little bit of luck involved in this. But there would be another duck, and that would be GM Hashtag, who would go for a 3-ball duck. And then there was this thumping. This was the end of Hussain. You can understand that, because Hussain just saw Gupta block 5 or 6 balls at the other end, and he felt, well, I've got to get going. He swings, he gets out. Gupta continued to block until finally, once the opportunity to take the 4 points was lost, he does clip one away off his pads to get the Tigers a win. A win is a win, Phil. You know, they get 3, Barbarians get 1. But let's face it, the Tigers, they're not the top team in this Premier Division. They're going to find it hard against maybe the likes of Bohemians and Prague CC. So a lost point could be crucial to them in where they finish in the standings. Yeah,
it's, you know, call it what you like. Call it a brain fake. Call it just, call it whatever. But for me, that was poor judgment, because of those exact reasons. If they miss out on finals because of a bonus point they didn't pick up, or a net run rate doesn't go their way, we will come back to this match number 2, that 5th and 6th over, and we will say, that's why you're not playing in the finals. It's as simple as that. It could happen that easily. It was almost calamitous. I didn't get it. It made no sense. And I hope it was down to just good bowling after all that. But anyway, the score is on the board. The win is in the can. It's Prague Tigers get a win by 6 wickets. But yeah, they need to watch out for that. Sajid Sengupta, he stood up with a couple of wickets. 2 wickets in 2 balls as well, by the way. And yeah, I was really impressed with him. Good to see him back again. And good to see him in a Barbarian jersey too. Just the selfish Phil stepping up there to say what I really think about that. Anyway, Bohemians and Brno, that's your next match. It is match number 3. It's starting here in just under 20 minutes time. And we're going to welcome you back here for that one very shortly. So we're going to take a break here. Phil G and Rico Full here at the Vinros Cricket Ground in our lovely, cool little bunker here. And we'll welcome you back in about 14 minutes' time to introduce you to match number 3. Don't go too far. We'll see you shortly.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And dobbity then to everyone. Good day wherever you're watching from. And it's welcome back to match number 3 here at Vino's, the lovely ground here just outside of the city of Prague for this ECS Czechia, the Premier Division, day number 1 of that, and actually day 11 of 15 that the ECN crew have been here. Give a shout out to the ECN crew for the great work they've done, and also our great friends at Two Circles and all the volunteers at the ground. Thank you. Still got a few days to go. We've only just started the Premier Division, and it continues now with match number 3 coming your way. The Bohemians taking on the team from Brno, and this is an exciting game for both teams. Our first chance to look at Brno in this competition, and of course Bohemians, who got absolutely trounced this morning in the first match at the hands of PCC. They're looking for some comeback. They got to find something, dig deep to match up against the strength of the Brno Cricket Club. Let's get across to Charles Crouch, our tournament referee, who's got the captains for the coin toss. Take it away.
Thanks, Phil. Welcome to the toss for match 3 with Bohemians, and Brno will call. Head is the call, and it's a tail. Bohemians won the toss, they'll bowl.
So there you have it, the Bohemians, they win the toss, and Abu Farha, for the captain today, has said they want to have a bowl first. Not a bad idea. There's a bit of cloud cover around as well. The clouds just come up in the last few minutes, and it should be good conditions for seam bowling. Definitely suit Abu Farhad because he's an exponent of that kind of bowling. Let's see what the Bohemians can do this time around, because they set a target, 124, PCC chased it inside of 7 overs, and that was a real body blow to the Bohemians. They're going to come out now and bowl, and they're going to chase score that's put on the board by Brno Cricket Club. So a lot there for the Bohemians to do. For Brno Cricket Club, it's the first time we're going to see them today. They got a couple of games on. They got this game, and they got the one towards the end of the day as well. So we're going to see them twice. Let's see what they can do, what sort of side they bring with them up the road from Moravia, which is way down south. They got their 2 games here today. I can't wait to get stuck into this one. It's going to be a bit of a feel each other out kind of game. I just get that feeling. Bohemians may be cautious to start with because they're going to really want to win after the loss this morning. Let's see how we go. Rico Full is standing by in the commentary box to take over. Rico, the news of the toss. Bohemians won the toss. Having a bowl first. Can't wait for this to start.
Thank you very much, Phil G. Doing a grand job out there in the middle. Well, he says he can't wait to get stuck into this one. Well, he's going to have to get stuck into lunch first. And this match number 3, is when the commentators will take an innings each to have some lunch. And when Phil G comes back, he'll give us a bit of an update on what lunch was. And I'll cover for him for this one. But yeah, waiting to see what the response is going to be from Bohemians, how they bounce back. Unchanged after that battering that they got in their first match when they were blown off the park by Prague CC. And Brno, nice to see them for the first time. And looking forward to seeing some good players in action. Dylan Steen is certainly a very good player. 51% to 49. We've seen the win predictor be, well, very even Stevens for all the matches so far today, but they've been anything but a Prague CC comprehensive victory against Bohemians. You can say the same about the Prague Tigers doing the number on the Prague Barbarians. So let's see how this one goes. Brno taking on Bohemians, and the wind is still blowing around a little bit out there. You can probably hear that coming through on the microphones. So Bohemians winning the toss, electing to take the field this time. So batting first certainly didn't work for them against Prague CC. I think they feel that maybe they'll be better if they know what they're taking on. Brno's then are going to be out there with the bat first up. The umpires for this one, umpire Farouk and umpire Vishal, are the 2 men that will be out there in the middle, with Joe Foster being the 3rd umpire. Please do get ready to go. Welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. And Paul Kempin, Wayne in there. So hello to Chris Smith. who joins us for this one. Nice to have you with us, Chris. Hope you're all having a good day. Field being set here. Quick look at the field. I see a number of bodies out on what would normally be the leg side, but we're going to see another left-hander, and it's going to be Ratul, who is going to be opening up. This is Mohammed Ratul, left-hander, and hits it in the air, just short of the fielder, and he gets a throw in here. Could be a run out early on. I think we're going to check this. Are we going to see a royal duck in this one? Ratul hits it, and it's Dylan Stain who's running to try and get to the other end. Let's have a look at this, see if we can slow this right down. Here comes the throw. All eyes on the bat and the stumps, and I think he just makes it, you know. That is excellent running under pressure, and Dylan Stain is the perfect slide off the bat. He had to go quick, had to be fast, and he had to be reaching and sliding, and he does, and he gets there. Well, you can see that Dylan, he looks like he's still warming himself up, but I reckon that run would have warmed him up. Oh, that was close, you know. That was as close as you can get to a royal duck. Abdul Fahad, the bowler, bowled well in the last match. He's got a good slower delivery as well. So Dylan Stain now to face. Interesting that you would have heard myself and Danny yesterday, and a bit earlier today, myself and also Phil G talking about left-handers and how we haven't seen too many of them, as that's going to get worked away. It gets it over the one fielder there on the leg side. It's not a good delivery actually with the field being set the way it is. Abdul Fahad can't be bowling this short, and it's just a controlled put away by Dylan Stain. Gets that one nicely away. It's going to be 4 runs. But yeah, and here we are. We've got 2 left-handers batting together. I wonder if Bruno would want to break up that and just have a left and right. I think that's for me, that'd be a good idea. I'll be keen to do that just to apply further pressure on the fielding side. Plays the cut shot. It's uppish, but it's going to get past the fielder. And it's going to be 4 runs. So he's hit to both parts of the ground so far. Let's have a look at this shot. Getting that ball to rise quite sharply. It's kind of a dejected walk back from Fahad to his mark. And some more aircrafts flying around here from one of the 3 airports that we know that we have around this, close to this ground. Looking quite picturesque today, as it does every day, I would say. It's going to be a minimal. बहुत गंदी बॉल सीगी, गंदी चौका नहीं लग गया, पंजा लग गया, पंजा. It's been called a wide. It's pretty close actually to even a no ball. I wonder if we can see it just one more time, Leemans, because I think it does get, have a look at this. So it does get a bit of the pitch there, but yeah, I suppose wide is perhaps the right call, but oh, that's a really gundy delivery from Abdul. And a bit of bat onto this, they'll take the single. Very good running between the 2 batters, Mohammed and Dylan. That shot always gives us an indication of the breeze, especially if you look at the flag and also the trees. And the Teletubby here was a few more ants. Well, the ants from Phil's side are coming over to me now because they're missing Phil and saying they need me to keep them company. Stay over there, ants. And I'm not taking any more of these back with me. I bet you that's it in the air. Should be a soft dismissal, and it will be Ratul will be gone. So this the 2 lefty opening partnership doesn't last that long with 15 on the board. Mohammed Ratul will have to depart. He'll go for 1 of the 2 balls that he faces. It's quite a soft dismissal actually. Fahad will pick up a wicket in the first over. So that's the end of Ratul. Just never gets it out of the middle. Probably hits the bottom of the bat, I feel. And a comfortable catch taken by the fielder. So first wicket does go. and Bruno lose there first. And Nubat makes his way out there. Needs to take guard pretty quickly, remember. 60 seconds is the time that the batters have to be out there and ready to face the first ball. And Nurkandi is the player that gets out there. Welcome to everyone that's just joining us. A few people have come in now. And if you're wondering, a few people don't know straight away where we are. We are here in the Czech Republic. And could be a first baller. Oh, and it could still be a run out. Where's the bowler? Where's anybody backing up the bowler's stumps? Oh, it's a big opportunity to get Nur early, the captain. Oh my. You can see that's close to 3 fielders. 2 are watching, 1 couldn't quite take it. Then the throw comes in, and even that doesn't go to anybody's hands because there's nobody there at the bowler's end. Premier Division then. And this is how we start things off at the Carmo over there in Andalusia, Spain, with 3 groups of action. Only 1 team. There'll only be 1 winner from the groups. Only 1 of 6 go through into this championship group. Remember, that championship group doesn't start until after we're done with the Challenger Division. So we have the Premier Division, the 3 winners, the Challenger, which is like the filling of the sandwich, as we like to call it. And then we go straight into that championship group with England and Netherlands are there, and the 3 winners. Take your pick and who you think could be there. That's well bowled. A widest delivery to Dylan Stein. And no runs from it. This is Niraj Tyagi coming on to bowl. 15 came off that first over. There was the wicket as well. Wicket of Ratul. It's high in the air. It's oh, they're both fighting over the same ball. Oh, the errors continue. I mean, you could see that it was going to Kamaldeep Singh, but for some reason, I think it's Abul Fahad just kept coming into him. Leave him alone. He's going for the catch. Give him his space. And, well, there was a time when social distancing was a thing for a while. Well, maybe bring it back for the Bohemians. Should have been taken. And, well, Dylan Stein not only gets dropped, and dropped here on 9, he comes back for 2, and now maybe he's going to say, I gave you a chance. Tanu chance to de ditta. Catch nahi phariya. Hun main tanu na changi kut marni hai, changi thari kutna. As that one gets played away for a biggie. Boom. Shakka lag gaya. And Niraj Tyagi is looking at Kamaldeep Singh and also Abdul Fahad and saying, Dekh liya tusi ki kar ditta. Look what you have done. No, proper 50-50 here. We're in the proper Goldilocks zone. As that ball will have to be found. Dylan Stein, you do not give good batters opportunities. And that's exactly what Kamaldeep did. The Bohemians, not to the level we'd expect at the moment here. Tyagi. That's going to be 4 more. It's going to be in the gap between the short mid-on and, well, the man who's at cow corner doesn't even move, just allows the batting bench to get this ball for him. What a let-off that was. That was huge. And, yeah, already a little bit surprised. I was expecting the fielding to be far superior to what we've seen so far. Maybe teams are going to find a match or 2 to get themselves in, but Bohemians, we've seen them already. And certainly not good. I mean, Buyan got some good players there. We've got Farhad, the captain, on this occasion. They'd be hoping that things go a lot better for them. And that was a real battering that they got. Remember, they are, of course, the reigning champions. Tiagi. Oh, he's played it on to his stumps. It's a change of angle from Tiagi. And you know what, Tiagi gets the wicket. That's going to be the end of Noor. Noor is going to go for a duck. Well, it almost went very first ball, didn't he, where he chipped it up on the offside and 1 or 3 fielders just couldn't get there. But he's done no damage as he's just dragged this ball back. He yorks himself. As he goes across, he takes a little step forward, he yorks himself and then chops it onto the stumps. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for the captain, Noor Kandai. And that's not what he was planning on doing today. So he gets bowled there by Tiagi. Tiagi, I like that from him. He just made a change, didn't he? He just said to himself, you know what? I am going to bowl from over the wicket this time round. And he does the job. End of the over. 2 overs completed, 28 for 2. I mean, they have picked up 2 wickets, but that drop catch of Dylan Steyn, that could be the one that really hurts them. They dropped him when he was on 9. How expensive will it be? 120, the expected score. Is pretty early on, though. Brunel have still got a lot of time to try and... this is an interesting one. Let's look at the movement here off the batter, Dylan Steyn here. As this ball comes through, it's a big wide and he just dances across. He likes to keep himself moving, doesn't he? Likes to keep those feet moving in between balls. He's dancing around and lovely shot. Lovely, lovely, lovely shot. He sees the ball is short. He knows that there's nobody out there on the fine leg boundary and he just gets down on one knee and just helps this on the leg side. It's not quite the authentic Dilshan scoop shot, but it's pretty effective. It's a good shot in this short format of the game when a lot of teams don't like to deploy fielders behind the wicketkeeper, particularly not on the boundary. So Buyan has not had a good day so far. Remember in the last match, one of his overs went big time magical. Let's see if he can get it right here to Dylan. It's a better delivery, just gets punched out onto the offside. We'll take the single and hand the strike now to the new batter. This is Pankaj Bhagat. Really hear that wind whistling through the microphones out there on the edge of the boundary. Wide ball. This is what I was saying when I saw the 2 left-handers opening up. That was Atul and Dylan. I was thinking, I'd just swap it around a little bit because you want to play around and try to make life as difficult as you can for the opposition. It's clipped away, 4 runs. As that one will head towards the Scott Page bench. Of course, this is the Scott Page field. To the right of us, we've got the Banks field as well. Which reminds me of an interesting quote about banks in general. Well, if they say that money doesn't grow on trees, then why do banks have branches? That's my question. Anyway, it's nicely clipped away. It's going to be 4 runs, an easy way to get off the mark there for Pankaj Bhagat. Better come back here from Buyan. Buyan's a big player, and he's got to find his form pretty quickly. So we're going to miss. So better areas here. I'll keep it outside the off. But, well, a lot of you in the chats, I'll keep you thinking, not just watching the cricket here, but thinking about other cricket. I have a question for you. That's a bit high. And it's been thumped down the ground. It will, well, the fielder is in 2 minds. He gives 6 and 4. I reckon it probably was 4. Well, look at the fielder here. The fielder's doing the YMCA. Can we watch the fielder? Let's have this. And it definitely is 4. But have you got the fielder? Keep the... Oh, I don't think we have him. The fielder first gives 6. Then he changes it to 4. He's giving it the YMCA. And then that's why the umpire gives 6. And then the fielder says, no, it's a brain fart. It shouldn't have been a 6. Should be a 4. 4 is the correct call there. And it will be given as 4. It is the end of the over. I was saying at the start of the morning that I think that the power play scores, good power plays, will be scores between 40 to 50. You can see there, even though there's 2 wickets down, that's good power play because Dylan's turn's going well. So 44 for 2 is the score. And power play done, and Buyan just not having the morning or the start of the day that he wanted so far. 16 coming off that over. The last over for Tiagi went for 13, 15 off the first. So Pankaj and Dylan are looking to get a very good, healthy partnership going here. We will go back, looks like here to Tiagi, who is going to get hit beautifully. That's a lovely shot. This is top draw. This is probably your 1xBet shot of the day so far. Look at the positioning, look at the footwork, look at the strike. And that's a mighty hit for 6. And Dylan Steyn just changi hai na kar chi ferda kanda maine drop ta kar ditta siga when he only had 9 on the board. And now, yep, he's rubbing the salt into the wounds. 50 comes up, and he's got 33 of those. So crunched away. Yes, I have another question for you. Okay, what is the highest score in men's one-day internationals? So the highest score in the men's internationals. Now, I might help. This might help you or not, or whatever the case may be. Let me take you back to 2018. That's going to be a dirty wide. There's a Tiagi struggling to get this right. So 2018, at the time, the highest score in men's one-day internationals, and now it is number 2 at Trent Bridge, when they had set the previous world record of 444 for 3 in 2016. England smashed on this day 481 for 6 against Australia. Johnny Bairstow scored 139 of 92 balls, and Alex Hales, remember the name, 147 of 92. And they pounded the ball all over the place. England scored at a rate of 9.62 and over. The pair hit 31 fours and 10 sixes between them, and a total of 291 runs were scored in boundaries, hits alone in that England innings. So England had 444 in 2016. On this day in 2018, they smashed 481, but that's the second highest. It's since been beaten. So my question is, what is the highest score in men's one-day internationals? So I'll leave that out there. And that one is not out here. It's out of there. That's how you say that, because that is whacked. As Pankaj Bhagat gets this good. And Bhagat, what a hit from him. Clobbered, absolutely clobbered. It's a monster strike. He moves to 15, and Tiagi and the Bohemians just not looking themselves at the moment. Bohemians, they are remember, they're the reigning champions. And comes the next, and it's played well. They will take the single. Good clean calling and running from the 2 batters. And Peanut Butter saying, I'm here now. Where are these 2 teams from? Well, they're from Czechia. Bohemians and Brno, they're from regions here in Czechia. This is the Czech Republic. We're in Prague. You're watching the European Cricket Series. Yesterday was the end. It's a delightful shot. There's a fielder there. Yesterday we saw the end and the conclusion to the Challenger Division, where Vinarati were eventually able to get past the Prague Spartans, who had beaten Vinarati on 2 meetings, but couldn't beat them in the final. Vinarati crowned the champions, and now today we're seeing the start of the Premier Division. 60 for 2 after just 4 overs. That over also a very productive one. We've seen overs and scores of 15, 13, 16 and 16 at the moment. And question there, as a few people are asking to repeat it. It's a simple one really, and which is basically, what is the highest score at men's one-day internationals? And I've just already talked about how England scored 481 for 6 against Australia. That's now the second highest. Before that, they scored 441, which was the record that they beat when they scored the 481. But what is it now? That has since been beaten. Ooh. First time we're seeing a little bit of spin. It's Sakleen Mukhtar. Just trying to get themselves back into this contest. If it keeps going like this, they'll see a score around about 130s, but after the first one beats the bat, the second one gets smashed down the ground, waits for it, and then it's almost like he's loaded the bat, and as the Grizzly comes, he fires it away for a 6 over the long on the boundary. Dylan Steyn looking good, moving himself now into the 40s, 41 of just 16 deliveries. And gets a beaten here. Good comeback, good little test this. And between a little battle between Steyn and Mukhtar. Mukhtar just keeping or getting the batter off balance there on that occasion. In the air, trying to get it in the gap, and will. Oh, beautiful placement, I suppose you have to say, from Dylan Steyn. He threads the needle beautifully. Look how straight he hits this, straight over the umpire. The two fielders didn't have that far to come across to try and stop it, but it's right in between them. It's going to be another boundary. 41 becomes 45. So, of course, yeah, we are in Czechia. It is beer paradise, of course. Drink more beer per capita than any other country in the world. A title that they've held for several years. And well fielded. Gets down, gets dirty, makes the stop, keeps it to a single. It's a land of castles as well. Castles, chateaus and ruins, more than any other country in Europe per square kilometre. They say there's around 2,000 of them, which is quite incredible. And of course the Prague Castle is the largest in the world. It's also a country known for having the most ants in the world. Well, I've just made that up, but I believe it is, from the number of ants that are in here, by the way. Oh, that is brutal. That is humongous. What a hit that is, Gilbay. Que genial, que grande. Well, this would have toppled many a castle. What a hit this is. Boom. Shakka lag gaya. Arey vaah. Jabardast. Aa dekh the swad aa gaya. What a lovely shot that is. Crunched away. Ends the over. 5 overs completed. 5 overs completed. 77 walking sticks on the board. So 77 for 2 at the end of the 5th over. This partnership is going very nicely. Remember that second wicket fell at the score of 28. So another single on the board and then get that. This is our schedule so far. And I talked about the fact that we'll be on the other side of that page pretty soon with myself and Phil G. We'll start things off in Belgium. A couple of places I'm looking forward to going back to, actually. And Sporting Alfas a bit later on in the year. There, and Alfa STP in Alicante. I say Alicante, I think it's more, we should say Benidorm actually, because it's very close to Benidorm, it's Alfa STP, but in that region. And also Kiel, Germany, Kiel. Fantastic facility and ground there. It's hit pretty well, should be fielded, will be fielded. Just a single, trying to put the pressure on, and now they will go. It's not very good. It could be more, it will be more. They're going to get 3 here. Remember, we saw an incredible 4 run at the end of the innings from Bohemians in the last match. And we see 3 there. What I don't quite understand here is that they run the single, and you can see that Dylan is waiting. He's even saying to his partner, let's wait. If we get a chance, we go again. The ball doesn't have to be thrown in like that. Though I'm not going to give the fielder who threw it in too much jip. I just think it's not very good from the bowler either. Kamaldeep Singh should have gathered that quite easily. But yeah, sometimes when there's only one, you can be pretty easy with the throw when you give it back to the bowler or the keeper. It's going to be ball. It's going to be a minimal, I believe. I don't think there's anything on this. No, there isn't. A wide ball. Kamaldeep Singh. He's having a bit of a mare, isn't he? He did put the catch down when Dylan Steyn was only on 9. And now he fires this one way down the leg side. The poor keeper can't do anything about it, which is Babu behind the stumps. There he goes for 5 runs. Terrible delivery. Remember, you got European cricket in Hindi aa dekh lo. On apna channel Hindi de vich bhi aa gaya. And you can get that at European cricket. Hindi. Gandhi. And Kamaldeep Singh, he's just bowling runs at the moment. He gave away 8 of just 1 ball with the 5 wides. Now that's too short. And Pankaj Bhagat is having a wonderful time with that sort of bowling. So no issues at all. So just keep on getting this wrong. Bohemians. Looks like, we saw that run chase done pretty quickly when they were beaten comprehensively by Prague CC inside 7 overs when they made 124. And we were saying then that Prague CC, if they'd batted first, probably could have quite easily have gone on to a score about 170. And look at this score at the moment, expected 152. But if they keep bowling badly, it could be a lot more than that. And Kamaldeep is just not getting it right in this 6th over. Hit well, but to the fielder, who partially stops it and will keep it. Or stops it from going to the boundary anyway, so that'll be 2. And Pankaj, really good partnership. This partnership now has, of course, gone past the 50. And the way they're going, they could take it past. Perhaps the 100. Hit hard. 1 bounce to the fielder, does well. Unfortunately for the batter, picks him out pretty well. And Pankaj moves on to 30. This over expensive. 17 off it. Still a couple of balls to go. Now he's got to try and get his line right to Dylan. Dylan Steyn's been batting beautifully. Just that 1 chance he gave that wasn't taken. Now I said he probably will punish them for it, and he has done. And it's going to be some more shocking fielding. It's the only way to describe it. It's going to be 50 for Dylan Steyn. He was dropped on 9. He's gone all the way and brought the 50 up. 55, 53, I think. It doesn't quite go for 6. But the fielder, I mean, what are you thinking here? You just seen too much off this, really. He's running in. If the catch is not on, you just stand still. 1 bounce, take it on the bounce, get the ball back in. But he's literally jumped all over that, and then he's looking at the ground afterwards. Is Ashish. I think it's just bad fielding. Well, here he is again. This time he won't be able to get anywhere near that. That's going to be whipped away. It's going to be 4 more runs. Big score coming up here. That brings the 100 up on the board. It's a very expensive over. Kamaldeep Singh goes for 25 in the over. A score 102 for 2. The partnership keeps on growing, and just haven't had a fun time out there, have the Bohemians. And the problem is that this time round they've elected to field first, so they did put Bruno in, and now they're regretting that decision. As with 24 balls to go and 100 already on the ball, we're definitely looking at, I think, unless there's a little bit of a collapse here from the batting of Bruno, they're looking to get past the 160 mark here for sure. Let's see who they deploy here. looks like Farhad is going to come back. Probably has been the pick of the bowlers. Thing with the Abul Farhad as well, though he bowled a very good first over in the earlier match against Prague CC. The next over he bowled was smashed to all parts of the ground. He went magical as well. In fact, the 3 magical overs, and when we say magical overs, folks, we're of course talking about when over 20 runs are scored. Those 3 magical overs are what cost the Bohemians no points at all against Prague CC. So Bull probably coming on to bowl earlier than what they would have liked, but I think the captain is just running out of options. Just played away. Beautiful timing, 4 runs, and that is the vortex. That's where the ball gets sucked in. There's a little bit of the old as it gets to that boundary pretty quickly. Delightful touch again here from Dylan Stein, and it's going to be 4 more runs. Abul Farhad can't do anything about that. So of course, Bohemians looking around at each other, just haven't got an answer to this at all at the moment. Ali Bakar is an option with the ball as well. He was terrible. That's a glorious shot, isn't it? Rocks back, plays it away, and we'll get 4 more in the same area. Showing his class here now, Dylan Stein. I have to say that I think I've been unfortunate enough never to see Dylan at his best. A few times that I've seen him, he's not had the best of results, but I've been told, and I know that he's an excellent batter, and he is turning on the style here. And Peanut Butter, thank you for your lovely words, saying thank you to not just me, but everybody in the chat. He's saying, thanks to the cricket family. Right, is this a chance? I don't think so. Fielder doesn't want it. He's allowing this ball to drop and allowing Dylan Stein to take the 2 runs. Yeah, he was saying thank you to everybody in the chat. We are a big family, Peanut Butter and Jabon, and we're glad to have you as part of our family. He's saying he's hooked, as a lot of people are, because this is Cricketainment, is the most addictive format of cricket on the planet. And he's saying thank you to everyone, including myself and Phil in the commentary box. Well, thank you very much for that, Peanut. Oh, peanut butter. I do like a bit of peanut butter, actually. It is lunchtime. I can feel my stomach is starting to grumble. This one is, oh, I think the fielders, the fielder might have said it's 4. Let's have a look at this. Does he touch the rope? We're going to have a look at this. Let's get 2 circles involved as well, who also are part of our family. So, where's he go here with the foot? Do you see the rope move here? Puts the foot down here. He releases it before going over. So we're going to have a bit of a zoom here. And well, I think he does okay there. I don't think there's anything there to suggest that that's 4 runs. Fielder wasn't sure. You can see the fielder just saying, I'm not sure. I think it's okay. I think he makes a save. I think that's just 2. So well done. High. Well, that's not 2. That's 6. It's a lovely shot. He's in form here, you know. And I've got to say, I know I was saying to Danny Hudacek yesterday that I had a feeling that we got a century coming up. And Danny was saying to me, we don't get too many centuries. But we didn't get one yesterday. But now maybe it's an early call. Maybe a lot of people are going to say, Rico, no, don't say it. We don't want the commentator's curse. But I do believe that he's on his way, not just to a century, but he could be on his way to his highest score as well. So we're putting the double curse on him, 121 for 2 at the end of the 7th over. And that's another expensive one. And Abul Farhad, similarly to the first match against Prague CC, 1 okay over and 1 expensive over. So coming back to him hasn't helped. And this is where I think now the captain, Farhad himself, is starting to think, right, who do I bowl? What do I do here? And he's got no options. He will go back to Buyan. Now Buyan in his 2nd over got taken apart. His first went for 16. Let's see what he can do here. So the wind definitely has got stronger here at the ground. Well, he starts with a good heavy delivery to a Pankaj who swings and misses. Pankaj not had a lot of strike actually. He's striking in around about the 300, 31 off 11 before he got dotted up there. Tell you what, a few people have had put some answers in. After this over, we'll put the answer up to my question. Right in the air, but I think the wind is going to they might take it all the way for 6, you know. I think this could be 6 runs. The umpire's giving 4. I'd like to see it again. If it's not 6, it's pretty close to that rope. Where does this bounce? It's up in the air. Where is it? Warner can come back. Is it? Oh, it's just short of that rope. But yeah, the wind is going to carry these as well. A little bit unlucky, Puyan maybe, but Bhagat gets another boundary. This partnership continues to grow. Remember, they came together with a score on 28. And so close to that 100-run partnership now. It's been a fantastic one to watch. Dylan Stain on 75, Pankaj Bhagat on 35. Swing and a miss on this occasion. So yeah, the question was, one more time, for those of you that are trying. We mentioned that on this day in 2018, the high score in men's one-day internationals, it's since been bumped down to number 2. That was when England smashed 481 for 6 against Australia. Bairstow scored a big ton, 139. Alex Hale scored 147. But that has since been beaten. What is the highest score now in one-day internationals? In comes the throw. Once again, it does see these throws. They don't need to be difficult throws like this. The batters have taken one. They've settled for one. A nice throw, one bounce to the bowler is all you need. That's bobbled away past the bowler, but fortunately, on this occasion, the wicketkeeper is there to stop it. Buyan, not a bad over so far. Just the one boundary, but now he has to deal with the might and the power of Dylan Stain. Shot. Just making it look simple. So there you have it. He has gone past his highest score on the network. I mentioned that was 79. This now takes him into the 80s. And Dylan Stain trying to prove to everybody that there is no such thing as the commentator's curse. 81 of 28. Buyan gets the ball back. And it's hit to the fielder, taking it on. Fielder doesn't take it cleanly. If he had taken it cleanly and got the throw back in to Buyan, maybe that's Zahid Mahmood. End of the over. It's a better over for Bohemians in general. Just the 12 coming from it. 133 for 2. And there's 12 balls left in the innings. How many can they get to? Definitely will be looking to get past that 150 mark, which would then sort of highlight what myself and Phil were talking about, saying that we would and do expect to see bigger scores today. Started off with 125 chase by Prague CC. Then the Prague Barbarians, they just didn't really click with the bat, only made 80, and the Tigers knocked those off with 12 balls to go. So what can Bruno end up with here? Hello to Jacob, who's joining in the chat. Nice to have you with us. And, ooh, well, I think he might have played this onto the lid, actually, you know. He was looking to just clip this away. I'll have a look at this one more time. Just come with the bat onto the lid. It has, you know, right onto the grill. Now, you've got to be checking these. That's on the grill. We've seen one being worn by the keeper. This one's by the... Yeah, I'd like to see the umpires actually just taking the time out, stopping the play for the moment, just going to the batter and doing a check. We normally do, and I know that Charles Groucher, the sheriff, is pretty good at insisting that happens. Maybe he's missed it, I'm not sure. I tell you who's not missing much. That's Pankaj. His strike rate stays phenomenal as he smashes another short delivery from Sakalain Mukhtar down the ground, flat backs it for a big 6. 6 more from him. And he's the only man that probably could stop Dylan Stain getting a century. because he's in the hunt for a 50 himself. And that's also very unselfish play from Dylan Stain. He's a team player. He's not thinking about his century. Yeah, batters that would have taken one there and said, that'll do. I'll go on strike. Not him. And they do take two. So I don't know why they're showing Dylan on strike here. That is not Dylan Stain on strike. No, it's not. It's wrong. Get it right. And that's going to be a wicket. Now, I hope they get this right because it's not Dylan Stain on strike. That is Pankaj. So Pankaj, the right-hander, that makes it easy for you, everybody. If the right-hander hits it out, he's not going to get his 50. He's going to get caught on the boundary. So that is the end of Pankaj. And Mukhtar will pick up a wicket here. So wicket will go. And Pankaj is going to have to depart. But he plays his part in a very good partnership worth over 100 runs between him and Dylan. So that is the end. It's well, Kamaldeep Singh, who's not had the best of days, at least he does pick up and hold on to the ball for the cat. But I bet he wishes he held on to the one when he dropped Dylan on 9. Oh, how different things could have been if that was the case. Mukhtar does pick up the wicket. And Hamidullah. Now, I know this name. I'll tell you why in a moment. As that's up in the air, it's going to be dropped. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Ullah gets dropped. They're all looking at each other and pointing fingers. They'll come back for 2 runs as well. Look, Dylan Stain, what can you say about the guy? He looks so unselfish. Could go on strike. Says, nah, it's fine. You stay on strike. We'll take 2. Smashed, hard, high in the air. This time, can't be stopped. It will go to the boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. And, well, Kamaldeep Singh, what a nightmare he's having. I just said at least his day might be getting better when he takes the catch to remove Pankaj, but then he drops Hamidullah very first ball. And the reason why Hamidullah's name rings a bell, he was the leading wicket taker last year. I believe he took 13 wickets. And, well, now he's swinging the bat. But he took those 13 wickets playing for Bohemians. So he has changed over. But I think Hamid, yeah, that's right. Hamid was telling us that he's now gone back to what is his local club. So though last year he played for Bohemians, he's gone back to the club that's nearest to home for him, Bruno. And that strengthens them a fair bit as well. 147. It's going to be with an over to go for 3. That over from Mukhtar. There was some success when the catch was taken, but it still goes for 14. And all right, here we go. He's going to get 6 balls to try and do it. And Dylan Stain looks like the fielder who I was saying was having a nightmare. Nightmare continues because it does look like he's come off the field of play. He's holding his wrist. It looks like the second catch he's gone for. That's Kamaldeep Singh has heard him. So looks like Imran Al-Haq will be on the field for the last over. Dylan Stain then 83 of 30. It's been a great innings. Can he get the 17 off this over to bring up a century? He could, you know, because that's 4 of them. It's a full toss outside the off from Ali Wakar. Oh dear. And, you know, this, I've got a feel for Ali Wakar here. He came on to bowl 1 over in the match against Prague CC. He didn't complete that over. He bowled 5 legal deliveries and was hit for 29. And now he's been balled on to bowl the last here. And Dylan Stain is rubbing his hands and thinking, maybe not going to get a better chance than this. Looking to bring up his first century on the European Cricket Network. His highest has been 79. He's passed that. And Ali Wakar, this ball takes a long time to come back from the car park. 150 also on the board. What a good knock it's been. Gone big again. It's another 6. He's doing it in style, Dylan Stain. It's now that 6 takes him into the 90s. You know what I'm going to do here? We're going to try the third time. This is going to be a third attempt of a commentator's curse because Phil G is back from his lunch. And I know Phil has got a lot of time for this player. Everybody here in Czechia has. So we could see something sensational. So I want to bring Phil in at this time as well. We're trying everything here for the Bohemians. 93. Plays it away. Does he want it? He's going to take it, you know. Oh, no. He could end up at the wrong end. He takes the single. 93 becomes 94 for Phil. Welcome back. I'm bringing you in here because this is a historical moment for Dylan Steyn. And when he takes the single, that's the sort of player he is, though. And I know the player that Ulla is. Ulla's not one to be pushing singles.
That's true. Thanks for bringing me back in. I was really excited to see what Dylan was doing out there. You're right, though, because he can do that.
Oh, dear. Oh, Dylan Steyn, if ever a team player, Dylan Steyn is one, isn't he? Because he could have turned the single down and got a century on the ball for him, but he's got Ulla out there, and Hamid Ulla is probably saying to Dylan, what do you want me to do, mate? And Dylan's saying, I want you to hit 6s. Don't worry about it. I want you to hit 6s. I want to win this match. Don't worry about me century.
That's right. It's the team. The team is first.
Do you think give him one ball? Give him one ball. See if you can hit the 6 to bring it up. Go on, Hamid. Do it for me. Do it for me. And do it for all the cricket lovers around the world. Take the single.
Not going to be.
Oh, he's not going to be. He's not going to be. And some people will say, see, the commentator's curse. He's not out. So I don't think you can call that the commentator's curse.
No.
But what a knock it's been. Hey, could be a wide in the run. Stranger things have happened. Ali Waka, 17 off the over. And it's going to be a good bit of fielding actually out there. They're going to try and come back for 2. And they will make it. And again, running to the danger end. He could have been out. But Dylan Steyn, his highest score on the European Cricket Network, 94 of 33. Mr. Unselfish. Mr. I play for my team. I've got to give him credit for that. I can tell you, there is not many players that I know, Phil, that would have turned down the opportunity to get a century on the big stage. But Dylan Steyn is thinking about the team. And Ulla, you know, he probably said to Dylan, hey, what you want me to do? And I think Dylan said, hit the ball as hard as you can. What a knock, what an innings. And Bruno get 166 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, the red generous round of applause as he's walking off as well. Mark Smart, Skippy in the chat says family first. I couldn't agree with you more. That's exactly what it was all about. He put the team first. He put his family first. He loves the Burno Cricket Club. He's been a part of them for many, many years, and he's basically part of the furniture, and he's played a terrific innings there. Hats off. Deserved a century, 100%.
Yeah.
But 94 not out, hey, I would take that any day of the week in any game. Don't you worry about that. Eclipses his previous highest score of 79 not out. So well done, Dylan.
Yeah, well done to him, and it's been a really good knock. There was the wicket there where that was played on by Noor Gandhi, the captain. I mean, in that innings, that's the strange thing about it. There was just one from Ratul, there was the duck from the captain, but then Pankaj. Let's talk about Pankaj as well. What a great innings from him. He scored, smashed 43 of 18, and that included 4 sixes and 3 fours. He would get out to a catch from Kamaldeep Singh, who had a nightmare. But the nightmare probably because first he drops Dylan Steyn on 9. Then he made some other blunders. He would take a catch, but then he would drop Hamid Ulla on 0. Ulla went on and hit 14 or 5 balls with a big 6 and a 4 himself. But the shot selection from Dylan Steyn, I think when you have a look at that wagon wheel, it's probably one of the healthiest and purest of wagon wheels that you probably will see.
I totally agree with that. It looked absolutely fantastic. So much strength around the ground and really just some powerful batting here. And I got a feel for the Bohemians. But at the same time, well, your bowling just wasn't up to scratch. And Burno Cricket Club got amongst it. Dylan Steyn and Pankaj Bhagat have torn you to shreds with a century-plus stand there for that first wicket. Was it first wicket or second wicket? Either way, look, it was a fantastic batting display, and congratulations to them. They've still got a job to do. Need to defend this against Bohemians. We know Bohemians can make big scores.
Yeah, they can, but it could be it could be a really thing here with Bohemians. I'm starting to worry here because I reckon they're going to be having to score, at a guess, around about that 110 to 115. Somebody will work it out, I'm sure, and put it on the chat, but we'll have it before the start of the innings. But I mean, they didn't have the best of times with the bat either. But if they go about this in the wrong way, and let's just say they go out there swinging, they could lose big wickets early and may not even get a point. So this is gonna be a real show of character from the reigning champions. Their chips are down, and well, it's getting hot in the kitchen. Let's see what they're going to do about it. But what a fantastic knock there from Dylan Steyn. 94 of 33, a great knock and a great team player as well. There's not too many more of them around, is there? Pankaj Bhagat, good knock from him. Ullah, nice to see him back at Brunel. I know he said it's my club, it's where I belong. He's back there from Bohemians, and he's a good player, so watch out for his bowling. His all-round performances are good. Talking about the bowling, well, what can you say? The worst wickets there for Fahad, for Tyagi. Also one there for Mukhtar, but it didn't go well at all. A lot of pain and a lot of thinking to be done at the end of this day one for Bohemians. Having said that, they could pull off a real surprise and get the 167 they need, and then we wouldn't be talking about it at all. We'd be talking about an incredible run chase. Rico Full here, and Phil G is with me, and I'm going to take a bit of time out to have my lunch a bit later. So much excitement in this match. We didn't even get to ask a question to Phil what was for lunch. I'm sure he will update you later. Phil G will bring you back and talk through the second innings where Bohemian, they need to get 167 for victory. And well, I'll see you probably for the start of match number 4, where the Prague Tigers will be back in action up against United, playing their one and only game here today. Join us back in about 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon, cricket fans. Phil G here in the commentary box to take you through the run chase, where the Bohemians have got a bit of a mountain to climb against the Bodono Cricket Club, who put on 166 for 3 in their 10. What a fantastic effort that was. See here the bonus point equation on the screen. So for the team from Moravia, from Bodono Cricket Club, they need to restrict the Bohemians to 116 or less to get all 4 points. And for the Bohemians to get all 4 points, try to chase down that massive total in 7 overs or less. That's a tall order. It's a big ask, but hey, this is ECN. Anything can happen. And welcome to everyone in the chat. Welcome back for this run chase. It's a very important game. Important for both teams, obviously for Bohemians. Goes without saying after they got a little bit smacked around in the batch number 1 by PCC. They're looking to try to bounce back with a win. Just to get points on the board. Get something on the board in the standings on day 1. And for Bono, open their account with a big win here if they can. Clip nicely off the toes there. That's going to run away from everybody, and that's going to go across the line. So there's a great start. That's a very positive start. Sazib Bouyan puts one across the boundary rope, flicked off the pads very nicely indeed. Goes very square, 4 runs. So that's a terrific start for the Bohemians. Now the question is, can they capitalise? Sazib and Nausha Babu opened in the previous match. Looked pretty good there for a little bit. And then Sazib was just struggling a little bit. He fits and starts, edged his way up to I think 53 he scored. So he was struggling a bit, but they had a really good open partnership. Just end up putting 124 on the board in their 10 overs and chased down by PCC in very quick time. You can see there's a little struggle in the field there to get onto that one, but it's just 1 run scored. But Bohemians here have a mountain to climb, a veritable mountain to climb. They have the firepower though. This is the thing about Bohemians. A few years ago, there was we used to always talk about, it depends what kind of Bohemians team turns up. They had a bit of reputation being slightly chaotic, but they have settled down so much in the last couple of years. It's been a real credit to watch them, sort of bond together a lot better now. And I think they're a really good quality side. So I would never count them out. And after what we saw last year in the final as well, against PCC, where they won the championship here at Vinoj. That's a lovely shot. So that's back to, not quite back-to-back boundaries, but that's another boundary in this over. Off the back. Have a look at this one. Slide on. We can't quite see how elegant that was, but that was a lovely shot off the pads. This time well behind backward square for another boundary. And Babu gets off the mark with 4. So Bohemians doing the right thing here. If you need to be going at 16 plus and over, well, that's a great way to start. To have 9 runs on the board after 3 deliveries. Niraj Mishra, who is a quality bowler, recently added to the national team, played in the CE Cup recently. That's a good delivery. He's keen something was on there. No one else really supporting him with the appeal. Easily just turns that one down. Dave Beaver reminded that anything can happen, and usually does. You are indeed correct, Dave. You can tell you're a fan of European Cricket Network, because you know exactly there is no rule book here. Things happen. That's all I got to say about that. Things happen here on the European Cricket Network. Mishra in again. Just cautiously pushed down to the leg side, keeping that strike turning over there. And a big good afternoon to everyone watching wherever around the world. Dave B, of course, Julian Dawson as well. Julian Dawson, we're looking forward to welcoming you into Prague next week. We need to try to sort a few details out, obviously. We're going to try to get you along to a few things that both Danny and myself have got planned for you. So we'll be in touch with you very shortly. Get a few ideas going. Lofted, smashed out of the ground towards the car park. It's a big leap there. That's been taken. That's actually really... Was that a catch on the bounce or on the full? Let's have a look at this one again. Also for the shot, as Sazib goes crash. Because that's what he can do. Then in the car park... Oh, it's on the bounce. Oh, okay. Just for a minute, I thought he caught that on the full. One of the spectators coming across. That might be one of the United players coming over from parking his car. Saw a few shots during the Challenger Series go towards the car park. There was one, I think there's one yesterday that ended up in the car park. So it's if you park your cars there, don't park it close to the ground. Make sure you park it towards the back of the car park, maybe close to the exit, just because you never know. Especially if someone like PCC's playing, or Sazib Bouyan is in a bit of a mood, because they can hit it into the car park on the full. Second over starts now. The 16 off that first over. Hey, this is the tour of Czechia. It's been a fantastic tour. It's 15 days that European Cricket Network is spending here in Czechia. As you see here, we started with 2 T20 competitions, Men and Women's Central Europe Cup. They went down really well. Enjoyed that thoroughly. Hope you did as well. Hit in the air, slightly mishit. 1, 2, 3 bounces across the boundary line. And that's a really good strike there indeed. Hey, Rico asked this question. Rico posed the question. He said, what was the score on this day? It was previously the highest score ever in men's ODIs at the time, and it was, of course, 444 for 3, scored by England against Australia. Of course, that's now been recently broken. What a score that was, though. So there you have it. Good, well done if you got that one correct. The fun continues here at the ground. Straight down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 runs. That was hit hard. That's hit something metal as well. I heard a clang. Maybe this crashed into something just away to my right here. It's gone pretty straight. Not sure what's hit. The bottom of the scaffolding, I think it's hit. And clunk. Nicely done. 76 matches since a golden ball. So, can we see another golden ball? Rico and I brought the magic in Romania to crash the golden ball party and reset the clock back to 0. Let's see if we can re-find that magic here today, or maybe on Sunday when we're back together again for finals day on Sunday. I know I've only just started the Premier Division, but I can tell you now, Sunday, that's going to become pretty quick. That's also come pretty quick to the player down there who never looked like he was in position. That wind is swirling around. Once it gets up at 5 meters above the ground, the wind will catch it. It is quite strong out there. When I'm doing a couple of match introductions, standing out there, it's really howling straight into the bowlers' faces. And anything that's skied is going to be very, very difficult for the fielders to get under. And so any skied catches taken, you make sure you give them a big round of applause, because that is difficult conditions for fielders for the skied catch. 26 for no loss, still 2 to come in the second. Good delivery, that one. It's a dot ball. And Babu sort of gesturing towards, funny enough, towards backward square leg, saying, I should be hitting it over there. There is a fielder there, backward square leg, so I'm not sure why he's gesturing that direction. I think if it's a straight ball, hit it back straight over the bowler's head. The wind will pick it up, and it will take it into the next village. Last ball of the second. Well, he's tried to do exactly that. He hasn't quite elevated, but he still gets a lovely straight shot down the ground for 4 runs. What a good way to finish the over. That over goes for 14. 16 off the first over, 14 off the second over. Bohemians marching along nicely at the moment. That run rate just creeping up slightly now over 17, but it's still, well, it's only just over 17, so there's no need for any panic yet. If they can keep going at these kind of overs, then start to accelerate. Got a lot of work to do. Let's have a look at the standings there. They don't have a point, the Bohemians. They've already played the 1 game against PCC, Prague Cricket Club. They lost all those points to the Prague Cricket Club when they got absolutely smashed in game number 1 after posting 124, and PCC overhauled that with within the 7 overs to get the bonus point. I guess they've got a bit to prove, a bit to show. The team from Brno, they have got the score on the board. Coming in to get 166 for 3 in their 10. Dylan Stain, absolute star with a 94 not out. Deserved a ton, but we'll have to wait for another opportunity to pick that one up. Now that is pretty much where Sazib likes it. It's short enough for him to have a think about where he wants to put it. Does he want to hit to deep mid wicket? Does he want to go squarer? This occasion he goes a little bit more squarer, and he's elevated that perfectly for 6. That's if you're going to bowl it there, you're going to get hit all day, every day. Vasu Devan goes in the first ball of his over the boundary for 6. Needs to come back here. Wow, look at that. The swing. You could see the ball swinging into Sazib's bat, but he knew exactly where it was going to go, and he's crunched that over deep mid wicket for another maximum. So back-to-back 6s here. Bohemians looking good. Sazib Bhuiyan, I tell you what, he's a bit like the ocean. You don't want to turn your back on him. He's just got this ability to score runs. He before the tournament started, he was on 2,094 runs. So this innings plus his previous innings puts himself into probably about 2,150 something. highest score that was in the ECI, 162 versus Romania last year. That's right, you heard me correctly. 162 not out, where he basically just tore the Romanian bowling to pieces. Let's see what he can do here against the team from Brno. Again, it's swinging in, but he knows that ball's going to come in. He understands what the bowler's doing, and he's capitalising. That is a tremendous shot. That is so far out of here, it's not funny. There you go. 48 for no loss, 2.4. I'm seeing some really good power hitting here. Brno, they're having a little bit of a confab at the top of the bowler's run-up. A few of the more experienced fielders, teammates, just coming over to the bowler and saying, come on, gone for 18 from 4. Sazib's asking why that wasn't called a wide. Umpire Farouk is unmoved, except maybe to turn his head to the Square Leg umpire and say, I think there's one more to come. What do you reckon? Sazib well left, I guess you could say. Swings of that one, doesn't connect. So a tale of two cities, that over. It's 3 sixes in that and also 3 dot balls, but it's still 18 off the over. It's what's required. It's exactly what's needed for dinner. And Bohemians are looking pretty good at the moment. It just looks really, really strong, I feel. So 48 for no loss after 3 is on the board. Have a look at the tower block display there. One magical over in Brno's innings there. At 25 off that 6th over. And so far, 16, 14 and 18. That previous over quite expensive. Thought it could have gone more, but still 3 dots as well. It's good to see Arun Vasildevan getting that ball to swing around a little bit. Unfortunately, his length was just not good enough, and they really got after him. That's good power play, though. 48 off the power play. Nicely done by Bohemians. They've still got a lot of work to do. Still need a lot of runs. Still need 119 runs off 42 balls. So the run rate required is exactly 17. And they almost pretty much started with a run rate of 17 required. So need to maintain this and try to get their noses in front. But these two are looking ominous. For the team from Brno, they're looking for a breakthrough. And see how they can go now. Shouts to catch it. It's in the air for a long time. It's going to swirl around. But that is really well taken. How about that for some concentration? Really, really well taken indeed. And that is an instant breakthrough. Naveed Ahmed gets a wicket with his first ball. And it's the wicket of Naushad Babu, and he has to go. That is such a tough catch. It was in the air for a long time. A long time, but such good judgment. No juggle, no nothing, just straight down. You can see in the background the flags fluttering in the breeze. Watch this. A study in concentration. Straight into the mitts, no juggle, puts the ball to the ground and says, I caught that one. And it was Arun Vasildevan who got smacked for 18 the previous over. That's probably why he was his celebrations were exactly like that. He's probably feeling a little bit of frustration that it happened to him. But there we go. So the breakthrough, big breakthrough, brings in Sahil Grover to the crease. He gets to face his first from Naveed. Just tucks around the corner and pretty straightforward single. Now, how does Sazib play Naveed? How is this going to go? Score up to 49 for a loss of 1. 118 required from 40. It's basically foot down, accelerate for the rest of these 40 deliveries. Because he has to do things like that. And that is downtown and then some. That's into the neighbouring village. That's a big strike. Not as big as a couple we saw from Sadeshwar Guram in the earlier game today, but still a great shot nonetheless. Hope everybody in the chat's doing well. Hello to John Gray. And hello, who was that there? Jules is in the chat as well. Good to see you both, along there with Dave and the other fans of the European Cricket Network. You're all fans of the European Cricket Network, otherwise you wouldn't be tuning in. Wonderful to have your company. See Mark Smart still there. Hey Skippy, you're coming up to the ground sometime this afternoon, I think. I think that's what I saw you say, maybe for the last game. And that is crashed out of here as well. That's going to go, for the most part, across the entire neighbouring field, the Hugo Banks field. It's gone a long way. playing here on the Scott Page field. And the ball several times has been on the neighbouring field. These two pitches right next to each other, and often on a weekend, on the weekend in summer, or pretty much from April through to the start of October, you'll find people like us playing on pitches like this and enjoying ourselves for the competition. The T20 League, we don't sort of play the 40 over game here as much anymore, only because of the lack of grounds and the fact that a 40 over game does take up the ground for the entire day. Abid back. Oh, it's a better delivery, it's quicker. He hasn't gone really close there. Really, really close indeed. Have a look at this one more time. That was, I don't get a chance to see the replay, but he's pushed that through a lot faster. Oh, how's that missed? That's a good delivery. Crashes this one though, and just over the fingertips of the player there. It wasn't far away. Naveed's got he's got hands on his hips. He's looking around the ground saying, well, what do I have to do to get a wicket here? Yeah, no, it wasn't just over the fingertips. It was well and truly over that person who's out there. So a wicket with the first ball, but after that, it was all gravy for the Bohemians as they pick up 19 runs from that over. So they're going along at the run rate required. They've got 9 wickets still in hand as well. It's 67 for 1 after 4. Look at the graph here. So the run rate graph is telling us that Bohemians are right where they need to be, exactly where they need to be. It's the maintaining of that run rate that's going to be the tough ask for them. Let's see how they do. So 67 for 1, chasing a big score. Hope you've all enjoyed the day so far of this Premier Division action. I've enjoyed it. I think it's been terrific. Absolutely fantastic, and it's so good for us to be able to do a Challenger and a Premier Division here in Prague for the ECS Czechia edition 2025. Not sure if we'll be able to do it next year. The people will get together towards the end of the year and they'll talk about the format for the ECSs in 2026. But for now, it's all about this one, and that's another good shot over the infield for 4 runs. And Sahil Grover gets amongst the runs with his first boundary. Yeah, a few people in the chat have been talking about Vinarati and the fact that they won the Challenger division and how they should get the promotion into this Premier division. Now that will happen if, I expect that to happen if we do a Challenger and a Premier next year. Oh, it's hit the wickets. There we go. So there's the breakthrough. Sahil Grover, he's only been there for a couple of deliveries, but Hamid Ullah has hit the stumps one more time. Straight through, just leaves a massive gap there. Swings hard over the top of the ball. Probably doesn't bounce as high as expecting. And Hamid Ullah celebrates with a wicket against his old team. Played last year, and as Rico explained to you, he got most of the runs in the most of the wickets, a lot of wickets in this ECS last year. I think he was the top wicket getter. So now he's switched over to Brno, which is the first team he played for when he arrived here in Czech Republic. So he's kind of gone back to his home, if you like, or where he started playing cricket. And he said to us earlier, he said to both myself and Rico, he's looking forward to helping his team Brno lift the trophy on Sunday evening. So there you go. How's that for a statement? That's all about the team. So Bohemians lose the second one. Importantly, it's also a dot ball, so the run rate's going to lift even a little bit more now. Zahid Mahmood comes out, and he's no slouch with the bat. Hits the ball hard. It's a tough one. It's a tough one for the player on the boundary, and I'll tell you why. I mean, I'm not going to get too stuck into him because that bounced not too far in front of him, but it also went like an absolute rocket. Naveen Ahmed was made to look a little bit silly here as he doesn't get anything behind the ball, but that was hit so hard, and he takes a really rotten bounce. Might even clip one of the fingers on the way through as he looks down ruefully at his hands. Yeah, Zahid Mahmood, big fan of his. He and Sazi Bouyan have batted so many times for this team together, and they put on big partnerships for the Bohemian Cricket Club, and boy, do they need one now. There just completely gets it wrong. Well, the shy is really wild towards the bowler. That's not good at all. Mohamed Ratul with the gloves there. He takes a second to sort of line up stumps, and his throw is really high and wide. Almost has his fingers knocked out of his hand as he tries to stop that ball from going for buzzers. 2 to come in the over. Well, there's one. That's out of here. That is properly out of here. And I told you during the introductions of this match that the wind is blowing from the top of your screen, going across the ground, and it's picking up Andy's shot to mid-wicket for the right-hander and helping it across the field there. You can see the neighbouring field with all the flags put out there. So we're still trying to work on picking up a brand new boundary rope for that ground. Anyone wondering why on earth we have flags there, the old school flags. We don't have a boundary rope. Well, because the other boundary rope, unfortunately, was pilfered by, well, I don't know who. We don't know who by. Obviously, the police are maybe working on that. But it's, yeah, not sure who would want to steal 2 lengths of 250 metres of very strong rope. But then again, maybe they took them to a seaport and sold them to a ship or something. No idea. No idea. It's confusing for me as it is for you. All I know is that woke up one morning, came to the ground. Guess what? We're 2 ropes short. All continues. Last ball of his over. Waits on that one. Stands up and smacks it hard down the ground. And that's what Sazibuyan does. It's exactly what he does. He's very good at it as well. He's got a lot of strength there, and he's absolutely pummeled that one down the ground. That is a lovely shot indeed. So 53 is Sazibuyan, sorry, 59, excuse me, 59. 50 up with the previous 6, and he capitalises with another 6 there. So 59 off 15, made in quick time. Brought up his 50 of only 14 deliveries. So here we are. This is the ECS men at Czechia. It started last week with the Challenger Division, which was sorted out with Vinarati lifting the cup in the last game yesterday. And now we've got 4 days of Premier Division. Bohemians, Prague CC, Brno, the United Cricket Club, Prague Tigers, and of course the Prague Barbarians, my old club, all playing for supremacy. The reason that the split of the Premier and the Challenger is obviously trying to make the games a bit more even. So we've taken the top 6 teams from last year's ECS, the teams that finished 1 through to 6, and put them into the Premier. And the teams that finished 7 through to, well, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's right, 7 to 11. Just had to work it out with my fingers. Those 5 teams played the Challenger, which concluded last night. Crashed. Absolutely smoked down the ground again. Zahid Mahmood puts that one out of the ground. I might even put almost into the scorer's tent. That was a lovely strike. Bang. Look at this. No, he's gone just to the other side of the scaffolding there. See, just bouncing off there in the background, heading towards Tubby Hill. Good support in from the dugout there, away to my left. 94 for 2 at the start of the 6th. 73 from 29. That run rate's now ticked down to 15. Wide called there. So this is a very good bit of aggression here from the Bohemians, and you see there doesn't really grab any of the tram line. Them's the rules in the European Cricket Series. That ball has to grab some of that blue line. This one, toe into the bat, it's in the air, shouts to catch it. 2 players converge. Hamidullah can't knock it back, but the boundary rider coming round from his right hand side does manage to save the boundary. Niraj Mishra gets the skates on and protects the boundary, so it's just a 1 bounce. Just 1 run there, 96 for 2. Sazib now, 59 he's on. Hit really hard through the covers. Only about 3 metres to the left-hand side of Hamidullah, who's fielding there in, well, he's in a regulation sort of cover position. And he basically watched it go past without being able to move a muscle. That went like a rocket. Nice shot, 4 runs. This time he goes straight. Oh, it's a lot of work for the fielder to do. Almost saves the boundary. That was so close. Dylan Stain, who's a gun fielder. He's very, very quick in the field. Really, really good. Even he can't get to that one. He takes the pace off it completely. It just manages to roll. Unreal. Such a good strike. Now Sazib this time goes for the uppercut. It's going to be a couple of bounces and 4 runs backward a point. So he's swinging hard and he's connecting. And Arun Vesadevan, he's coming under fire from Sazibuyan. He's getting absolutely schooled here. 20 off the over. And there's still 1 more to come. 100 up with the previous 4 as well. One more to come in this over. And we'll have a look at the run rate required for a win here. It's down to 14.16. Saziboyan, 71 from 18. It's just something about this man. When he gets on a heater, he is absolute carnage. It's full. He sees it early. He swings so hard, and that's out of the ground. 6 runs. That was not a good delivery at all. Not a clever delivery. Well, poor old Arun Vesudevan, he goes for none for 44 from his 2 overs. And he has coughed up a very expensive over there. That's not good at all. So 114 for 2 after 6. And this is looking very dangerous for Verno Cricket Club here. For the Bohemians, I always knew they had it in them. There's something about the Bohemians. There always is. You just never know. Saziboyan. Yep. I described him a little while ago. He's just like the ocean. Don't turn your back on him. Don't turn your back on the Bohemians. They're just that kind of... The X Factor is what they are. They are the X Factor team that can just come out of nowhere and do the most amazing things. By the way, they are the current reigning champions here in the European Cricket Series in Czechia, having won the trophy last year, causing a bit of an upset and knocking the Prague Cricket Club off their perch. Making a real good fist of this run chase. Hope you're enjoying this, wherever you're watching from around the world. Live from Vinoj, the home of Czech cricket here at the Scott Page Field. Phil G on comms taking you through the rest of this match. Rico Full enjoying his lunch over in the green room, I'll call it. Have a little, I'd call it the green room, and just where we like to have our guests and people who come to the ground. Maybe just like to sort of just have a little chat, have a drink, and have a little bite to eat, which is what Rico's doing. Well-deserved break he gets. Matab Khan is back on to bowl. Really good runs there. It's a wide plus another one as well. So these extras are really starting to mount up as well. So this is very good from Bohemians. Well, to be fair to the team from Brno, their extras before that ball was bowled was just 1 wide. So, you know, there's that. They've been very good, and the wide was just bowled in that last over too. Now that's interesting. Turned down a run there. Saziboyan has obviously said to Zahid, look mate, I'm feeling pretty good here. We don't need to take these little singles, we need boundaries. And I'm the boundary hitting machine, watch this. So this one better go to the boundary. And it does. Right on cue. Just over the top of the fielder who's on the boundary there. It cleared him in the engine by enough, but at the same time, you know, just could have almost slightly missed hit one. So this is what Sazib's all about. He's a boundary hitter, and he's saying pretty much, look, I can do this. But yeah, just interesting to note they turned down the possible single there. Bowler in again. Swings hard at this one. This time's going to go to that boundary rider, and they will take the single. So backing up though for a 2, not to be. Boyan moves to 84 from 22. Plenty of time for him to get back on strike and get himself a, well, I'm not going to fall for the old commentator's curse. I'm just going to say get himself back on strike and add to his score. How about that? I think I've covered myself there. There's not going to be any red faces here in this commentary bin. Sorry, commentary box. Excuse me. Apologies, Prakash. Bowler in again. Down the ground for just 1. That's good bowling here from Matab. Restricting the boundaries. Everything that doesn't go to the boundary is a win for the for BCC. And by BCC, I'm talking about the Brno Cricket Club as opposed to the Bohemian Cricket Club. So I better be careful on that. Another single again. Oh, had to hurry. Didn't pick up. So it's getting interesting now. We're coming down to the wire because it's 42 from 19. So after this ball, 3 full overs to go. So these middle overs for the Bohemians have been absolutely fantastic. A couple of massive overs, big magical overs. Previous over went for 26. This over's 11 so far, plus whatever's coming next. Crunch. And that is going to go across the line for 4 runs. So it is skipping along now to 129 for 2. 7 overs gone. Bohemians getting on top here. That is a really good, nice good shot all the way along the ground. And Sazib, he moves, he's on 85. Zahid Mahmood, he's on 17 from 6. Let's have a look at the ECS Czechia Premier Division match number 4 coming up after this. The Tigers are back in action, this time against United. It's the only match for United, and I'm looking through that team. That looks like a pretty good world strength team. I like the names I see there, including Rudraj Magre, Piyush Bagal, Pramod Bagoli as well, and Amandeep Singh, Ali Hassan Sitar. These are big names, guys I've known for many, many years. Of course, Abhimanyu Singh, the captain and wicketkeeper, leading the team. And I think United are looking pretty strong. Taking on the Prague Tigers, who've just got one change. Arman Buyan comes into the side, and otherwise it's an unchanged side. Keep a lookout for Vahad Shakil, who impressed us, and of course Sagar Hussain, who also impressed us with the bat in their win over the Barbarians. Massive win over the Barbarians they had. That match coming up after the conclusion of this game, starting in approximately, call it 31 minutes time from now. 31 and a half minutes, how about that? We've still got this run chase to go though. Hamid Ullah is going to bowl his second. He went for 21 off his first over, but he did pick up an important wicket. Let's see what he can do here. 38 from 18 is the equation. Big cheers from the dugout. Sazi Boyan marches to 91 from 24 with a very impressive Maximo. That's going to be a long chase. I notice we don't have any volunteer ball retrievers at the ground today, of all the days to not have them. So we are losing a little bit of time for some of these huge hits. Yeah, probably need to have a look at this sometime. And maybe during the match break, I might drop a few messages to my friends in Czech cricket and ask them if there's any chance we can get some volunteers at the ground maybe tomorrow and the day after, because yeah, we can't keep having the players running off for a minute to go to find the ball and come back again. Otherwise this could be a very long day. Very long indeed. Luckily, with the wind coming across the ground and that cool change we had coming in overnight, the temperature has come right down from yesterday where it was humid and a little bit disgusting. It's actually really quite nice out there. Probably about 23 degrees at the moment. Anyway, Ullah continues. This time he goes over the long off position for another Maximo. 97 now of 25. Sadi Boyan, he's eyeing off another ton. I'm not scared of commentators' curse now. Believe me, I've done worse commentators' curse in my time. The most recent one, of course, was well, it was here about a week ago, wasn't it? And yeah, Bilal from Austria doesn't talk to me anymore. Smack. This one is going to carry the rope for another Maximo. That's the 100 up for Sazid Boyam. He moves to 103 from 26. What an impressive innings this is. He gets a ton. He just gives a little acknowledgement to the dugout and says, yep, you're welcome, no problem. Yep, oh, now he knows, and he has a bow as well. he's such an impressive character. He really is. He's one of the softly spoken, nice guys I know in Czech cricket. He's a bit of a loudmouth sometimes with the cricket bat, but when you talk to him one-on-one, he's very focused. He's always got a smile on his face, and that is a thoroughly deserved ton. As much as we loved Dylan Staines' 94 not out, this has been an impressive display of power hitting. 103 off 26. And you get the feeling he's not finished. Although along the ground, bit of a spill. Going to come back for a second. No. No, Sazib says to Zahid, no, get back. That's okay. 148 for 2. 19 from 14 required. Bohemians all over this. Sazib Boyan has put his hand up immediately and said, I'm here in this tournament to make runs. Hit hard down the ground. Oh, Dylan can't quite stop that one. He was playing for the bounce. You could see the way he dived for the ball. 2 hands out, expecting that ball to bounce into his hands and save the boundary. Unfortunately, this might give you a good view in the background. Watch him come into shot there. Just gets through, goes underneath him. Bowler's down on his haunches. Hamidul is saying, what have I done to deserve this? 150 up with that strike as well. 15 runs required from 13 deliveries. 152 for 2. Zahid Mahmood, he's no slouch with the bat. I'm a big fan of his. And that's just clever. That is just clever. He's going to pick up a couple probably. Yug Warrior has to chase that one and get it back. He actually does pretty well. Yeah, Yug Warrior on the field. He was came into the side as the sub. Not sure who he's subbing for. I'm just trying to see who may have got a little bit injured, who's off the field right now. So I'll try and get back to you about that. But that was Yug Warrior who's fielding there and just gets past him for a couple. So 8 overs gone, 154 for 2 after 8. Bohemians need 13 from 12 to snatch the win here. 154 for 2. How about that? Zahid Mahmood on 23 from 8. Sazib Bouyan, that is a terrific score from him, 104 from 27. The partnership worth 83 from 22. Just, you heard me correctly, 83 from 22. These two together are absolutely irrepressible. They have batted together so many times over the years for the Bohemians, and they have dug the Bohemians out of trouble. They've set big targets. When these two get together and teams can't get rid of them, they will put on massive scores, and they do it in a hurry as well. Crash, bang, wallet, out of the ground. Any way you look at it, it smacks into the fence, just down alongside the scaffolding tower there, as our cameraman has to angle it down and see where it's landed. That is absolutely emphatic. Sazib races to 110 now of 28, and this score is going to get reeled in, probably in this over. We've just started the 9th. It's 7 required from 11. Niraj Mishra, who is a quality bowler, just got absolutely schooled then. What do you do? How do you bowl to this guy? How on earth do you bowl to Sazib Bouyan when he's in this kind of mood? So he backs up his previous effort this morning after he got a really good 50. Although a little bit in slow time, he got off of 30-odd deliveries. But this innings here, he's smacked 116 off less deliveries than he got his 50 earlier today. Scores level. Anything will do it. 1 run, got 10 balls to do it. Anyhow, they're going to get there. Let's have a look. How does it happen? Does it happen now? It's going to be a wide. That's the game. Game, set, match. Bohemians, they get the score on the board and they do it in style with still 10 whole deliveries to spare. How about that for a stamp of approval? That is incredible hitting from Sazib Bouyan. Zahid Mahmood also came to the party as well, and this has been terrific work here from the Barbarians. No, they get their chance later, but from the Bohemians. Naushad Babu put together 19 from only 10 deliveries faced, but it was all about Sazib Bouyan, that 116. He got support as well. 116 of 29. Hear me correctly when I tell you this. That's 16 sixes, 4 fours. His strike rate exactly 400. You've been spoiled. European Cricket Network universe, you have been spoilt with an amazing bit of batting there from Sazib Bouyan. Doesn't matter if you're a fan of the Bohemians or not. If you support or play for any other club here in Czech or around the world, you've got to take your hat off to the innings and just say the man was unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. Barely gave a chance away, and that was quite a win to overhaul that total. So well done. Well done. They chased down 167 with 10 balls to spare, and the highlight reel is going to be full of highlights of the ball going to all parts of the ground, down the ground, to the car park. This was a good catch that was taken, and it was Arun Vasudevan who took the catch, who came in for an absolute hiding when he was bowling. Let me just go through these some of these bowling figures. So Arun Vasudevan, he went for none for 44 from his 2, and who else got spanked around the ground? Hamid Ullah picked up a wicket, went for 46 runs. Naveed Ahmed bowled 1 over, but 1 for 19. Everyone else expensive. Matab Khan, the most economic of the lot, none for 29 from his 2. But let's talk about Sazib Bouyan. Just in the end here, probably about the last 3 overs, it was just pure Bohemian carnage from the bat of Sazib Bouyan. How good was that? That's incredible. Absolutely amazing. So, Bohemians notch up a win. They're going to be very happy about that. It means that they don't go home empty-handed, having lost so badly to PCC earlier this morning in game number 1 here of day 1. Now they've managed to set things up nicely for themselves. So match number 3 will go to the Bohemians. So there we go. Let's have a look at the batting card, remind ourselves how this all unfolded. And Sazib Bouyan opened the batting with Naushad Babu, and they together put on a really good start there. The first opening partnership, 48 off it. Then the first wicket fell after the first ball of the 4th over. But take nothing away from Sazib Boyan, because that 116 of 29 striking at 400. Sahil Grover, unfortunately, doesn't get amongst the runs. He got a few, then that was it for him. Zahid Mahmood came out, and these two have batted together many, many times. They know each other really well. They run well between the wickets. And for them, it was simply a case of let's just get the runs, let's get over the line, let's do it in style. Only 4 extras to note as well. So really good bowling from the team from Burno, I guess, on that level. At the same time, they've just had 166 chased down with 10 overs to 10 balls to spare. So there's that. The bowlers, they probably won't want to look too much at this card, because it doesn't say a lot of good things apart from Mahtab Khan being the most economical. So that is game number 3, match number 3 in the tin, as Burno put on 166 for 3 for 10 in theirs, 94 not out for Dylan Stain off 33. A terrific innings from him. But then slightly overshadowed by Sazib Boyan, who hit 116 off 29. Bohemians getting the win by 8 wickets with 10 balls to spare. What an amazing bit hitting from that man. So we now are going to take a bit of a break, because match number 4 is coming to in your direction, probably about 20 minutes time. That means Rico and I will be back here probably about 18 or 17 minutes time to introduce you to that. Yeah, there it is on the screen. So 21 minutes. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes. I'll go check on Rico, see if he's finished his lunch in the green room, and if we've got any celebrities come to the ground we can have a little chat with. Probably not, but we'll see anyway. So this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying I'll see you all back here in about 15, 16 minutes time. Catch your breath. I'll go have a chat with Sazib and see if I can, how big that smile is on his face. Next match coming up, Prague Tigers versus United. We'll see you shortly.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
T10 everyone, and welcome back to the continuation of this wonderful first day of the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. It is the Premier Division and it's day number 1. Welcome if you've just joined us. If you've been here since the series start, then you'll know that this is a great day so far. So many good games being played, some great talent on display. Next game coming your way is match number 4. It is going to be the Prague Tigers taking on United Cricket Club. It's United Cricket Club's only match of the day. They get to play just one match today, and then they play 2 games tomorrow and then 2 games the day after on Saturday. Prague Tigers, it's their second match they've to play today after a big win they had against the Barbarians just a couple of games ago. Why don't we get over to Charles Crouch, who's got the 2 captains for the coin toss, and let's see what happened. Charles, take it away.
Thanks very much, Phil, and good afternoon. Welcome to the toss for match 4. Prague Tigers with United CC to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is a head.
We'll bowl first.
United have won the toss, and they'll bowl.
So there you have it. United win the toss, going to have a bowl first. Not a bad idea here in the afternoon. It's still nice conditions here at the ground. The sun's breaking through the clouds. We had a little bit of cloud cover before during the previous match. The wind is picking up though. As you're looking down the middle of the pitch, it's going from left to right, sort of the top of the screen down toward the bottom of the screen. From where I'm standing here, down towards the bottom end of the Scott Page field, it's coming across my shoulder and heading off towards the Hugo Banks field over there. So that's going to help the right-handers heading towards deep mid-wicket. For the bowlers though, they are bowling into that. It's almost like a headwind, but coming in sort of on an angle on the side like that. It's tough going out there, but it's tough for everybody. But it's good temperature, the humidity's dropped, the breeze is nice, the sun's shining. Can't wait to get stuck into this. It's a big game coming up for both the Tigers and United. As I said before, this is United's only game here for today, and for the Tigers, coming off that big win over the Barbarians, they're looking to get 2 wins from 2 games. Let's see how we go. Rico Full is standing by in the commentary box. Let's get over to him straight away to get this game started. Over to you, Rico.
Thank you very much, Phil. Yeah, I am back after having a very nice lunch. And, well, not that I only had my lunch. I watched that wonderful innings from Buyan, who showed us his class and his form. He absolutely battered the Grizzly to all parts of the ground. 116 of 29 balls and getting Bohemian the win. Wow. Well, I did say at the halfway point it would take something special if they were to do it, and they did do it. And they did it with 10 balls to go as well. So that will certainly make them feel a lot happier, especially when, as we know, they haven't played at their best, particularly with the ball, but they needed Sazib Buyan to be at his best and to get them the win. The Tigers have got one change, Arman Buyan himself. Talk of Buyan, a different Buyan comes into their side, and they are, I don't think that's the right graphic there, by the way, so we'll ignore that. I don't know what team. It's the right match, but I don't think it's the right team, so we'll just ignore that for the moment. Maybe we might get the right one come up a bit later, but Prague Tigers and United, I think it will probably be around about a 50-50, to be honest. United, they finished in 5th spot in the standings last year, got 21 points to their name, and got some good scalps along the way, so they'll be keen to have a good start here. The Tigers, they got a very good win early on. The only thing will be for them is they knew that they probably could and perhaps should have had 4 points from that victory, not the 3. They just kind of bottled it, didn't they? They just went into a shell and went into tiki-taka mode and dotted up a lot of deliveries and weren't able to get the 4 points. It still was a comprehensive win, though, one with 12 balls to go against the Prague Barbarians. So you can see the wind that Phil was talking about there. So that's what the bowlers have to contend with. And that probably explains perhaps why quite a few deliveries are going down the leg side. And that one doesn't though. It's been played away nicely. Fielder's got work to do, and blap is what our survey says. The first little bit of work that the United side have to do in the field. It's not a good bit of work. Fielder does, look, at least I'm going to say he does try to get hands to it, but gets it wrong and gets a bit of hand and foot onto that as it goes for the boundary. So Sagar Hussain is off and running. He batted well in the last match, scored 32. And Shaquille, who's with him, looked very good as well on 28. Played this time to the fielder. No is the shout from Fahad Shaquille. So these two were very good in getting the Tigers off to a good start. Be interesting to see how they go now that they're batting first. Of course, they were chasing only a low score of 81 against the Prague Barbarians. So we didn't think they were going to get too well tested, but batting first could be interesting. John Cray saying hola. Hola to you, John. Up in the air, it should be a wicket. And it will be a wicket. Catch nicely taken. And that's Singh who holds on to it. And Bagali will pick up a wicket. Well done to Pramod. And it's going to be a big wicket that as well. That's Sagar Hussain who goes for the big hit, doesn't get it right. And no problems there. The man who's got 0 on his back, Amardeep Singh. Well, he might have 0 on his back, but he's got a few fantasy points for this. There's no doubt about it. Good catch taken, actually. And it's worth mentioning, and feel quite right, mentioning the wind, which could be useful depending which way you're hitting the ball, but it will play a part in the field as well. So all of these catches, which may look pretty straightforward to us on the camera, are not as easy as you would feel. And that's the end of Hussain. He goes pretty early, literally hits a 4, gets out of ball number 3. Amardeep holds on to the catch, and well done to Pramod. Picks up a wicket. New batter. Now, this is the man who had all the problems. Naeem Lala. In the last match, he just really struggled to hit the ball off the pitch. He's going to get a big wide, fired down the leg side. That's disappointing, actually, from the bowler Pramod after getting a wicket. You'd think he'd want to test the new batter, but just fires it down the leg side. Wicket keeper has done pretty well here, I believe. That is the captain, Abhimanyu Singh, diving to his left and gets a mitt to it. Stops it going for 5 wides, that's for sure. And that hits pretty hard. Gets it over the top of the close fielders. One bounce as it goes over the boundary. And that's Fahad Shakir. Now this guy, we haven't seen much of him at all here in Czechia. And when I started to watch him, first saw him do very well with the ball. He picked up a couple of wickets, but he looked good with the bat as well. And looks like a good player, looks like a classy player. I expect to see a lot of him in the next couple of days. Oh, they like it. They do like it. The umpire having a little look at square leg here. Square leg can't give that kind of decision. Interesting one, you know. Does have a big swing. Did we catch anything on this? I don't know. Certainly was no sound for me. And the umpires in the end say that is not out. That's umpire Vishal. He's out there with Joe Foster. A bit of a rash shot, actually. Well, that's what he was trying to do. Nothing rash about this one. And going to the car park is that Grizzly. And that area, I think, if you have a look at the wind, look at that, the way the wind is playing. So if you're hitting it with the wind behind it, the ball is going to sail. And that one ends up on the Banks field. Nicely played away. 16 has sort of been, it's not the first time at the end of the first over. 16 have come from it, 16 off that one. There was a wicket there, though, as well for Pramod. This is a nice little breakdown, actually, of the champions of cricket that's going to be coming up. Euro, as we call it. Premier Division tells you what's going to happen. Then you've got the Challenger Division in between from the 7th to the 15th of October. And then we finish with Championship Group. Only a few days of action on this occasion. 16th to the 18th. So the group winners from ABC will be joining the likes of England and the Netherlands in that championship group. But of course, in the middle will be like a little competition of its own, where the Challenger division will go from start to finish. A good hand on this, has been hit pretty well. And the fielder stops this ball definitely going to the boundary. As Neem Lala plays it pretty well, but can't get it away. It's Amardeep Singh who's doing the bowling. Oh, that short delivery, too short and put away. I was watching that last innings where Bhuyan smashed the ball all over the place, got his century. Now he got a lot of these kind of deliveries. And it'd be interesting to see what Phil G, who was talking you through that match, makes of this. I wonder if the wind is causing these issues for the bowlers. Phil, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Thank you very much. I did indeed. Also enjoyed that end of that previous match, watching Sazib Bhuyan help himself to a ton. Yeah, the wind is a big factor out there right at the moment, and for the bowlers running in, I was saying this in my introduction, is that they really must feel that they're really having to work a little bit harder, because it's really gusting and it's coming straight into their face. It's not coming across them, it's really just straight into the face. So you are running into the wind as you're trying to bowl the ball. And for the batters, put it up into the air, heading towards leg side for the right-hander. Yeah, it's getting caught and carried. So it's Lala facing. He's on 6 from 2. Amardeep Singh to continue. So just like that, that is a shot that's just gone over the boundary line. Any other day, I reckon that would have just bounced inside the rope, and the wind has definitely picked that up and just given it an extra couple of metres. And that is miss-hit, if you like, for Maximo. Good strike down the ground nonetheless, though.
Is this the same Lala as in the last match? You couldn't get the ball off the square?
I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's the same Lala.
Yeah, I think it was Lala, I'm pretty sure, who blocked out 5 balls, then took a single in that over.
That's the one.
And yeah, in this one, he's gone 6 and 6 of those last 2. Absolutely mullered it. So, well, whatever he's had for lunch, I hope I had the same, because it's certainly got him started. Yeah, good hits, and he looks a different player altogether.
Oh, look, Teletubby Hill, and there's Lala. Right on cue.
Lala is right on cue. Oh, that's a good one.
There he is in the foreground.
Lala is here, everybody.
There he is. Just need to see the sunshine in the background somewhere there.
Okay, high.
Well, hang on a minute.
Good luck with the wind.
Oh, no, that has gone to ground, Rico. He was camped under it for an eternity, and it's the wind at the last minute that made it move, and it's just clipped the fingers and gone straight out. That's a bad drop. That's really, really bad.
Yeah, well, Lala. No. Lala, we thought he was going to make his way back to, there's the hill in the background. We thought he was going to end up there where he's from, but no, he's going to get lucky. And the catch gets dropped. No luck, though, for Amardeep Singh.
Shouts of how's that. Amardeep just turns around and very, very politely asks the question of Joe Foster. Look at this. There's a big shout around the ground. I reckon he's not getting anything on that one. He just turns around and says, well, come on, Joe. What do you think? Not a lot of support from the keeper, who took that one nicely. He just continues on and looks up and realises there was an appeal. Off the toes. Nicely done. That's very square. Field had it all to do there, and unfortunately the ballers beat him across the line. Nice shot for 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Whipped away off the pads. Good effort from the fielder. Nice to see him trying to stop it, diving, but not able to. 17 come off the over. Though Amardeep Singh, he'll be disappointed that he hasn't got a wicket. Should have had Lala back already on 12, but Lala survives. And the score at the end, the second over is 33 for 1.
Yeah, bad drop that in that over. You're absolutely right. That would have been a massive wicket for Amardeep Singh. Amardeep Singh would have been celebrating, and so would the catcher, and in the end it goes to ground. So they may rue that one. Lala gets a life, and they continue on here. The Prague Tigers looking to capitalise and get a good score on the board. Currently, though, going along nicely at 33 for 1 after 2. Power play is starting to pick up quite a fair bit. When we said at the start of the day, looking for some bigger scores in the power play than what we saw in the Challenger division. We're seeing that already.
Yeah, we certainly are. David's saying at least the wind will help with the conditions in the microwave. I think he was saying about us in a compliment. It does in a way that, I mean, it's not really coming in here as much as we'd like. It's still pretty warm. And because of the way the wind is playing, it tends to be, it's going sort of across us. So we're not getting it. And I know that where our scorers are, they're getting a fair bit of that with scorers. Samir's there with Vasu and also bowlers in there. And Diana's set up base in there as well. So they're keeping nice and cool.
It's quite funny how we're not getting any breeze coming through here. Maybe we need to have one of these walls taken out.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll help.
I think it's just the one on my side, isn't it? Because
your side,
as soon as I stick my head out a little bit,
Yeah.
I can feel it. I can feel. I mean, as soon as I'm here, I feel it.
Yeah.
And it's going right across me, from left to right. So.
Right. Okay. So it's going to be right across our doorway, pretty much. In the air. Now that is going to clear the field. It's also going to clear, not quite clear the boundary line. It's one bounce just inside the rope. I think umpire just want to double check this, but on my first sight of that, it looked like one bounce 4.
Yeah, well, I had my head outside the door, so I saw this. But what I also can tell you is that the reason why that isn't 6 is because of that wind we're talking about. Anything that's hit on that side of the ground, so left-handers will have to contend with this. The wind is blowing that back in. But if you're hitting the other way, as we've seen already, well, the ball just keeps on going.
So true. 39 for 1. Lala, they get amongst the runs here. It's this one, and he's not going to get amongst the runs because he's hit it straight down the throat of that man who is, well, not quite backward point. He's more of a, well, he's a short third. And it's probably the tallest guy on the ground. He's taken a good catch. Have a look at someone again. Naeem, he cannot believe his luck. Lala has taken a little while to move because he cannot believe there was someone there who was taking the catch. And that is actually a really good catch. It went very quickly as well. And that's Arpan Shukla, I think, who's taken the catch. Naeem Lala, who looked like he was about to get going and try to monster this ball over the ground, he has to go. And he has to go for only 17 in the end, I think it was. So, good wicket there.
Very good catch from Shukla. That ball was travelling. It wasn't. It was going quick. You see, he's hit this pretty well, and he's trying to get the elevation to get it past that fielder, but he just grabs this before it gets past him. Well done to Shukla and Pankaj Sharma, after being hit for a boundary, has come back and taken the wicket. So wide, 4 and a wicket. A new batter comes out, and it's Usama Butt.
Yeah, it's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. A couple of wides, as you say, Rico, and a 4 and a wicket. Let's see what he can do on this delivery. Maybe give something different. Let's see how he goes, Pankaj Sharma. Just pause here for a minute while field just move around a little bit more. I think they're settled now. Here we go. Picks it up. It was right in the slot, and that has been carved, absolutely carved onto the other field, and that's what Rico was talking about with the wind. They hit it up into the wind, and just watch it sail away. Crash, bang, wallop, out of the ground. Lovely strike.
Good shot. One thing that we saw from the Tigers, I know we saw there was a little blip there for a period of about 10 balls where they just kind of went into a shell and didn't pick up the 4-point win against the Barbarians. But in general, they had a really good match. They fielded and bowled really well, and they started their batting well. So they look like a team. They've got some ability, and they've got batters that can come out and hit boundaries straight away. And Naeem Lala, he's out for 17. He didn't hang around. He shows that he can hit the ball well. Yeah. 17 of 6. And Usman Butt comes out and hits the 6 of his very first ball.
Notice we have a distinct lack of ball retrievers here today. I guess we don't have them here. That's the whole point. We don't have ball retrievers here at the ground, which is a little bit disappointing for the fielders who have to go retrieve the ball. This is in the air. Should be an easy catch.
Oh, no.
It should be an easy catch. It wasn't. Well, it was an easy catch. It was just completely fluffed. Parth Balodia, he's going to have to be the first one at catching practice after this game. Go off to the Hugo Banks field where your captain will hit sky balls for you to practice on for at least 20 minutes. Has put down an absolute dollar.
Usman Butt has just been dropped by, I think, probably one of the easiest catches I've seen going down in a long time. And Parth has put it down. And, well, Sharma cannot believe it.
Capitalizes by going smash, and that is also now out into the other field. Yeah, look, that spill by Parth, that's the kind of catch where you can't excuse the wind, because it didn't get up very high, but it just went so slowly through the air as well. It was visible for all to see, and then the next ball, bang, 6.
Yeah.
So Butt just says, all right, that's a life, I'm going to capitalise.
Well, we've seen already today what happens if you don't take a catch. Remember that Dylan Stone was dropped when he was a 9, and then he went and put 94 on the board. You've got to take him.
Yeah.
You're right, look, there's some which are hard. For example, if that one from Shukla went down, you would have thought, okay, it wasn't easy, but it's going down, but he's got hands to it, etc. But something like that, yeah, that is a dolly and Path. Well, Path's name is Balodia. It's probably Baldolia, really. And this one, nobody back there. It's going to clear the field by a long way. So you drop a man and he'll punish you, and that's exactly what Usman Butt did. When he hit that ball in the air, you could see the look on his face. He just thought, oh no, I've just hit the ball for 6. I've given my wicket away. He's walking off the field, and the pass dropped him. It's the end of the over. It's a very good power play, actually. I think it's probably one. I think we had one yesterday, or was it yesterday or was it earlier today? That was 60, but 57. That's pretty decent. Have a look at that. 24 come off that over. You've got to feel a little bit though there for Pankaj Sharma, because he shouldn't have had just 1, but he should have had 2 wickets there. And yeah, he's going to be feeling that, and they've got to get themselves sorted out here pretty quickly, as United are, well, could be on the end to another big score, another big run chase.
They really are, and that is a good power play. I completely agree with you there. That is really good hitting there for the Prague Tigers, going at 19 runs and over. So despite losing 2 wickets, including Lala just very recently in that over. So the big hitting continues. And it's going to be Baguli, who's just remeasured out his run up here, going to bowl his 2nd. See how he goes. Gets that away off the feet. That's a lovely shot. That's just a classy shot from Shaquille. It's probably could have almost maybe got his feet out the way. I'm not sure if that was going to... Yeah, could have let it go and picked himself up a wide. Instead, he says, you know what? I'm not going to step in. I'm just going to stand my ground and flick it around the corner and get 4 runs. Good value for money across the ground.
He's a good player. Shaquille, I made up my mind about him pretty quickly in that last match. I think he's going to score a lot of runs. He's going to pick up wickets as well. And Pramod has just got to get this ball in the right area. A little bit of food chat happening actually in the chat. I know we both said that we've enjoyed our lunch. We had kind of a biryani with a lovely yogurt and some, you know what we had? We had some gulab jamun.
Oh, is that what they're called?
Those are gulab jamun.
I didn't know what they were called.
Yeah, so when you hear me say sweeter than a bowl of gulab jamun, you know what I mean now.
Now I know what you're talking
now
about.
You know what I mean. They were nice.
Yeah, no, that all works. Now I understand exactly what you mean, because they are sweet.
So, yeah, Monty was saying he's in Don Hisham, I think he's having a pizza at the moment. Somebody was saying lasagna. So, yeah, everybody, it's time for a meal, whether it's lunch or dinner for some people. Well, some people might be thinking about what they're having for breakfast already.
Lasagna, hey? Hustle lasagna, don't get any on you. That's what I used to always say to my friends tucking into lasagnas. Struck on the pad there. This is the peel from fine leg. There we go. Speaking of food, just a really quick one here. I said to UCC I'd just let everyone know that they're very proud of the fact they picked up a new sponsor. I'm not going to get carried away about that, but for them, they're proud of it because they told me, look, we're really happy because we've gotten away from the typical sponsor, which is like our local good family restaurant, which is usually run by a friend or a family. Yeah. So well done to them for picking up a new sponsor, the Swiss Medical Service at Vatslotska Nemisti here in Prague. So well done to them for that little, just a good bit of behind the work, administrators working hard to make sure they get the right sponsors, you know, and just for a second put my GMKS ethics officer hat on and just say I wholeheartedly support that, as opposed to them going to sort of, you know, something else like a betting company or, well, not a betting company, you know what I mean, just someone who's a bit sort of like, oh yeah, what are we doing there, sort of thing. So well done to them for that. Congratulations. Yeah,
it's good. I mean, it's good and it's very important, isn't it? It's one thing that we know. That's a good looking shot. That's going to be 6 runs, you know. That's powerful. Fahad Shakil, after Usman Butt swung and missed at a few, gets to the other end. And Fahad Shakil finds the boundary, and he finds the boundary with ease. He's playing shots to all parts of the ground. That was just, again, it's a smart shot, and he changes the field, they're sort of following the ball around a little bit here. And Shaquille is the one who's well, making him do it because he keeps finding different areas to put the ball.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit in Romania, didn't we? That when you see a captain who's chasing where the batter's hitting the ball, which is, you know, and the batter's just, he's got options like that. Just decides to go crunch. And, oh, it's been held this time. Oh, looks to the sky and says, I've actually held one. There is a relief player in the middle of your screen right there. He is ecstatic. Watch this one. Hit nicely in the air. And just watching for a moment as...
One.
I've got it. Nope. Oh, there we go. Snatches that a little bit, but Rico, he does hang on to it.
Oh, it's actually a good catch because don't forget, those guys there, with the way the wind is, are in the firing line. So this ball is coming to them quicker than you can believe.
Yes.
And that's hit him hard, but he's kept his eye on it. And all right, he's got a bit lucky. He has the fielder, but he's held on to it. It's hit him. It's sort of 1, 2, takes it on the third attempt. A really good catch taken there by the fielder. And this time round, it was Hardeep who holds on to it. So well done to Hardeep and Medhat, who takes a good catch to remove a good player on 25.
Yeah, the body language from Medhat, though, just the way that he looked to his counterpart, then he looked to the sky, then he sort of went down his haunches and touched the ground for good luck. Went through all the processes that a fielder goes through when they've caught one, which almost gets away from. I agree with you, of course. We're talking about the breeze quite a fair bit. But yeah, that ball's coming to them a lot quicker because that was quite a flat shot. That wasn't as much aerial as we've seen some of the hits done. So the player had to really adjust quickly and have that smack into the hands. Ali Hassan Sitar to continue now. Ball starts with a good delivery. It's been squeezed out nicely though. And he gets on their skates for a single. It was a good play all round. Well-directed Yorker, nicely played and well-fielded, but well run.
Yeah, it was good. It's good to see that a bowler start with a good delivery Yorker length. Of course, coming on to bowl now. But the Prague Tigers, they've got a healthy score on the board. There's no doubt about it. The end of that last over, the score was 69 for 3.
So continues now. Oh, this one has gone into outer space. That has gone a real long way back. Camera up in the scaffolding can't follow it. It's gone so far. That was continuing on its elevation well after it went across the line. Middled, absolutely middled and smoked out of the ground. What a great shot that is.
Yeah, it's there. It goes for that Yorker again, but this is a good example of whether you get that Yorker right or you just miss it. And if you just miss it, the batter's going to get after it. What a start this for Mia.
The head's not steady, the rush of blood, the seeing the length of the ball, the width, suddenly it was like Mia just went, oh, Christmas has come early. And he's just lost his mind a bit there, like a child running down the stairs on Christmas morning to unwrap the big box, and he's tripped on the last step and just missed it. Almost could have given up an edge.
Mia, remember, was out first ball in the last one.
Yeah.
But he's not going to be that this time, as he's hit 2 of the 3 balls he's faced for 6. That's another one. It's, again, Ali Hassan Sitar just not getting it right. Going full, but offering the half volleys. And Mia is putting him away.
Absolutely smacked that one, didn't he? Yeah, I see Monty in the chat talking about his internet connection, about slagging. There's a bloke coming tomorrow to tinker with the internet connection. Monty, I'll say to you what I said, everyone. Have you tried turning it off and back on again? There, I can get a job in IT with that. Up in the air. Who wants it? I think it's going to cross the boundary line is what it's going to do. Yep, clears it by a good 6 or 7 metres in the end. I thought for a minute there, but then I remembered, that's right, there's that really strong breeze that's making all of the trees and the flags leaning very, very well over to the right. That gets caught up and it's gone across the line by a long way in the end.
Third one in the over. We're doing it Calypso style here at the moment. It's not being in the Caribbean, it really is. So it's gone 1-6.6, another 6. And he goes for another one. And he got this right. Fielder's coming in and take a really good catch. Nicely done. This time it's Ruthraj Magare comes in. Catch taken. Well, Ali Hassan Sitar, he's taken a bit of punishment, but he has taken a wicket. 19 off the over and a wicket. And that is going to be the end of Mia, who's going to depart for 18. But mind you, he scores 18 of 5 deliveries. I think that's when you got this sort of score on the board, you get the halfway point, it's probably the way that you want to be. So that's the end of the batter. And a good opportunity maybe for us as we see this wicket again to say hello to our viewers around the world, wherever you are tuning in from. Rika Full here, and I'm here with Phil G, and certainly looking forward to a good afternoon of cricket. First time we've seen United. What do you know about United?
United, well, they're a team that's been around for quite a while now. They burst on the scene, had success straight away. They were known for their tenacity. They really came onto the scene and they took the challenge up to PCC, up to the Barbarians, up to Brno Cricket Club, and they were such a welcome addition to the domestic scene here in Prague. They're a really nice bunch of guys too. They haven't had a lot of change in their lineup. There's so many names that are recognised from the last couple of years, or last 5 or 6 years, and they're a solid team. They're a very friendly, family-orientated team as well. I remember they at the Czech Cricket Awards, not last year before, they picked up so many individual awards for their batting, bowling and fielding, and they brought all of their families along. There were so many photo sessions.
That's great.
They also got elevated from 2nd division to 1st division. There was a lot of celebration for them in 23. It was wonderful to be a part of.
Bobbles away, and it's Path Balodia, who's coming on the bowl. He's at the moment, he'll be remembered for that dolly that he put down. But the thing is, he did put it down, but it hasn't hurt him that much because they did manage to pick up the wicket later. Oh, that's unfortunate. The fielder was trying to field this. I just feel that he looked like he was going to stop the ball going for the boundary. Then at the last moment, he probably gets an unfortunate bounce. I think it's that one there where the ball deviates to the right and he's not able to stop himself with his whole momentum going the other way. So Amin Hussain, the captain, does get a boundary. 93 for 4.
Nicely goes out towards the fielder, just bobbles through him. He does have a bit of backup though. They're just going to get the single. There's a curious little bit of trivia about UCC. They do have a bit of a nemesis here in the ECS Czechia, and that is the Prague Cricket Club. In the finals, not just regular ECS matches, but in finals, they've never beaten PCC. Never.
Never?
Never. They've always come up against them. They just cannot get over them. Most of the teams have at least beaten PCC once, maybe in like a semi-final or in a qualifying final, something like that. And of course, Bohemians beat them last year in the final for the first time in ECS Czechia history. But yeah, UCC have played them 3 times and never been able to beat them. It's like that moment where you meet a brick wall. They simply cannot get over that brick wall. But that's for finals. But they're still a plucky young side. They've still got a bit of work to do. But they're up against it now because they're up against a hard-hitting Prague Tiger team who are 94 for 4 after 6. Some good scores there on the board, but they're also good scores that aren't kicking on at 25, 17, 18, and now 21 not out for the wicketkeeper, Usman Butt. So he needs to kick on, make a good 40, maybe even 50.
Yeah, I feel this is probably a pretty key partnership actually, because they have lost 4 wickets. Usman looks pretty well set. Amin Hussain, we know he's a fairly decent player. But they don't want too many overs like that last one from Path. Good over, 6 runs only from it. And just up 1 boundary. So can they keep the pressure on? That's going to take it off a little bit as they are trying another bowler. I suppose they have to. And it's going to show him Kuma, who starts with the wide.
Well, this one's been hit very nicely. And that is going to carry the boundary line for a Maximo. So he strays there. Unfortunately for him, it's a wide and then it's 6 runs. Just too wide and too full. Bit of a slot delivery, that one. And for a batter who's leaning and really going to hit over the infield on the offside, that's a bit of a gimme. And you shouldn't be bowling like that to the middle order.
Yeah, it's well played away as well, though, for the captain Hussain. He saw there he had to wait for this a long time, so kind of gets himself into position early and then waits and then puts it away. Kuma needs to try and go a little bit fuller.
Crash. That goes up, 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 and just tantalisingly over the head of the fielder. Probably a few metres in the end, but just for a second, I think it might be Pioche who's fielding down there, thought he was in with a chance there. Hey, Paul Kemp in the chat saying Tigers need to get a move on here. Well, they're currently going at over 16 and over. I think they're going along okay, Paul. If they went any faster, then there could be 200 on the board. I think they're doing quite all right, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, current run rate 16.9. I think that's going to be called a wide, is indeed flirting outside the tram lines there.
Yeah, I think they're doing pretty well. They've got the 100 on the board already. They're in the same sort of place that I think we saw in that last match with Bruno, who did get the 160 on the board. That one is going to be another boundary. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. As the umpire stretches to the skies, umpire Vishal's another boundary. So we've seen 3 sixes off, I've got to say this, the 3 legal deliveries so far. There's been 2 wides in there, so we could see, you know what, happening here.
It may happen. Oh, misses out there. There's a chase on. Is it going to be stopped? He's lying on it. It's a relay throw, hands it off, and says, no, you throw it, I'm lying on the ground. I'm also almost lying on the ball. Saves it here, let's have a look. Hits it, goes to ground. I'm pretty sure, I'm just watching that right foot. Is it anywhere near the rope? I think he keeps it up in the air. That's actually pretty well done.
Yeah, I'm glad that the fielder was coming into, was expecting that ball to be thrown to him. Flat to the fielder, catch taken. One thing that United have done, apart from, well, let's just say majority of the times, because we know that some have gone down, but if chances have presented themselves, more often than not, they've taken the catch, and that's another one that's been taken as Hussein, the captain, a very brisk and healthy innings from him, 25 of 7 deliveries, but it comes to an end. Kumar, it's going to be a magical over, but he does have a wicket to his name. Good catch taken there in the deep. And the catches that have been dropped, I know we saw that Lala was dropped on 12, but didn't hurt them. He was out for 17, and then we saw Path, of course, put that dolly down. But again, they did get the wicket of the batter straight afterwards. So at the moment, those drops haven't been expensive ones.
That's so true. And they're knocking off the batters just when they're starting to get a bit of a rush on as well. As this one is hit with an edge, it goes behind. Well collected there by the fielder, gets a good throw, very good throw back over the top of the stumps. Just a single there. The general manager, Hassanat, is out there now. GM Hassanat is going to face his first delivery as Usman Butt is still there on 21. But yeah, just noticing that no one's busted out of the 20s in terms of the scores there. So players are doing well. They're getting quick fire teens and 20 shots and not going on with it. Calendar for 2025 up on your screen there. That's the ECS calendar. A fair bit of action there. And as always, we like to say, there's also a few T20Is that are not on that calendar. People always say, hey Phil, but you're talking about playing, you know, this cup and this tournament. Yeah, but this is the ECS calendar. So there's plenty other competitions. We've got ECI, we've got ECS for women as well going on. T20Is, night series, and maybe another night series maybe coming up later in the year as well. There's a lot going on, and it's a big summer that we're getting stuck into now.
Yeah, it is a lot going on. It's going to bobble away, and well watched there by the field. A little bit of the old Tortuga bounce there towards the end, but well watched, well handled. But yeah, I'm looking forward to, just saw there before the start, of course, of the Meltel and Western Shield, which then obviously leads on to the European Cricket Championship. We'll be going to, oh wow, he's tried to trap this like a footballer, and could have hurt himself here. I don't know, did he have a chance to get his hands onto this? How does he? Yeah, he did. That's not the way to do it. That's the way to break a foot. I'm not sure what the fielder and why he was trying to stop that with his foot. That could have been nasty.
Could have been really tragic. I agree. This time goes into the covers, and that's a good stop.
That is.
That's getting down and using your hands, seeing the ball nice and early and getting the body behind it. Well done, saved a certain boundary there. That was very good indeed. 123 for 5, halfway through the 8th now. Hassanat, he's on 2, the general manager. Let's see what he can do here. Swings hard, high, it's in the air. It's going to go into the hands of the fielder, takes it with just one bite of the cherry, doesn't need a second one, and that's a nice catch indeed. Well watched into the hands there. The wind helps carry it straight into the hands of the fielder, just waiting for that one. And then another wicket falls.
Yeah, and Hassanat, the general manager, as we were saying, he's his management duties are over as Path Bolidia does get the wicket. It's a nice catch taken out there. Again, when the wind is swirling around, there's no easy catches. So this is going to be, actually, I think it's going to be a good test this for the Prague Tigers, because they've now lost another wicket. So that's 6 wickets down. We're going to see just how much depth they've got in their batting, because with Hassanat going, we're going to see number 8 coming out now, which is Arman Buyan. Now, he's the player that didn't play in the earlier game. So let's see what Buyan has to offer. It doesn't have to do much with the first one. That's a bit wasted, really, for Path. Wide ball to Buyan.
Usman Butt at the non-striker's end. Pro just screaming to get himself on strike so he can keep going. Good throw to the bowler's end to keep the batter on. I sort of saw that the striker was just shuffling Buyan on his way for that run, decides to throw it to the striker's end. Sorry, non-striker's end. Good work there. So Usman Butt, he's got this last ball to negotiate of the 8th over. 125 for 6 is the score. He's currently got 26 for 13. Crash, goes downtown.
Wow. Well, that's gone a long way from Usman. Well, Usman Butt, or is it Bolt? Because that's gone off like a bolt. Look at it go. Boom. Shakalagia. That's a big hit once again.
Yeah.
Once you get that wind behind it, it just keeps on going.
Heading straight to Teletubby Hill there. That has gone a long, long way. And that's why, I'll tell you what, that's why the Tigers, they want to see that man, Usman Butt, the wicketkeeper, on strike for the next 2 overs, as much of the next 2 overs as possible.
Yeah.
Because they need to keep this scoreboard going. It's 131 for 6. It's already a very good score on the board. The run rate's over 16. I think they're doing quite well. For me, I think they've almost got enough runs here for United. I'm not sure United will have enough firepower. However, if Ruturaj Margaret can get going, he's national team player. If he gets on a heater, oh boy, he can really get going.
Look, we saw already in that last match, and we know it's a team game, but if one guy can be on, and of course, we're talking about Buyan, Buyan, 116 or 29, and 4 fours, but 16 sixes. A knock like that will see them get the chase, and Bruno Comp probably still a little bit shell-shocked that they got 166 and lost.
Yeah, they would be really shell-shocked for that one. I thought there'd be a problem this morning for when Bohemians got 124 and had that overhauled in less than 7 overs. But that previous match from Burno, yeah, they would be really scratched heads and saying, what did we do wrong? I know what they did wrong. They just didn't bowl well.
Yeah, the ball too short. They really did. The ball too short, and with the wind assisting batters like Buyan, who likes to go naturally over that cow corner. And he was in his element at the time, wasn't he? Well, here's the man we talked about, Ruturaj Margaret. Let's see if he can do something with the ball. Not with balls like that. That's too wide. We'll have to bowl that again. And he is bowling to Usman Butt, so you can understand that he's trying to just sneak that ball inside that wide line, not to allow him to get the big hit over cow corner.
True. Ruturaj continues here. That was also going to be a wide ball, so he needs to watch out for that. He's getting a little bit of a swing away, but he's got to control it. That could have easily gone the wrong way.
But that's what Margaret is trying to do. I think he feels that he knows that Butt will probably go chasing most deliveries, so he's trying to keep it just outside the off. As he goes again, look, same area, good result. Watch the bounce on this, the fielder, and nicely dealt with. Just going to be the single. That's Pramod, who makes no mistakes. So yeah, interesting little finish here. You would still think they'd get to that 157, 160 score, but all depends on who's on strike.
Oh, it gets through the keeper. That's get through the keeper, gets past the fielder, who's fielding fine at third, and that is going to go for all the way to the boundary. Watch this one more time. It's wide. It's through everyone. That's a minimo. That's a bit of a tough one there. Abhimanyu Singh cannot get anything to that one.
That's such a pity. This over was going, or apart from that earlier wide, was going okay, just a 3 from it, and now you might as well whack another 5 on there, but still with 2 balls to go, so that changes things somewhat.
There we go. Still 2 balls to go in this over. A bit of a leisurely swing there, but it was a wide, so not really trying to carve that one anywhere in particular. Just saw Jay Bradshaw in the chat, and I remember Mr. Bradshaw from when he played here many years ago. His comment is that there's all these new people playing, doesn't recognise anyone from the day when he used to play. Where have all the old players gone? It must be more than a decade now. Well, the thing is, though, I've got to say this to you. If you tune into the game from PCC earlier, you would have seen a lot of names you would have remembered there. One of them, Sadir Gladson. He was definitely around when you and I were playing. And there's still a few, but mostly not. And that is out. That is a nice take there. Good delivery. Chases the wide one. Buyan doesn't bother the scorers any more than simply 2 from 4 deliveries. So Ruturaj Margaret, he does pick up a wicket in the last ball of his over. So a series of wides, including a minimo in there. 9 runs from it, but he does get success. And I guess you could say he does stem the flow of boundaries as well.
Yeah, he does. I suppose this is an example where the wide balls actually work in the favour of someone like Magara, because the extra ball that he had to bowl 3 off them, mind you, because of the 3 wides. One of them went for 5, but results in a wicket, and his persistence to keep that ball outside the off stump, that's worked. So the 7th wicket falls with a score on 140. It also falls at the end of the 9th over. We say it all happens in the 9th, but not quite in that particular over. The only highlight for the batting side was the 5 wide, and for the bowling side, there was the wicket. So, but on strike, and I think you're right, he's got to try and keep the strike here.
Yeah, he really does. That's the only thing that United will think is that, yeah, we got a wicket, but it wasn't the wicket we wanted. If they get him early in this over, I heard a bit of laughter coming from the dugout to our left, and it was the Prague Tigers saying, well, have a look at that. Yeah, if they could get him out not with deliveries like that, he'll eat that up every day, all day.
Yeah, it's been a length we've seen bowled a lot today, unfortunately. Again, it just could be that wind is causing a lot of problems for the bowlers that are running into it. But it's just a little too short. So with the wind against the bowlers, but in favour of the batters hitting on the leg side, batters are making the most of it.
It's going to be a wide ball from Sharma there. Lucky to get away with that. There's a swing and an edge into the ground. And that's a dot ball. Valuable dot ball here in this final over. Still, you've got 146 on the board for 7. Just swing hard and hope for the best. 4 more balls to try to push this score potentially into the 160s with a couple of big lusty hits, and that's what this man could definitely do if he can get onto it. Oh, the tee shot off the first, the par 4, and Joe Foster says, yeah, that's a 6 and then some. That's one of those shots where you think there should be more reward than a 6.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the reason why I giggled there, Alex is in the tower.
Yeah.
And as that ball has been hit, I can see Alex thinking, oh no, it's coming my way. But in the end, it's actually cleared him by a long way. That's a massive hit and a fantastic way to bring up the 150. That was a solid strike. Still 3 balls to go in the over. And Usman Butt has got plenty of time to bring his 50 up. He'll be looking to do it in just 1 ball, though.
Let's see what happens. Well, that could be it.
And, ooh.
What have you seen? I can't see from this
Alex
angle.
is in the firing line.
Is he?
Alex is just saying, that was so close. I thought Alex was getting ready to catch this one. Alex does play a good bit of cricket himself. And, Alex, you all right up there, buddy?
Give us a thumbs up, Alex. Yeah,
he's giving the thumbs up to us in this direction. Come on, give us a thumbs up at the camera as well, Alex. Alex was ready to catch that. I think that might even actually have gone through the tower. Oh dear. Usman, by the way, congratulations. He does get his 50. Here's another one. It's going to be another 6. Yes, it is. Wind is helping all of these shots down the ground. That's quite an incredible 50 because he's balled it up in no time at all. That's 8 sixes and 1 4. 57 he's moved on to now of just 22 deliveries, 164 for 7 with a ball to go.
Yeah, this is power hitting, and we've seen some terrific hitting today from a couple of players, and this is what we expected from the Premier Division as well. Last ball coming up, crunch. Has he made it? 4 in a row. He has indeed. Joe Foster's getting a workout, the umpire there saying 6, 6, 6. So if I add that up correctly, I'm thinking that's 5 sixes. Why was there a dot ball there? Spoiled by a lone dot ball, the second ball of the over. 30 runs off the over. You heard me correct. 30 runs off the over. And that is astonishing good power hitting. Usman Butt, take a bow.
Yeah, we go supersonic. That's right. We go supersonic in the final over. And every ball a perfect 6 other than that one dot ball. Great hitting from Usman Butt. One thing that the Tigers have shown us as we have a look at the highlights here, they have got batters that if they click will go wild. And what I like about them, if you have a look, I mean, we often look at the runs scored, but when we see the scorecard, I want you to have a look at the strike rate. Yeah. It's quite incredible. And you touched on the fact earlier, though, a lot of the batters, they got going 20s, 17s, 18s, 25s. but never went on to score a big score, but they scored quickly. And the only one who was able to go big was Usman Butt, and didn't he do it in style? There were some nice moments there. I think that catch there from Shukla to remove Lala was a good one. But the thing was that even though batters were getting out, batters who were coming in were keeping the score ticking along. Really good T10 innings that is from the Prague Tigers.
I totally agree. I'm just looking through the scorecard now. Yeah, Shoji Mia there, batting hit 360, 18 from 5, 25 from 7, 63 from 23, 17 from 6, 25 from 9. Didn't want to hang around, the Tigers, just got on with the job, and they posted the best score of the day so far.
Yeah, best score so far. But we have to warn you, we did see 166 chased down when Bohemians needed 167, and they didn't just chase it down, they actually did it. It was a bit of a breeze. They did it with 10 balls to go. So we are watching the Premier Division. We did say that we expect to see bigger scores. We know that the Barbarians didn't put too many on the board against the Tigers, but the other teams have gone pretty big and pretty wild, and this is another wild one. A 170, so 171 will be the chase. Well, there's the bowler scorecard. We just saw the batting one, and like I was saying, the strike rate was very good from all, but great knock there from Usman Butt. But with the bowlers, 54 coming off Sharma. Well, there's another half centurion to be talked about. One that Sharma won't want you talking about, especially with that last over going for 30. So it's all happening here on day one of the Premier Division here at this wonderful cricket ground in Czechia. We are, of course, in Prague, and we're enjoying our cricket, and the Tigers are on the prowl. They're roaring, and they're roaring loudly. They got one win earlier when they literally gobbled up the Barbarians. Are they going to do the same here to United? Or United going to come out strong and be United and cause a little bit of an upset themselves? Well, we'll have to wait and see. John, myself, Rico Full, and Phil G in the house when we return in around about 10 minutes time to see maybe another spectacular run chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. And a lot of people have been talking about this ground and the views around it. Let's just take a moment to admire them. You can see there at the far side, that's the Banks Field where we've already seen a fair bit of junior training and activity. It's just a lovely setting. Show you some more shots from around the ground. Maybe we put that as a challenge to Two Circles whenever this time to show us a different angle from this ground. We get Alex up there to do his magic now that he's still with us. He almost got wiped out on 2 occasions. And also, look, I've got to say, Two Circles here at the ground, when it's a day that's windy like this, you've got to be brave to be up in the tower in the first place. So Alex is up against the wind and the grizzlies that are being fired at him. And you saw there the equation for a point. You need to get to around about that, I think it was that 119 score. You'll see that that will be the score that will come up in brackets next to the target. So if you're often wondering what that score does refer to, and on this day back in 2021, Indian debutant Snehrana and Tanya Bharti put on a 104-run stand for the 9th wicket to deny England women a victory at home in the first test between the two teams in 7 years in Bristol. And an England win had seemed a foregone conclusion after India were forced to follow on, but a plucky 63 by Shafali Varma and a 50 from Dipti Sharma kept India in the game. That was back on this day in 2021. We've also talked about the great Ian Botham, who on this day in 1978 not only scored a century, but took bowling figures 8 for 34, which are the best figures in any Lord's Test. As the action starts, it's going to be the regulatory wide ball down the leg side that we're so often used to seeing. They're not the best of starts, but if you feel that if the Prague Tigers are anything like they were in the earlier match in the field against the Prague Barbarians, that this is going to be a real struggle for their opponents, United. But they've got Ruturaj Mangari out there. We know that he's a very good batter, and I think a lot of hopes lie with him. They will scramble through a single. That's Piyush Singh Bagal, who says, let's go. I see his name and I just think of bagel. It's a good job that I've had lunch, otherwise my stomach would be rumbling. Phil G's just come back. He'll join us in a moment. He's got the giggles right now. And welcome back to everybody in the chat as well. Hello to Paul Kempin. And we got, who else we had in there? Wayne, or we should say only Wayne is now in the chat as well. Nice to have everybody with us here. We've got a very healthy chat on the YouTube chat. And of course, I want to say welcome to, of course, everybody that's watching via fan code as well. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. And Sat Sri Akal, Assalamu alaikum, namaste, Abhava, welcome. And the next delivery short and almost guides this actually to a fielder that's been put out there. He's a little bit fortunate, is Piyush. And Phil G comes back. Phil, welcome back. I know you've been out in the middle again. What's the news on the wind factor?
The wind is picking up. It's constant. It's coming from the same direction, and it has having a big impact on the fielders and big impact on the bowlers as well. Yeah, so it's really blustering actually quite a fair bit now. Just down the leg side there, wide indicated.
Yeah, one thing about where we are here, I suppose, when you look around, I mean, there are trees to the far side, but there's no real wind breaks either. So if it's windy, we're gonna get hit by it.
Yeah, I was also talking to our cameraman just earlier saying, well, you're getting buffeted by the wind up there, but we're not getting a lot of wind in here just because the angle, the way the wind's going straight across our doorway. Occasionally, it may turn just slightly and come in here, so we're getting a little bit of respite. And that's up in the air. Does someone want that, or is the Banj line going to beat them? The Banj line is going to beat them. So this is not a bad idea getting, well, obviously Ruturaj Margaret, he's always opening the batting for United, and putting Piyush up the top order is a good idea because he can get going early as well. So starting with a 6 there off well, the third, fourth delivery of the over. A couple of wides, leg buys, just a few bits and pieces here from Mahadi Alam. Just trying to get his radar in. 10 off the first 3 balls. It's not a bad start. It's what United want, but they've got to keep at it. Appeal and given. Well, there you go. So Rudaraj has not succeeded at the top order after smacking that one down the ground for a big, big 6. He's come undone here, and that is a very happy Prague team, Prague Tigers team. They all get together, congratulating Alarm on getting a wicket. And indeed, I'll say what you said earlier, Rico, alarm bells ringing already.
Yeah, this is actually a really good wicket. He's gone with the LBW. I thought, yeah, there you go. And I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's a straightforward. He's played and missed that straight ball. That ball's going to cannon into the stumps. A very easy look at that from the umpire. We can clearly see it there as well. So I suppose he did have to go for it. There's no doubt about it. You see this ball, it's a good delivery. It comes in nicely, but he's not doing too much, and he's happy about it. Is Mahadi Alam, of course he is. That's a big wicket to get early. So Magaru will go. He goes for 6 of 2. And LBW leg before wicket to Alam. Next batter comes out is Path. Then Baluri. He plays that away quite nicely. Steps into it. He'll get at least one.
Bless you. I'm going to come through my effects, Mike, as Rico takes off. You okay there? Maybe that wind did suddenly come in and bring a bit of pollen with it as well. And I think Rico got a mouthful of that. 11 for 1, and still one more to come in the over as Rico just catches his breath. Almost knocked himself out there.
I never scrambled so much from the door to the button to switch myself off. I'm sure you probably still heard that. Yeah, apologies for that. I don't know what that was. Maybe it was either an ant that I've just blown out of my nose, or it was a little fly that got in there. Walking 6, 77. 77 matches since a golden ball. Now, we've got to do something about this. If we don't, it's down to you and Danny tomorrow. No, Danny will be back tomorrow. And I'll have the day off. And remember, you've got to write those things down for me before I go. I just need to know, of course, the tram to take to go to the old ground. And, of course, Danny was also touching a little bit on that yesterday as well. He gave me a recommendation. Oh, it's another. Oh, what a catch! What a catch! Oh, that's sensational. A brilliant day for a man who's having an absolute brilliant day. Usman Butt had just taken an absolute dream catch. It's the type of catch that wicketkeepers dream of. And they dream of these being captured on camera because you can talk about it for the rest of your life. What a catch this is. Absolutely sensational. Brilliant. I tell you what, if Vinu Sandhu was here, I think he would have wet himself. That is a great catch. Phil G, what a moment for Usman Butt.
That's incredible. Had no right to actually put that one into the glove. In the end, it's actually gone in the center of the glove. What a terrific take that is. And Path Balogia cannot believe what's happened there. He's stunned. 1 from 2, but have a look at this from the reverse angle. Started to go the wrong way and snatches that perfectly. Just started to go leg side and bang into the glove.
That is sensational. It's now a jalebi catch from the wicketkeeper, whose day just keeps on getting better. Remember, he took a catch early on to remove Magaru, which was more, that was LBW, but his batting was sensational. But that catch, wow, that was class.
That was class. And you know what? You get out to a catch like that, you just got to say, fair enough. You know, that is just luck going with someone else. It's going to go leg side, unfortunately. So Aguli just getting a head of steam there. Can't get onto that one. That's a really good catch. Still living rent free in my head, that one there. Ajar Alam it is, who's got, he's also got the alarm bells ring. Between Mahadi Alam and Ajar Alam, the alarm bells are ringing already for United. They're 2 down, chasing a mammoth score here.
Well, you've got the solitary bagel and more than one bagels out there. Bagal and Bugalali. These names, I'm probably saying them all wrong, but that's Purish Singh and Pramod out there. Let's see what they can get going here. We have seen teams recover from here before. And you can lose some quick wickets but come back. I think that's exactly what we kind of saw Bohemians do. That one batter gets going, can keep the innings alive. But who can do this? It's a very good over so far, this from Jar Alarm.
And again, this one is hit straight down the throat of the fielder, who just took a few steps to his right, and he shelled it, unfortunately, for the Prague Tigers. That could have easily been a third wicket there. As just doesn't get on top of that one, does he, Bagali? He's almost come undone.
Yeah, Bagali puts it into the hands of the fielder. The fielder tries to take that more in a sort of more complex way than he had to, I feel.
Nice down the ground, but straight to the player. Shy at the stumps, would have been gone. It's well backed up. United looking really shaky right now. You need 157 runs off 50 deliveries. Really shaky. Given up. Had given up on that one there.
They're looking shaky, but the Prague Tigers, they're looking sharp. I have to say, they're looking sharp. We liked their energy in the field in the first match, didn't we, against the Barbarians? They looked lively, they looked energetic. And, well, with big runs on the board, there's no doubt that they'll be pretty lively and energetic here. So what a good delivery. Takes the pace right off this. The Jar Alarm, great over, sensational over, and of course, he was rewarded with a wicket thanks to an outstanding take from the wicketkeeper, Usman Butt. It was a great catch, and that certainly is one that will be doing its rounds on the social media, that's for sure. This is the way it's looking so far. Of course, it's the first day of the Premier Division. Prague CC did take all 4 points in the early encounter against the Bohemians. The Bohemians came back with a bang with a incredible run chase against Brunel, and then these guys, the Prague Tigers, probably should have been right up there with Prague CC, but they failed to take what looked like a dead cert 4 points against the Barbarians, but they're still in a good position, and another win here would take them to the top of the standings.
Gets away from the keeper there, and also the batter fails to just get enough on that one. I think he might have even found an edge. There was no indication from the umpire there was anything apart from an edge, so that could go down as a drop potentially. But these two batters, I mean, unfortunately for UCC, it means they have to go at 20 runs and over from here on in. It hasn't been a great start at all, so they're going to be really struggling here. And consider that they also won the toss and wanted to bowl first. Kind of feel that that has not worked out for them in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, not at all. It's another throw. Oh, he's getting closer and closer. We almost saw a run out in the last over. And this time, oh, how close is this? This is missed by a stump, I think, and that's about it.
Yeah, really close. Even the bowler just decides to let it go. If the bowler took a step to the stumps and took the ball and broke themselves, maybe it could have been a run out. Just something that always sits in my head when I see that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, they think it's going to be the stump, so they jump back. But if it misses, you think, well, if you took the ball and took the bails, you might have had a run out. Change of pace, and that has done him. That is a terrific delivery. And the wicketkeeper, Usman Butt, cannot stay out of the game. He's getting involved in everything. And he's put his hand up nice and early for a player of the match already. And that is a cracking good bit of bowling here from Mahadi Alam to get another wicket. Watch this one. Just a change of pace. And you can see there that Piyush is in a... Oh, sorry, that's Pramod. He's in a couple of changes of mind there. He changes his mind about 3 times as that ball bounces. In the end, he gets a feather edge. You're gone.
Yeah, great moment there from Mahadi Alam. It's always nice, isn't it, when the bowler gets rewarded for the decisions that he makes. And sometimes in this format particularly, you've got to make a lot of decisions. What ball do I bowl? The slower ball, the quicker one, the shorter one. He bowls the slower ball, and the batter there has no idea what to do with it. So, yeah, that's going to be the end of Bagoli. Will go, thanks to a great bit of bowling, he's going to go for 2.
Yeah, there's proper trouble now. And Tigers are all over this game, 100%. They're looking sharp. That's another good delivery. Too close to body to play that shot. And Parod, when you sing, he cannot get anything on that one. Skipper here looking to try to get something going for his team. He's going to have to really dig deep. He's going to have to dig deep now. He's not going to have any time to play himself in either, Rico. He just has to go right from the get-go. And that's hard to do, and you've got to do that solid for 7.5 overs. That's tough.
He's played that nicely. He's going to get full here. Just guiding this one away. Ball does sort of come back into, but he's in a good position early. You can see they're not swinging wildly, pushing that ball into the gap. I kind of feel here, I know it's a bit early to say this, we haven't got out the power play, but I kind of feel that 120 is probably what they need to be set themselves to get here, because, I mean, they need to just get a point, they need to go to around about 14.
Yeah. If the point's attainable, get the point. If the 3 points not attainable, you've got to get something. Well, that is the stump smashed again, not for the first time in this over. It's a muted sort of celebration from the Prague Tigers. I think because they know they've got UCC stone cold dead in the water. They've got them absolutely struggling for air.
Captain Singh plays a nice shot to get off the mark for 4, but then he too will succumb to that slower delivery, just taking the pace off. I think he gets a bit on this. Might have been a little inside edge on it, but they're just not picking him. They're just not picking this slower delivery from Mahadi Alam, and we know, similarly to the previous over, that Ijar Alam is very good at bowling the same kind of delivery. So they've got United in all sorts of problems. What a good ball that is. I don't know if that just nips back or it gets some of the bat. I'm feeling it gets a bit of the inside edge. It's onto the stumps and bails and all over the place. Another one bites the dust, and now it's that happens at the end of the over. 21 for 4 is the power play score, and their opponents were 57 for 2.
A tale of two cities is that, with that right there, the power play is quite incredible. Mahadi Alam, too, that last over, was it 2 wickets and 6 runs? Really just took the game, squeezed it a whole lot harder, almost squeezed the life out of it for UCC. Piyush Bagal, it's all on him. He's literally the last of the recognised batters, and that's no black mark on the batters who are coming next, but he is a recognised batter. He plays in the national team as well in the T10 ECIs and the T20s, so he's it. It's on him. Mishits that one. It does go straight to the fielder, patrolling the boundary. Square, just backward to square slightly. Gets a bit of a, well, it wasn't the neatest sort of throw in, but it's just the one. So Piyush doesn't find the boundary, and he's got 4 from 7. And unfortunately now it's to Medat now to try to get some runs. 98 from 41. That's just for a point. Just remember, that's just for a single point. So they've got a lot of work to do. The win, as you say before, Rico, the win's just a mountain too high to climb.
If the win happens, it'll be probably the most unbelievable comeback and forward. Shakil could get a wicket here as well. Fielder getting under it and takes a really good catch. It's been a quality display in the field in both the performances in the field so far from Prague. The Tigers, we saw them, they were just outstanding against the Prague Barbarians. And on this occasion, when they've already batted and put 170 on the board, they again are good. They've got the right players in the right place. Don't forget, they quite easily could have had a couple of run-outs as well, which is only just, the throws have only just missed. And poor Hardy Madhut is going to have to go for a golden duck. So he will be clapped out of here.
I was wondering where James Pond had escaped to. And there he is. He's turned up right on time. John Gray talking about a tingle with the car keys. I can tell you what, there's no tingle, but I could definitely hear the jingle of car keys. In fact, someone might have taken the Mercedes and already gone down the street, because 22 for 5 inside the 4th, chasing 171 for the win. Oh, that's not just start the car. That is, well, it's already gone. That has already left the building.
Yeah, I think the car could be leaving very early, because the chances of them now trying to salvage something here are slim. We saw the Prague Tigers, they weren't able to take 4 points for, well, mysterious reasons against Barbarians, but surely they're not going to slip up here. And in fact, if the Tigers keep bowling and fielding the way that they are, United, they'll do remarkably well to bat out the 10 overs.
Another dot ball. I'm looking down at the scorecard, Rick. I'm seeing ones, wickets, and dot balls. I'm not seeing a lot of boundaries. I'm not seeing constant turning over of the strike. I'm just seeing a United Cricket Club which is shell-shocked. Yeah. Absolutely blown out of the water early by the Prague Tigers. Maybe they feel deflated from the Prague Tigers innings, because they got absolutely pummeled. Well, that's a shot down the ground. That's gone pretty straight for 4 runs. That's a nice shot from Pioche. Needs that and then some.
Yeah, well, this one from Shaquille, where he's trying to do what the alarms have been doing in front of him, the slow ball, but it's just a gentle little full toss. I think he's probably thinking, all right, maybe the bat is not going to be hitting this, going to be afraid to hit it, but not the case. As Piyush Singh Baghel does get plenty of it, gets 4 runs.
There was a bit of an anguish sort of grunt there coming from the middle of the pitch. Maybe it was, it could have been the batter thinking, well, I had a bit of a paddock to try to not pick out a fielder, and I've done the best thing I've done and picked out a fielder. That was not very good at all. So 28 for 5 after 4 is a score on the board. Saw a message there from Cosmos, who's been watching throughout the day. Hello to you, Cosmos. He's saying, how good a team at the Prague Tigers. Well, I've got to tell you, last year and for the years prior to that, they spent a bit of time in the 2nd division of the local domestic competition. Last year, they had a massive year, got promoted to Division 1, and so far this year, they've had a win, a draw, and a loss. And that's what they told me just a few minutes ago before I came back on air. So they've had a bit of everything, but they are a very plucky side. They're a very confident side as well. And you're seeing them in action here against a side that's been in Division 1, UCC, for several years now. And, well, look what's going on out there. They're demolishing. Granted that the local competition is a T20 competition, and this is a T10. And this is 2 different types of competition, clearly. We understand that. But just as a bit of a barometer, so you understand what we're talking about the Prague Tigers, they're a very positive group of players.
That's a good shot.
That is a good shot.
It's a wonderful... Well, you know why this shot is being played? The batters had a look. Dana Oroz is there with a burrito camera, ready to take the picture and says, right, I better play a good shot here. So Pooh Singh does. And we'll probably see Diana in a moment. She's got all the kit. There's Diana.
There she is.
And the ECM photographer. And we can see maybe we can see the shot of the back of her jersey, because she's got all the kits as well. We saw her wearing the Asian 11 kit the other day. I think that, what's that one there she's got on this time round?
That's the Asian 11 jacket.
It is, isn't it? Asian 11 jacket.
Yep,
So,
yep.
Dana Oroz, well, she's looks like she's modelling some of the kit as well. And we'll see. It will, if we get the back of it, we will see it, and you'll see it as well. So, but she took a good shot of that. And she'll take a good one on that one as well, just over the outstretched hand of the fielder. 4 more. And Dana Aurora says, smile, please. Click, click, click. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, that one indeed. Leans into that one. So, Piyush Baghel takes a while to get going, but yeah, like a good diesel engine, once he gets going, he needs to keep motoring along. 38 for 5, just 2 balls into this over. So a couple of boundaries, back to back, 6 and a 4. And then the swing and a miss, sadly, for Piyush. He needs to string boundaries together because we've got our eye on that bonus point, Rico. We pretty much decided that the actual win is not on the cards, but the bonus point, that 120, and that's why we've got that little bit of information there for you at the bottom of the screen. 82 off 33 for a point. Just a point. Better. That's better. Elevates with real good confidence there. There's a good strike. There's another 6. That's 16 off the over already. This is turning good for UCC.
Yeah, much better shot. This time you see he's not trying to cart the ball on the leg side. He's hitting the ball on merit. Hits that straight. It's a lovely shot. 6 more runs.
There you go. I can see the boys from Burno Cricket Club just in the background on that replay before. We're doing the fielding for the fielders. Unfortunately, we're a bit low on ball retrievers here today. Hopefully that'll change over the next few days. So I kind of think that with the Premier League in action, we're going to be needing those ball retrievers.
Close one this, you know. I think it's actually a good call for the umpires. I think the umpires sometimes being given a bit of stick for getting it right, but I think that one just catches a bit of the line and not called wide.
Yeah. Down the ground, just going to be one there to the fielder who, just a little bit of a bobble there, but nothing to worry about. That's fine. That's Ajar Alam, who's bowled very well in today, this match and the previous match they played. 45 for 5 after 5. Have a look at up-and-coming events. So obviously here in Czechia, we've got, after today, with 3 more days here, as we've just started the Premier Division. We've got 3 more days of Premier Division, then we'll move to Finland on Monday next week. ECS, ECSW action. Vinny Sandu with Mr. Rhino are going to be there. And then Bulgaria on the 30th of June. And then we turn the corner and we go into July, and it's going to be Belgium, Germany, and Sweden for ECS, ECSW, and a bit of ECI action there happening in Germany. So looking forward to this. Bulgaria, also T20I action. And we're going to have a lot of fun over there in Bulgaria. So make sure you're tuning into European Cricket Network as the summer starts to really heat up on the network. 45 for 5. Shaquille with the ball. He's going to bowl his second. And it's Piyush Baghel, who, as I said about an over ago, is the last of the real recognised batters here. Needs to get into this over. 75 off 30 to pick up a point, so you need to be going at 15 to try to pick up just one bonus point here. It's been clubbed down the ground. Just going to be one. Oh no, coming back for a second. Tries to go for the second, does Sharma. He's saying, come on, get you back on strike. Piyush was not moving an inch apart from his mouth, which said no emphatically.
Yeah, probably said, are you mad? It would have been suicidal. And Piyush Singh not in the mood to give his wicket away. Sharma's going to have to face some of these himself. So he hits that pretty well, and he's going to get 4 runs. Well, I don't know why he doesn't want to go and strike, especially if he can hit the ball like that. This is an outstanding shot.
Yeah, I mean, if he can do that, then he needs to be on strike, because they're going to need that and then some. So if they look, the 50's up. There's some encouragement, a little bit of a clap there from the dugout as well. They recognise little milestones, little wins along the way. So if they can see off Shaquille and maybe get 10, 12 runs off this over, they've already got 5 off the over. That would almost be a win for United. Need to be going at 15 and over though to pick up that bonus point. So maybe sort of increase that one a bit. Miss hit goes not exactly where it's supposed to go, juggled, but a single nonetheless. Moves to 51 for 5. Miguel back on strike. He's got 27 for 16. Looking to try to pick things up.
Yeah, they got to stay at around about that 15 rate to give them a chance, but you just feel that as soon as perhaps they lose the wicket of Piyush Singh, that could be the end of that challenge as well. Just swing and a miss. This is the shot that Piyush hasn't really been able to execute. He's played well straight down the ground. We saw that in the last over. He's played a couple of shots outside the off, and there's a big gap on the offside, but I think he needs to be trying to give himself room of playing the offside rather than play the swing down leg. Good ball that from Shaquille. Plays it well, but you know what? It's been worked away for 4 runs. Have a look at this here. It's a full Yorker and more good fortune than anything else. It's a good block, actually, from Piyush, but I don't think he was expecting to get 4 runs out of that.
I don't think so either. That's just a bonus. Keeps out the very good Yorker and gets a boundary for it as well. Happy to take that. And he moves to 31 from 18. 5, all the 5s, 55 for 5, 5.5 overs bowled.
Wow.
This will spoil it. There we go. Crashes that towards the offside. It's just going to be a single. He'll keep the strike when they turn and go into the 7th over. So 56 for 5 after 6. And I know who will enjoy the 55 for 5 and 5.5, and that will be Dave B. He's a bit of a numbers man, and he loves to see those sort of numbers pop up. I'm sure there's a word for that kind of thing. I know that, about that sort of arithmetic. I know Vinny mentioned something the other day about when the score is 123 for 5. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
He mentioned something the other day about it. And I've heard it before, and I know Dave is a bit of a stickler. Yeah, Dave in our chat, one of our regulars, a bit of a stickler for the that number sequences. He sort of enjoys that. So 56 for 5 after 6, and UCC needs 64 from 24 for a point. They still need so many runs just for that point. 64 for 4, but they can get it. There's no reason they can't get it.
Yeah. Sam is saying bye. Bye, Sam. And thanks for your company, and thanks for your joke as well. Though I think a few people spoiled your punchline. And that's a good shot. Nicely played. Piyush Singh keeps on going, moves to 36 with another boundary. As the bowler, this is Ahmed, who comes on, Redwan Ahmed, and gets worked away for a 4 of his first ball.
Yeah, Redwan Ahmed, very economical in the match this morning against the Barbarians. Although I have to say, I think most of the Prague Tiger bowlers did a pretty good job against the Barbarians, who, well, they collapsed like a cake that's been taken out of the oven half an hour too early. It just absolutely went to pieces for the Barbarians. But they'll get their chance in the last game later on today. Still got this game to get through. Goes to turn that around the corner and just takes one on the body there. He says, do I have permission to pick the ball up, and opts not to, as the wicketkeeper is right there.
Yeah, you're right about Dave. I think Dave's come up already in the chat with
there
all
we
the
go.
fives on there.
You like that.
But,
Yeah. Oh, actually, Monty's got a good one there. Would be funny if Miguel made 0. We get that. We totally get that. That's a good one, Monty. Nice one.
oh, dear.
I'm in it again. Again, tries to turn this away. Just out of the box a bit slower there. I think Piyush was a bit more sort of, I'm not sure if I want the single, a bit disappointed with that. And just putting the clamps down here is Ahmed. Really good bowling from Redouane. It's only 5 off 3 deliveries now. United need 59 from 21. Looking for that single bonus point. It's looking further away with every ball though.
It's a nice looking shot. It's going to be 4 runs. And this time, well, it's Pankaj Sharma. Remember, he didn't want to go on strike and he blasted one straight down the ground. Now he's played quite a delightful cut shot for 4. So his partnership looking good, and maybe, well, maybe he can get that point. The only problem is, even though there's some good shots being played per over, they're getting about 2 boundaries per over. That's the way it's looked the last couple of overs, but they're needing the 3. So the rate does keep on going upwards.
I want Sharma to stay on strike. I want him to, get stuck into the bowling, because he's not looking bad when he's swinging hard.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
How about that?
That's a lovely shot. Right on cue from you, Phil G, because we saw him play. Now, that's the 3rd boundary. That's delightfully played. He's playing the shot that Piyush Singh has struggled with. The slightly shorter ball into him. He turns that away beautifully, right out of the middle of the bat. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of those glove jambus that we had. Nice shot, played away. A boundary, 69 for 5. And a ball to go in this over. So still needing around that 16, though, per over to get that point. It's going to be a wide. That's going to be bowled again.
Well taken by the keeper, though. Gets right across. Does Usman, but doesn't allow that to get past him for anything extra. I think if they had gotten past it, would have gone all the way for possible minimo. So he's done well there. 70 for 5. Still one more to come in the last. And you're right, Rico. They still need a fair bit. They need, call it 16 and over, just for argument's sake. They still need 16 and over. So still a lot of runs required.
Oh,
wow.
It's too hot to handle. Spicier than some of the chili sauces that you got, Phil G. What a hit this is. And Shoaib Mia feels the full brunt of this one. I mean, look, he does everything he can to stop it. He goes down, gets the hands there, he gets the long barrier down, but he breaks the walls down and still goes for 4. Solid stroke. Well, I said they've been getting 2 boundaries and over. They need 3. Well, why go for 3 when you can have 4? 18 off the over. 74 for 5.
That's a terrific over for UCC. Just re-establishing that they definitely want to get that bonus point, so the message has gotten out to everybody. Yep, 74 for 5. We have a look here at the fantasy dashboard for the last match of the day, match 5 coming up. Barbarians take on the team from Brno, and it's a must-win for both, because they both don't have a win. They both want to get something out of this. A couple of ins. Notice that just for the Barbarians. Prem Nandivada is into the team, as is Biren Kumar, and that one is smoked as well out of the ground. So now Piyush is getting into the habit of hitting big hits down the ground as well, and it seems that these two now are putting on a really good partnership, because they know they need to get that bonus point. This is the only game for UCC, the only game. Now, these two came together when the score was on 22 for 5, Rico. It's now 80 for 5. That's a cracking partnership.
It's a great partnership. That was when a time I was saying that I can't see them maybe batting the 10. Well, now it's in the air, but this could be the end of that partnership. It will be. That's a big moment, and the partnership comes to an end with the score on 80, and it will be Achal Alam who gets ball back in to try and break it. That's what the captain's thinking, and it's a good move from Amin Hussain, because Ijaz Alam gets the breakthrough. Piyush Singh will go for 43. It's a shame, really, because what I was about to say there, sometimes when you're a lone batter out there and doing all the running, it's very difficult for you. And you start to play shots and try things that really are not on. But as soon as you get a partner there who starts also to score runs, and that's what Pankaj Sharma has done in that little partnership, it takes the pressure off you and you start to play your natural game. And I started to see that come together there. But with that wicket going down there, things could change now quite quickly.
Yeah, partnership there, 58 off exactly 4 overs. So the restored stability for that that wicket stand. But now that this wicket has fallen, it's now 6 wickets down. But yeah, still so much work to do to get that bonus point. And Kumar just planted on the crease, swings, bends down, trying to reach for that one. If you're not going to step out to the ball that's going wide, then your chances of connecting with it truly, they do diminish. So stand there, even shuffle a bit to the leg side. You're not going to swat it on the offside. That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, okay, Sham Kumar, the new batter, and he's not going to last very long. It's going to be another duck. Well, I did take a friend of mine on an outing this morning, and of course, that was our very own James Pond. Well, James Pond, he's going to enjoy this one because it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Kumar. So it's going to be quack quack time.
Yeah, Kumar, unfortunately, he's come undone. Crash.
We'll have to see the highlights.
Into the stumps.
And James Pond will do his thing with our on-screen ducks are absent, but James Pond is in the house. All right, James, do your thing.
There he is.
Nice to have James with us. And, yeah, bring back the ducks that we say. And, yeah, I think James Pond is enjoying his outing. Another one goes. This is now where it could be trouble as Ali Hassan Sitar comes out. This over has 2 wickets already. He does bowl wicket. Both the alarms actually have bowled good wicket deliveries. It's a nicely played, well blocked out. Actually, good shot to dig that one out. So can they? Well, what can they do here? We're just starting to give themselves some belief, weren't they? And then that partnership got broken. And now, once again, it looks like the Prague Tigers are trying to dismiss United before the end of the 10 overs.
Yeah, they've got one more to come. Let's see what Alarm can do here and what Sharma can do, more importantly. Digs out the Yorker, just gets it down the ground for a single. And that is going to bring the score up to 82 for 7 after 8. So 38 needed from the next 2 overs to score that point, that lone point. As we see that the Tigers are they're going to storm out here and pick up a good win. It just depends on whether that bonus point goes to the Tigers or whether they are going to restrict the team from UCC, or UCC are going to dig out 38 runs in 12 balls. You have to say on the face of it, I'm not sure they've got 19 runs per over in them, UCC, but you never know. We're getting down towards the bottom of the middle order now. Sharma's still there. He's looking good. I'm impressed with Sharma, but when you lose 2 wickets like that in that over, it's tough, especially a set batter like Piyush as well. He was doing.
Yeah, and let's see how they go here. They're going to go back to Ridwan Ahmed. Went for 18 in that last over, but he's bowling to different batters. That's probably gets a bit of the bat, actually. Let's see. Yeah, it does. It's going to be 4 runs, so runs do keep coming off him. And, well, they will try. They need to go big. They need everything to go their way. That one gets a bit of bat, gets past the keeper, and not even Usman Butt can stop that. So that's going to be 4 runs.
Well, that's going to help the cause, definitely. 34 for 11 now for that point. Keeping a close eye on that bonus point, folks. Hope you're all keeping a close on that with us, as the score is just slowly picking up. Slowly is the word, though. They're going just over 10 and over. It's just, it has not been a good run chase.
It's, well, everybody's shouting catch. The fielder, I think, does the right thing. You don't want to overcommit to this and give a boundary away. You want to try and stop the boundary so you can get the 4 points. They kind of got that wrong against the Barbarians. They don't want to get it wrong a second time on the spin against United. The win is secured, but they want all the points. That's a good-looking shot. That's going to be 6 runs. Well, why have they been hiding this guy down the bottom of the order? Because, I'll tell you what, Ali Hassan Sitar can hit a ball.
He certainly can. He's been in and out of I think the national squad a couple of times in the previous years. I don't think he's in there now, but he's been around the traps for quite a while. Formerly a PCC player himself, so he's got a pretty good pedigree when you look at his history. A bit of a look away shot, that one.
Going to test the fielder, who does do well, but they're going to scramble back for a couple. Oh, well, the mighty 1-3. Will they get there? In comes a throw. It'll be close, but I think they do it. It's a little back flick in the end from Usman Butt because he gets taken away from the stumps. We'll have a look at it side on. So they're going to get 3 here. So 14 so far off the over. Let's have a look at this. That looks okay so far. And then he throws it in, but of course he overthrows it. The keeper doesn't deal with it first time round. And then see here, let's have a look. The back flip, and he's made it comfortably. But if the throw was to his gloves,
Yeah.
would have been out.
Yep, that would have been a different story completely. Ahmed's still got 2 to go in the 9th. There's 1, and that is elevated. Couple of bounces, and the boundary rider will get around to stop that from going any further. Nice pick up.
Astronomical clock. I mean, I know
yeah.
we've got our own time partner, Rado. Great to have them on board. This clock is quite amazing.
It's really something, isn't it?
It's the oldest in the world. I think it's the still working as well. And I know that on the hour, the number of people that flock around there to watch it is quite crazy. Yeah. But there's a story about the man who made this clock, isn't it? Is it to do with the clock? Is it to do with the tower?
Full disclosure, I'm not sure. I'm aware there's a story about the man, but honestly, I've not gotten that far into the history. It's an amazing clock. It does so many things. You know, it talks about the position of the moon, the earth, the sun, planets, things like that. It puts a little bit of a puppet display on as you see the various different sort of puppets appearing on the hour. You see like a little puppet which is representative of almost like tarot cards kind of representation. You know, there's it talks about, you know, the life cycle of the human being and things like that. It has, you know, sort of like symbols of like good and bad, good and evil, you know, faiths and things like that. So it's a very popular destination. And you're right, at the top of every hour, the place is packed.
It's flooded.
In front.
There's so much that
Properly
happens.
flooded. Yeah.
It's so much happened. Installed in 1410, located at the Old Town Hall Tower. But it's a magnificent attraction, it really is. And I think it's probably one of the top attractions for visitors that come to Prague.
Yeah.
And yeah, but like you say, where it is there, every time people, as it gets close to the hour, they're getting there. That's hit well. When it gets to the boundary, they need it to. Well, they're going to take 2. Ow!
Ooh,
well, he's got a bandage on his head. You might as well put one on his knee as well. He's going to be the mummy man. Oh dear. Well, I think that's a bandage. If it's not the best of bandanas that I've seen. But this, I heard this from here. Watch this. Oh, that is right on the knee.
I really felt that, Rico.
Ay. Well, he might use that bandana. He's taken it off. He probably wrapped it around his knee.
He has indeed.
Yeah, and in the air, it's going all the way. Bolle. They look like they're going to steal a point here. Would you believe it? The Prague Tigers can't believe it. They blew this situation in the earlier match against the Barbarians. Are they going to blow it again?
I wonder. It's looking like it. But 4 deliveries to pick up 14 runs. That's a good question. Are the Tigers going to let a bonus point slip through their fingers?
Sita and Sharma trying to get something for United. That'll probably be a wide. We'll have to bowl it again. So 14 becomes 13 off for United. Only playing the one match. And they want to go back with something here. Yeah, do you think he was told to take the bandana off because it's white and the ball is white? I reckon yes.
That's entirely possible. Yeah, you might be onto something there. That's better. That's much better. That's a good dot ball.
That's a good dot. So he makes up for the white. So 13 off 3. United know what they need here. Needing 13 runs and 3 balls to get at least a point.
Do you reckon they can do it? 13 off 3.
You know what I've noticed? I'll tell you this. Oh dear. Well, that's that.
That's that. Then.
Now they need a wide or something, and then 2 big sixes. Yep. Have you noticed how the players have crept towards us here? You know why? They can hear us. They know what we're saying.
Yep.
We're saying that we're sort of like giving them the details, and they're then shouting it on to the players on the pitch. I suppose it's also easier for them to hear the scores when we say the score, because they're also doing the scoreboard as we speak. So that's quite smart, actually. I don't mind that.
That's quite true. Let's hit out towards player who takes a terrific catch. Casual as you like, puts 2 hands up in the air, brings down a one-hander in the end. That was really well taken there. That's a great catch. And, well, the rot is really settling in now as Naeem Lala takes his 2nd catch of the innings.
Well, we're used to a little bit of Lala time on the European Cricket Network. Well, we're not in Malta. We're here in the Czech Republic. Well, we've got the Lala background here, and now we've got Lala taking the catch. And it's a jalebi catch as well. Well, we started this tournament, remember, back on day one with the Challenger Division with a jalebi catch taken by Sandeep Kumar. That was quite sensational. This one's probably not quite as sensational, but it's still a jalebi catch. Well, we've had some gulab jambu for lunch, and now it's time for jalebis as the catch gets taken there by Lala. It's another wicket down. United, they came so close. They gave themselves some hope, but with wickets falling, Shukla comes in. And they're not going to get a point here. They're going to go down, and it will be the Tigers that will take all the points. That one will be okay. It's the end of the innings, and the Prague Tigers, they are going to be roaring to the top of the standings.
They are indeed. That is a pretty good victory. Pretty good victory. That's a very good victory. It ends up being quite a margin in the end. Quick look at the dashboard for the next match coming up. The final match of today, Prague Barbarians take on the team from Brno Cricket Club. A couple of changes there. We'll go through that in a bit more detail when the match comes around in approximately half an hour's time. Have a look at the highlight reel here as we see the Prague Tigers get stuck into UCC. That was a tremendous catch.
Yeah.
Well called by you, Rico. That was an absolute blinder. Bang into the glove. And the aeroplane run from the bowler says it all. This one here, this is an interesting one. I thought this was actually a caught behind. Turns out it's just flicked the bail. I thought it was a caught behind on my first look. I didn't barely notice it, just removed the bail, the offside bail. So a little bit of rearguard action here, of course, from Piyush Paghel and a few of the other players. But unfortunately, no partnerships as the wickets were tumbling around him. There's that one that played on. Oh, it was just disappointing for UCC. They couldn't get a partnership. They couldn't get the boundaries. It took them forever to fire up. By the time they fired up, the game was already gone.
Yeah, I think with United, all right, that's just their first match, and they're not going to get anything for it, which is going to be very disappointing. But I think one thing they've got to do, and they've got to learn pretty quickly from it, is sort out the bowling length. Difficult day for them out there in the field, especially with the wind pretty strong. I don't think they could adjust to it. In fact, it's not just them. You've seen from the scores in the day, the bowlers haven't had a good time. Apart from, you have to say, the Prague Tigers, they've been very good. But the batting, I think they know they've got to change the batting around a little bit. And Piyush Singh, we know he is a good batter, but just at the end of the innings, there's Sharma and Sitar. I think they did really well, and I think you've got to already be thinking about elevating them higher up the order, because they've shown that they can hold their own.
Yeah.
They can certainly hit the ball pretty well.
I totally agree. They need to have a close look at this UCC. They're not back until tomorrow, but they've got a bit of work to do tonight when they come together as a team and have a bit of a debrief about what's happened and what needs to happen. I agree. They need to have a closer look at this batting lineup and decide, this is T20, guys. This is T10. What do we do at the top of the order for putting people in to get runs quickly, because it's not happening. And if it's not happening, you've got to change it. You can't expect it to change without making a change yourself.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You've got to make a change. But, hey, let's talk Tigers. Tiger talk. You know I like the Tigers. I know a few people in the chat like the Tigers, like Paul Kempin. And it's been a very good win from the look. We gave them a little bit of criticism in the first match, even though they got the win. Nothing wrong with the win. But I think they threw away the opportunity to take 4 points against the Prague Barbarians, especially when we had that period of 9 balls that there were no runs from. And I think they needed 13 of 12 to take all the points, and they didn't do it. But they've come out here, different side. I think they batted really well. Excellent knock there from Usman Butt, but he was supported well by the captain of Hussain, Shakil, who looks a good player. Even Parth did really well. But I like the strike rates. But look at the economy rates of those two bowlers, both the alarms. Well, that's where the problems were. We both have said it. But United, the alarm bells were ringing, because both Ahmadi Alam and Ajra Alam were just sensational with the ball. That's
incredible. Both getting a 3 for 16, then a 3 for 11 from the two alarm bowlers. And, you know, at the risk of tiring out that phrase, Rico, when the two top bowlers like that are getting 6 wickets between them, alarm bells are indeed ringing, and they smashed through United's top order. It was only that middle order sort of partnership of Piyush Singh Baghel and Sharma that gave any impetus to this team. They fell short of not just the total, but also the bonus point total as well, and they do need to have a bit of a rethink. And that batting card, if they go away look at that batting card, they're going to say, Piyush, you're always going to be opening the batting. You have to open the batting for us. Maybe Ruturaj, maybe we drop you down the order a little bit. Sharma, you're going to get moved up the order, because we need that firepower when it's needed, as in maybe during the power play. You know, he was hitting the ball really well. I was impressed with him.
Yeah.
But Tigers, hand it to them. They have played a great couple of games today. They get the wins. They're going to be top of the standings when it's all said and done after day one tonight.
Yeah, well, they make amends for losing out on that bonus point in the first match. They get it this time round. Well done. It's been a good day for them. They look good, especially. I know they scored 170 there, but you can argue about what was delivered up to them. But in the field, with the bowling, especially the way that both the alarms bowled, and also Shaquille, I think he's a top player. Watch out for him. He's going to be good. He's going to score runs and take wickets. Very impressive first day for the Tigers. They are unbeaten, and United, they're going to have to come back stronger when we see them tomorrow. Next up here is going to be the Barbarians, who themselves were lucky to pick up a point. Let's see how they deal with Brunei. Now, Brunei, I reckon they're a team that are hurting, and they're coming back to try and take all of that frustration out on the Barbarians.
Yeah, I totally agree. This is going to be a feisty match, I guarantee it, for that exact reason that you say, Rico. Both teams looking to get something on the board here because, yeah, I still feel for Brunei, and that was like the game before this one where they just put a great score on the board and it got chased down. That's coming up in 29 minutes time. Please note that the final match on the group stages is always 15 minutes later than the other games. That's just to give us a bit of a break there at the at the end of a long hot day. So I saw a few people in the chat saying, oh, we're back in about 15 minutes time. No, you're back in about half an hour's time, but we'll be back here for you in about 24 minutes time to introduce you to that game, match number 5, the last game here today in this ECS Czechia Premier Division. Hope you're enjoying the split between the Premier and the Challenger. We're loving it, and I know you guys would love it as well. I hope you are anyway. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network alongside Rico 4. We're going to take a break as well, get ourselves something cool and refreshing to drink, and we'll be back for match 5 in about 23 minutes time. We'll see you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Dobry den and welcome. It's actually more, it's Dobre odpoledne, which is good afternoon. Welcome to this match number 5. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you back here to Vinoj for this match coming up. It's going to be the Barbarians taking on the Brno Cricket Club. It's a big game here for both teams because they're both looking to get a win on the board. Brno, they've come up the road from their hometown down there in Moravia in the south of Czech Republic. It's a long drive up here. The Barbarians based here in Prague. So it's going to be on for these two teams. One of these two teams to try to get a win to take it away from the other one. Someone's got to get some points here and try to come away from day number 1 with points on the board. You don't want to finish day number 1 with 2 games and no points. That will be the worst outcome and you'll be chasing for the rest of the tournament trying to make it up. Let's get into it. Let's get to Charles Crouch. He's got the 2 captains for the all-important coin toss. Take it away, Charles.
Thanks, Phil, and good afternoon. Welcome to the toss for match 5. Prague Barbarians versus Brno. Brno to call. Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
Yeah, who like to bowl first?
Brno have won the toss. They will be bowling.
So there you have it, the team from Brno. They win the toss, they want to have a bowl first. Happy to chase in the last innings here today on this day number 1 of the ECS Czechia Premier Division. What a great day it's been. Hope you've enjoyed it wherever you're watching from around the world. Barbarians up against it. They had a demoralising loss against the Prague Tigers. They got a lot to prove here in the batting, especially for Brno Cricket Club. They put on a massive 166 runs in the previous game. It got chased down. They need to work on their bowling. Barbarians work on their batting. Brno working on their bowling. This is going to be a clash. It befits day number 1, the final match today. I can't wait to get into it. Rico Full, he's standing by in the commentary box to take over. Rico, the news from the toss. Brno going to have a bowl first. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it indeed. Thank you very much there to Phil G. And also to everybody in the chat. Let's get into it. It is the last match of the day. And of course, that's when we entertain any random questions. That's when we encourage all the lurkers out there to get involved. Come on, if you're lurking, tell us who you are and where you're tuning in from. And be part of our European Cricket Network family. We'd love to have you on board and help you stay on board with us as well. Some changes we've talked about already from the Barbarians. Nandivara coming into the side. Thakral is in there as well. And also Kumar. And then over to Brno, they've got Yug Warrior coming in. Let's see how he fares. He's listed as a batter. Mind you, batting wasn't their problem. They scored 166, but they ended up on the losing side. Be interesting to see how Dylan Stain goes. Remember, he came close to scoring a century, finished 94 not out, but it was Sazib Buyan who would score the century for the Bohemians as they got that victory. And what a great knock it was. 76% to 24. I think that's, look, most of the percentages we've seen have been more or less sort of round about a 50 to 40 something. So I think this one, on reflection of what we've seen today, is probably fair. But let's see if the Prague Barbarians can come out strong. I think that was a good assessment really there from Phil as well. The Barbarians, they need to work on their batting. And Brno, they need to work on their bowling. It's going to be a good match there to finish. Look at that. It looks absolutely splendid. A few people have said it does seem a little bit windy. It is windy. It's blowing out there. You would never believe it when you look at that shot. But there are things for the bowlers and the fielders to have to contend with. Here's the first one coming up, and it looks like it's going to be Niraj Mishra to be bowling to Devinder Singh, the captain of the Barbarians. And let's see how he fares. And I see somebody just to the left of us there, just taking their dog for a walk around the perimeter of the boundary. And it's going to be okay. There's Joe Foster is out there with umpire Venki. And yeah, we do know that around here there is sort of dog obedience kind of, what's the word used? Sort of course where they go and do all sorts of training. Agility sort of park. And maybe just finish some agility training as that one's going to be too wide there from Niraj Michel. Welcome back, everybody. And see that Dave is there. Hello to Paul Kempin and Shubham Anand Singh. Hello. And John Heasham, of course, being with the Cricket Master. Let's have a fantastic finish to the day. And come on, let's get your help as well. To all the moderators and everybody in the chat. Let's get a few, here we go. Let's give a few newbies in. If you want to know what the wind is like, that will tell you. And Alex, I did put a challenge out to 2 circles. And my challenge to the 2 circles for this match, that's a good delivery, well bowled, good movement, is to show us some fascinating bits of scenery from around the ground. I know that there's all sorts of things around here, from the golf clubhouse to the spiral rooftops to some of the buildings in front of us and to the right of us, maybe even a little bit of golf activity. So let's all have a little bit of fun in this last match, not just with the cricket, maybe things outside of the cricket as well. And maybe when chance, oh, it's a good effort. Diving forward, the ball goes in and out. Is an opportunity, and it doesn't get taken. I think that Yug, who's come into the side, goes down, gets dirty, but he's not able to take the catch. Good opportunity, though, and one thing for Yug, I like that he went for it, didn't shy away, didn't put his foot in the way, goes diving forward, does save a boundary. So there was a chance, doesn't get taken, so Singh does get dropped on 0, does have to go down as a chance. It's well bowled again. Good areas from Niraj Mishra. Just decided he's going to keep that ball short of a length outside the off, and that's worked a treat so far. Yeah, so everybody in the chat, let's see if we can encourage 10 new people to come on the chat and say hello to us and tell us where they're tuning in from. And remember, do like the chat and do tell your friends and your family. And there it is again. Gets a little bit of late movement here. Every time I'm seeing this ball being taken by the keeper, Mohamed Ratul, watch the movement once the ball gets past the bat. It still keeps going. So he's getting really good shape on these. Hello to the Trippy clan. Trip, Kitty and Denny are in. They're saying hi. Well, let's say that's one. And Tim Harmer is in as well, saying good afternoon to everybody. It's a nice looking shot, but they've got a sweeper there. Gets down, makes the stop. As that ball bobbles away to a quick look, an early look there of Dylan Stein. He was so good with the bat, wasn't he? And so unselfish as well. End of the first over with the score on 4. And we've seen a bit of this already. It's where we are on our tour of Czechia. What a fantastic tour it's been. And, of course, Thursday, the 19th of June, that's where we are right now. Through to the 22nd. And it is the Premier Division. Phil G comes back in and joins me in the bunker for the final time today.
Hello there, Rico, and hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us and staying with us throughout day number 1 of the Premier Division. It is day 11 of the European Cricket Network's occupation of Prague, and we've got a few more days to go. And it's been a fantastic time as well here. I think we've all enjoyed that one. And that has been swatted away very nicely indeed.
Good hit, good shot, 4 runs. And that does go over there to the Scott Page bench. Now, we know that that's going to get a bit of a makeover pretty soon. They've been waiting for the weather to get better. And but, of course, there it is. And, of course, a man who's done wonders for cricket out here.
Yes, indeed. That's why the field is named after him, Scott Page, who we lost him several years ago. And that was disappointing, very upsetting that we lost him. A real big ambassador, a larger-than-life character, and a massive ambassador for Czech cricket. Everywhere he went, he talked about cricket. He talked up Czech cricket. Everywhere he went on tour with the national team, or whether he went in the capacity of doing some work for Czech cricket, he was always a big, bold character. And yeah, we do miss him sorely. And we do what we can to remember him as well. We tried to hold a Scott Page Cup, which would be the Czech national team against the Finland national team, because he did a bit of work in Finland as well.
And Chicken Legs himself is in the chat. Ravi Panchal and saying good afternoon to everyone. Hello, Ravi. I bet you're tucking into a bit of chicken as you watch it. Ravi, hope you're well. Yeah, the Ravster. And look to see you somewhere soon. And love and regards to the family as well. And so Ravi doing a little bit of lurking. So we're getting there. And yeah, a few people in the chat saying, come on, we don't bite. We don't bite. Well, that is going to be a bit of a bite. And the pain will be felt there by Vashak, who does hit a boundary, but now he's going to go. He goes for 5 of 7 deliveries, and Matab Khan does pick up a wicket. And the Barbarians lose their first. It's a good bit of field positioning. It's a good delivery. I like the fact that the bowlers have stuck to the plan of keeping that ball outside the off. And a nice catch taken. He's down there to do one thing, and that is that.
Exactly. He's not inside the circle to save ones. He is back on the boundary rope to do exactly that, as you say, Rico. That's a really good field placement and good bowling too. Clever bowling there from Matab. Look at this. Hands in the air, the bowl. He's like, I know I've got him. I know I've got him. Safe hands, well caught. Big wicket that, and that's a big breakthrough there. There you go, Rico. There's some golfers on the neighbouring hole there. They're lining up for a putt. Oh, the gallery hushes. Here it comes. Are we going to get to see it in time? And oh, no.
Oh, the crowd.
And she has to tap it in and take the 2.
Gentle applause, but could have had a bigger. Well done, Alex. Alex, well done.
Good
10 out
work.
of 10 so far.
I like that. And shout out to Ravi Pachal. It was great to see you here at the ground last week, Ravi, too. Haven't seen you for a year. It was so good to run into you.
And, yep, in the action once again. Doing his job well is Arjun. And he's the man to catch as well. And nice catch taken. And Khan, good bowling from him. I'm liking this from Bruno. Of course, they would have been a little bit disappointed with the way things went. Umpire Venki out there as well. He's done a good job today. Venki and Joe out there. Vishal, the third umpire. Charles Cratcher, tournament referee. Once again, another outstanding day from him. Hit hard over the top of the infield. Cuatro Carreras. A good song. And that one, Cuatro Carreras. Nicely hit away by Devinder Singh.
Good shot, that one. Watch this. Just rocks back and puts everything into that one. Score goes up to 13 for 1 after that boundary. Have a look at the standings there. Prague Barbarians and Brno there just sitting on the 1 point, 4th and 5th on the table. Whoever wins this, they jump up to 3rd place. I'm not sure they're going to get a better net run rate to try to take 2nd. I think that's asking a bit too much. But with 3 points here, possibly even a 4th point, they will push themselves up the standings, and that is going to really help them going around from day one. You don't want to go out of day one without a win. I said that in my introduction. This is why this game is a really tasty a little event here. One of these teams is going to go home without a win and potentially just be on the bottom of the table. Well, UCC already bottom of the table with no points, but they'll be bottom of the table. Cellar Dwellers going out of the first day.
To bowler Mishra looking to come back after being hit away, and he's going to be okay, says the umpire. And that's one thing that Niraj has done very well. He's managed to, perfect delivery.
That's
the batter
fine.
can't complain about that. In fact, that's well inside the line.
That's inside the line. It's not even going over the line. So Satyajit Sengupta just maybe needs to adjust the helmet a bit there.
If we have a look at this ball once again, please, Alex. Look at the batter. Look at the moving. You're not going to get bat onto ball if you're doing the moonwalk towards the leg stump. And he's taking himself away from it. That's the way he's going. When he does the shadow batting, he shows what he should be doing. Let's see if he is able to do that, because I'm pretty sure Mitchell will try and keep it in the same spot again.
3rd time in a row. Here we go. Oh, he's almost cut his batting partner in half with that one. Oh, Divi has to jump out of the way. I thought he almost caught that in the midriff, actually. I think it's gotten just almost through him, but it goes all the way for 4 runs.
Watch this bit of matrix. Well, it's a neo nutmeg. Good movement, actually, there from the captain. Gets himself out of the way. The ball gets past him, and we'll go for 4 runs. That's better from Sengupta. Now, you said that he's a player that you expect to perform. And he's made his start, gets his first boundary.
I'll say this, though, Rico. A shorter person than non-strikers then could have been in trouble there.
It's going to be another bit of work to be done by the man out there at 3rd, and he's done pretty well so far. He's had 3 balls to deal with. One was a catch, and Arun did take it. And he's had 2 to stop along the ground and did as well. So a good bit of fielding there from Arun. And also good field placing from the captain. He's asked the bowlers to bowl outside the off stump. The bowlers so far have done that, and the fielders have played their part pretty well.
He has had a lot of work to do in there, hasn't he, Arun? He's taken the catch and he's been chasing the ball. It's been following him.
And fingertips. Is it enough to take the pace of the ball? No, it's not. And disappointment. Well, that's Yug again, a warrior. And Yug Warriors, he's been in the battles. We saw him try and take a catch, but it popped out. And this time he's trying to stop the boundary. He definitely leaves his fingerprints on the ball, but he's not able to stop it. Good effort again. He does try. He goes down. He's just not getting the luck at the moment, but bear with it is what I'll say to Yug. Your time will come.
Yeah, he's a bit gutted about that one because he did get a fingertip, as you say, Rico, but he tries with in vain.
All right, high in the air, catching opportunity, blowing around in the air and dropped. Oh, number 13 on your back. Unlucky, and it is unlucky for the man who's trying to do the fielding. That's Hamid Ullah. Puts the catch down. Ooh la la la. Ullah, down it goes.
Yeah, the hat came off early, then he stood on it a couple of times. But yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, we could always blame this breeze. I got to say, I just checked the weather report before we came back on again. The breeze has been gusting here up to about 25 kilometres per hour, which is quite a gust. But it's averaging around about sort of between 18 and 20. Have a look at the tower block situation there. 23 for 1 in the power play, and the runs picking up after a very tight first over. But it needs to accelerate. The Barbarians need to put the foot down here and get a good score on the board. As I said in my introduction, they need to work on their batting. They really do. But Murno need to work on their bowling. So this is a bit of an interesting clash because, well, one team's bowling, the other team's batting, and these the guys need to work on it. So who's going to blink first? And currently, 23 for 1. I'd say advantage, Bruno.
Yeah, I think so.
Fair enough. There you go.
Naveed Ahmed is next to have a bowl. Let's see how he fares and how he controls this. Well, that's hit well. It's hit hard. It's hit for 4. Well, Diana Oro's the ECM photographer. She's taken up that post again to... I know what she's waiting for. She's waiting for that perfect snapshot of the stumps going down. She's going to take evasive action. This is not that far away from her, actually. Diana's there somewhere. We might see a shot of her. And here we go. Some more action. Look, why not just also take the dog for a walk while you're playing a bit of golf? And if the ball does go in the rough, you say, go, Shep, get the ball, find it. And a bit more action there. It's probably a bit windy for golf as well, I suppose. Trying to keep the ball going in the right areas.
Yeah, definitely be a really tough day for golf.
Well, she has got it on the green. She says, yep. And now it's time to select the clubs. Played away, 4 more, good shot. Devendra Singh. Looking good at the moment. These two just starting to get going, starting to establish themselves. As Naveed Ahmed. That one's well. Are we looking for a golf ball there or grizzly cricket ball? We don't know. And Venki might ask for another one. And folks, just a quick one. If you're hearing some weird sounds, don't try adjusting your sets because it's the wind. It is windy. We've shown you that already. And you can tell it's windy because when we go to the camera that's on the tower, you'll see that it is moving around a little bit. Of course, once again, I don't think that's spoiling your enjoyment of the game, but if you do see it's moving around, it's because the wind is catching hold of it. So 2 circles doing a good job in these conditions. That's it firmly, and there's the right in front of Diana. Well, a little bit of all kind of... fielding there, makes a stop, falls over, slips over. Camera shy, that's what the fielder is. That's the pressure of what the camera can do to you.
You know what?
Yeah.
Neeraj Mishra has made a bit of a mess of that. You know why? All I could hear was click, 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 click.
Wow. And, they just can't perform in front of the camera. Well, Dan Oro's, I reckon that the captain in the moment is going to say, can we move the photographer? All of our players are camera shy. Bruno, here we go. It's there. It's a good effort. And it's ooh, la, la, la from Ullah. Puts down another. Well, this Diana, she's checking. She's got that one. Diana, you got it? Thumbs up if you got that shot. Oh, Diana, yours again.
Oh, no. No, Rico, we're onto something
What
here.
is going on here?
The Mishra and Hamidullah, they are camera shy.
They
'Cause
are
every time the ball's coming their way, that's another spill. They had that absolutely covered, and the two of them couldn't combine to stop the boundary.
I think
Oh,
Dinah
dear.
there she is. And she's got a blooper reel coming up from being in that spot.
Oh
And
dear, oh dear.
Put the camera away. Take it away from us. We can't deal with it. We can't handle the pressure. And then the bowler says, there's only one thing to do. If I can't rely on all of you, I'm just going to knock the stumps over. Jog the putty. And Devendra Singh, his little cameo innings comes to an end. He's been assisted by some, kind of rookie fielding. But he's going to go in the end for 23 off 11 as Naveed Ahmed does take a wicket off the last ball of the over. 37 for 2 after 4.
Yep, incredible stuff. That's unfortunately for Devendra Singh, he has to leave 23 from 11. He was looking good there for a bit, a couple of good boundaries there, especially in that over. But unfortunately, he's come undone. They're just going for the big hit, looking to go downtown. And fair enough too. You know what? You've made a good start. You're into the 20s. You need to keep the motor running. And unfortunately, he's swung really hard at that one and completely missed it. A wicket at the end of the 4th. So it's going to bring in Nandivada, who's into the side for this match. He joins Satyajit Singh Gupta, who's on 7 from 6, and he needs to get things motoring as well. Spoke about him in the early match as well. He's got a bit of a history on the European Cricket Network. He's got 916 runs, a high score of 53, which he got against the Vinarati Cricket Club way back a couple of years ago now. 70 wickets as well, so he's a good all-rounder, and he needs to settle in and really guide this score along for the Barbarians. They need someone to stick around because they didn't get that in the game earlier today, and they sorely missed good partnerships, and they missed someone who could just put together a really good total on the board to help them, which didn't end up happening.
Well, there we go. This you see, I told you good things would start to happen. This time he makes the stop. If he got past it, that certainly would have been 4. Nicely stopped. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think Sengupta is probably his way of looking at this. Say, I've got to bat deep. I've got to bat the 10. Somebody else would come along and give me a bit of a partnership. Maybe it will be Prem, and he's out there now. He's facing his first. This is Nandivada, and hits it up in the air, and maybe he will be the man to give him the right partnership. That's gone a long way, wind assisted and all. It's going to be a big 6. Shaba. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, he's no slouch with the bat is Prem, and he has absolutely middled that one, crunched it out of the middle, taken it from middle stump as well. That's a lovely strike. Yep, he's reminding us that he still has what it takes. And poor old Arun Vasudevan got taken apart in the game against the Prague Tigers. Well, he's coming for a bit of a hiding for that shot as well.
Look at 2 circles there. They're getting really funky now. Now they're showing us some of the aeroplanes that are flying around as well. Good shot, that. I like that.
We had a couple of military helicopters earlier today. We missed it though because they were landing at the military airport way behind us. But I saw 3 separate lands today. That's a bit of action. Oh, this up in the air. Here's trouble.
Keeper, I think you might miss this. Oh, well, has he taken this catch?
No way.
My goodness me. That is, well, I'm almost lost for words. He looked nowhere near it. He lost it for all money. And if you ask me, the wind is taking it away from him. But Mohamed Ratul says, Idra me catch parana, Jalur parna. What a catch. Outstanding. He's taken this one-handed. This is a Superman catch. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No.
Oh.
It's a Superman catch from the wicketkeeper Ratul. That is outstanding. That is as good as they get. Let's see it again.
That is quite something else. Good call, Rico. Look at this. That last movement, he realizes the wind has taken it. He's horizontal to the ground. He's absolutely flat horizontal to the ground, a good 3 feet high, 3.5 feet in the air, and there's a real get around from his teammates as they come over and they say, "Who are you?" We didn't realize that underneath that is a massive S, and it stands for Superman. What a great catch that is. Congratulations. I don't think we're going to see something like that again for a long time.
We've seen 2 amazing wicket keeper catches. That's way down the leg side this time for Vasudevan. We saw one in the last match from Usman, which was quite fantastic, Usman Butt. But this, Oh, yeah. And I love the way, too, Circles. I know what you did there when I said, is it a bird? Is it a plane? You showed the plane, and then you showed the catch. That's good work from you, Alex. You're getting too smart. As this is played out onto the leg side, the fielders will do the fielding. This match has got something about it. I feel this match has got something about it. Few people before the start of the match said, golden ball match maybe. There's something about this match. We're going to see some fantastic things here, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Russell has just set the world on fire with that catch. The chat's lit up. Everyone's lit up around the ground as well.
Shot. Gets down. That looks good as well. It's a glorious shot. That's a glorious shot of some of the scenery around here. It's breathtakingly beautiful around this cricket ground. And we are in a lovely location. We're spoiled, actually. We travel as we do and continue our tour around Europe. We travel to some amazing... Look at that for a view. I mean, it's not bad, is it, Phil, when you turn up to a place and you're going to be... We're working, we're watching cricket, we're enjoying watching the cricket, socialising with the players, but we're in a beautiful environment like this. Wide ball, swings and misses at it. They're the ones you probably want to leave alone. Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this at times, does it?
Just on that shot you saw before, how many different shades of green there were.
Yeah.
The fields marching off into the far distance there. The different fields, the different crops, the trees. It's nature at its best here at Vinage. There's some lovely scenery here.
Arun, again, that's a good length, and he tries to stop this with his foot. Don't need to. You don't need to break a leg when you've got two fielders that are behind you. So, end of the fifth over, 53 for 3. It's a good opportunity to myself, Rico Full, and Phil G to say hello to you. And I think we're going to have an absolute cracker. There's already something about this match. There's a buzz. Part of that buzz was because of that great catch from Ratul. What a catch.
That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like I said, horizontal to the ground. Shouldn't had any right to take that. The wind took it, but he followed. If you watch his eyes, he's looking the whole time in the air. He doesn't look who's in front of him. He followed all the way, and that last little dive, took my breath away.
It's a great catch, and we captured it beautifully. That's the thing.
Yep.
Quite often when we see those catches, there's bodies in the way or it's behind the stumps, but it's been captured beautiful. Now there's a little bit of showtime in the middle. I'm telling you, now there's a little bit of sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket about this one as Robin Thakral plays this away quite beautifully. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's made up his mind, gets himself into a beautiful position, and says, Ale, 4 runs. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the gap there is enormous, absolutely massive. So anything middle and leg, he could do that shot again if he wants. They still haven't plugged the gap. They're going to put faith in Naveed Ahmed to not bowl it so he can do that again, but he's going to have to manufacture himself. Well, this time he goes high and handsome. Maximo, big strike down the ground. Niraj Mishra just in front of us here. He was getting ready for it. And I reckon, you know what, he thought he's in with a chance and he realised, I'm going to miss that by about 10 metres. That was excellent shot. High elbow on the shot. Holds the pose. Look at that.
Wow.
Look at that. That's a great shot.
Wow. Well, isn't it? That sums it up. The fielders are in the air. Chance. Fielding. No camera. And it was a camera. Diana's moved. Diana has moved. She's done it again. Well, this time it's right on cue, you know, as we see this. What I was going to say there, the fielders, they're camera shy. The batters, they're making the most of it by posing for the camera. And, well, Diana started something again. She just keeps... There she is. There's another one to add to that blooper reel for Diana Oroz. Oh, dear.
Hilarious. Here we go. One more time.
Here we go. This time it's not catchable, but they will just take the one. Diana's just wherever she seems to go. She's got the camera of doom, the lens of doom, that is. If she's by you, you know you're going to miss field. You know you're going to drop catches. And
that's hilarious.
No.
It's like me with my commentator's curse. Diana with her camera curse.
High in the air and gone. Adios, pelota. 6 carreras más. Wind assisted helps this carry it over the boundary as we say hello to Enrico, who's saying hello to us. Hello, sir. I hope you're well. And, well, Dave is saying it's the Rifi show. Well, there we go. Let's talk about this first. Another beautiful shot from what's around this ground. And that's played nicely, but to the fielder, Yug is there again. Now, what was that a shot of there we saw? Do you know? You got any Any news about that shot?
Oh, I didn't quite catch what it was. Was that part of the Zarmek?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we have this lovely sort of hotel slash bar slash reception center. It's sort of like an old mansion, if you like. I guess it's the best way to sort of equate it. It's like an old mansion, which maybe 100, 200 years ago was probably privately owned, you know, sort of like the lord of the land, so to speak, the person who was in charge of this Vinoj area here. There's two Zarmeks in Vinoj. There's this one here, and there's one right on the other side of the village, closer to the main center of the village as well. Good place to go to if you want to, if you want to stay here and, go for little walks with the dog, or just get out of the city for a couple of hours, even for an overnight stay. It's a lovely part. I mean, we enjoy coming here for the cricket. There it is. There.
It looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it?
Yep. And I believe they still, I think, Danny will probably correct me if I'm wrong, I still believe they brew their own beer on premises. I think they do. So there's something.
And gone. Catch taken. And guess what? No photographer to be seen. She sat down. She's not taking pictures. She's saying, all right, boys, I'll give you a break. They needed that wicket, I'll tell you why. The last 3 overs went 14, 16, and 22. So just when the Prague Barbarians were starting to get a partnership going, they lose in the Gupta. Now, we said that he needed to stay there.
Yeah.
He's going to fall, but you still got Thakral out there who's going well, 22 of 7. But that's the end of Sengupta.
Yeah, Sengupta does have to go. He skies that one, doesn't get over the infield, and is nicely caught by Naveed Ahmed there. So Sandeep Tiwari comes on and picks himself up a wicket. And now it looks like it's going to be Barendra Kumar, I think, is going to come in. Yes, he is. So between him and Robin Thakral, they need to find something here. Tiwari, though, he's got a good breakthrough.
Yeah, Kumar, we didn't see Birendra Kumar play the last match. So it's the first time we've seen him. In fact, I think both of these are the first time they did play the first game. So let's see if they're able to give them that a little bit more impetus with the batting that they needed.
Robin's looking pretty good. He's got 22 from 7, striking the ball very nicely. He just needs to have someone to stick with him for the next couple of overs. Try to build that score towards 120.
Yeah, Cosmo's got a question in there. We have touched on this a few times. In fact, myself and Vinny Sandhu were actually commentating on this ground. Of course, it's the Banks ground, which is just to the right of where we are.
That's right.
Which is, again, just another ground. But same size, same dimensions as this one?
Absolutely same size, same dimensions. It's kind of seen as our number 2 ground here at Vinoj.
Played out. There should be a fielder out there, bobbles away. Nicely done. There's Dylan's. Oh, they could go for buzzers here now. I've seen these turn out nasty sometimes. I don't think the bowler was quite expecting this, Tiwari. And I've seen it a number of times where the bail has come off and clocked the bowler. And it can be dangerous. It can quite easily. Nothing worse than getting a bail or a ball in the eye. I like the way he looks at the umpire, as if the umpire is supposed to do something to help him there. Anyway, here comes Tiwari again. And that's a nice looking shot. It's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. And Thakral is going really well here. That's Robin. And what a man. There we see a good look at Ratul, Mohammed Ratul. He's going to want to go back and have a look at the highlights of that catch he took, isn't he? It's going to be some great highlights. In fact, the end of the day highlights today are going to be quite spectacular. Make sure you do stick around to see them. Strays down the leg side is a wide. Interesting watching Tiwari bowl here. This is Sandeep Tiwari. He has this run up, but he doesn't actually need it because he literally comes to a standstill before he bowls.
Yeah, it's a funny old bowling action. You notice that one too, Rico. Yeah, it's he does have. It's not a long run up. Oh, there's the bird. Oh, we just saw that kestrel. Good shot there. Nice one, Alex.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's better. Now,
yeah,
there was a sound there, but that was actually the bat hitting the ground. Good delivery. Did we see is it hunting again, the kestrel?
I'm not sure. It wasn't hovering. I think it was actually sort of in flight there. They caught that one.
That was a great shot we took earlier. I hope we've got that in the highlights because...
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there it is. Yep,
yeah, it is
hovering.
actually. Yeah.
He's found some dinner. Look at that. There's a lot of field mice around the ground. And just on a personal note, if the local birds and the hawks can pick up some of the field mice, then it saves us the trouble of fixing the ground after the mice have had their way with it. And I'll just leave it there in case there's anyone a bit sensitive towards that. Just a quick note about the Banksfield. I saw people talking about that as well. Yeah, the Banksfield, it's a number 2 ground, and because of its close proximity to the golf course sort of sensitive parts like the maintenance shed and the clubhouse, we play more of our main games here on the Scott Page Field.
Okay.
Hey, day 2 tomorrow coming up. And it's again the 6 teams here. You're going to see Prague CC start off against United. Then the Barbarians take on the Bohemians. Prague CC back against the Tigers. Brno are back for their one match against United. Then Bohemians take on the Tigers in the last match of the day. 5 big games coming your way. Awesome.
Yeah, some big matches there. Prague CC and Prague Tigers. That's got tasty written all over it. It's punched down the ground, or one bounce, and it's going to be Ulla who makes the stop here. We're on to something here, aren't we, today? I mean, I think, are we the first network that don't just bring cricket, but there's a little bit of the National Geographical Channel at the same time? Nobody else has thought of that. We've got this covered. I reckon the likes of countries around the world should be asking us to come there, because we do the sport, we do the cricket, the community thing, and we also show the maybe there was a bit of a chance there for a run out, but we also show some of the fantastic scenery around the ground as well.
Do indeed. Ooh, yeah, I think that had really scurried home there, so I think it was going to be okay. Yeah, I'll tell you what I should do. I'm going to do a bit of research on these birds here. They're either kestrels or they're a small version of a hawk. I've got a feeling they may be kestrels. Or if they are, I'll try to do my best David Attenborough impersonation so I can talk about them. Now, what's happened there is I think he's thought about going down on one knee to absolutely slam that one to the offside, and in actual fact, he's almost done a face plant and done nothing.
All right, name this shot. Well, all right, I'm telling you now, social media boys, clip it, and you know what the question is going to be. Name this shot.
How could you name that shot? That is crazy good.
Well, I think Alex has got a good one. He says the flop.
The flop shot.
Flop shot.
That's a good one too,
Oh, my goodness me. All right.
Oh, boy.
We're going to have to see that on the social media. Have a look at this. The flop shot. It's
I'm not sure what the bowler's appealing for. I mean, you can't appeal for a silly flop shot. He's played a flop shot umpire. How's that?
You know, they say you're going to put everything into the shot, all the weight behind it. Well, he certainly did that. Oh, God. Look at the swing on this. The swing maestro, Arun. He never got this much swing in his first over, I can tell you that. His first one went for 16, and he did, though, pick up a wicket, but he's picked up his second. Look at the movement on this. He's bowling boomerangs at the moment. Watch this go. Oh, that's an absolute seed. That's an absolute seed. The batter has no idea. Well, he was on the floor earlier. He's going to be on the floor again. He's going to need some counselling after that one. He'll get 26 for 12. It's been a good knock, though, there from Robin.
Yeah, really good knock from him. A bit of a cameo coming in there, getting runs on the board quickly, but then he couldn't continue. He sort of dried up a bit just in the last over and a bit. So after, I think it was Naveed Ahmed, he went after, taking 22 runs off his over. So he's made way, and it's put or hit, comes out, see what he can do.
Pure hit. And he does well, actually, to dig this one out. Again, it was that ball really swung quite viciously. But gets a run and sees out a dangerous over there from Arun. They've come back well after conceding 3 pretty high-scoring overs. They've now got a couple of good ones in there. The over before from Tiwari went for 6, and that one from Arun only goes just for the 4 runs.
8 overs done, 85 for 5 on the board. That run rate just ticking up beyond 10.5 now. It's come down a little bit from that middle of the 6th over with a couple of really tight overs. Mind you, though, when you get over number 6 going for 22 runs, Naveed Ahmed getting taken to the cleaners. And the over after that from Tiwari. And then that one just finishing from Arun Vasudevan. Really good comeback there. 4 runs, as you say. Wow, what a good comeback that is. And now we start the last 2 overs of the innings.
Played away beautifully. Gets it through the close fielder. And now that will go somewhere near behind where our camera is, as we see the golfers walking at the top of the Teletubby hill. Nice shot. Plays it beautifully behind that backward point area. Gets it in the gap. Past Tano Oros, who's tormenting the fielders, getting ready to take some more pictures. And 4 runs. They need a good finish here. And pure hit. Does hit that well. Okay, has he got any more in the tank? It's going to be a wide. They're going to take this on. In comes the throw, and they might even be thinking about a few more, but one of the batter unfortunately overran the runway by a fair bit, so can't get back. They would just get 2 wides for that one. And I've got a question actually here. I'm going to put it in now, and we can talk about it in the next one.
Oh, good. Okay.
What is Charlie Absalom famous for? It's to do with cricket. Charlie Absalom. So I'm going to leave that there. Some of you will know this. I think I might have touched on this once before. And got to run hard here. Wicketkeeper, or Superman, I should say, is after it. But not even Superman can catch up with this. It's going to be a little bit of an inside edge that goes all the way for 4 runs. Trying to get to a scratchy 105, 110 here are the Prague Barbarians.
Yeah, these last couple of overs are so important here for the Barbarians. Need to get into the 110s, even 115s. Need to find something here. But as you say, Rico, they might be just looking to scratch together about 110. Would they be happy with that against this batting side? Oh, you know what? They want to take as many as they can get. But there's only 10 legal deliveries left. And the batter getting a little bit of attention to his shoelace, thanks to one of the close infielders. So, yep, they're going to need plenty. See what they can do here. Tawari coming in again.
It's well bowled. Good. Oh, the batter at the non-strikers end just goes down there. Not sure how he goes down. Of course, it's dry as a bone out there, but
He slipped on there.
he starts to go, then tries to stop with Jen. Whoops. And, manages to stay on his feet, but dot ball, a bit of gold dust.
Just watch that left ankle there. Thought he was going to roll it for a second.
There you go, some more beautiful sides. There's the road there in the background. We've got our own buses that go down there. I know Hornchurch was pretty popular for Nish and Tina talking about the buses, as you do in England. And I remember those days listening to the cricket, the test match cheers on the radio, and when not a lot was happening, we were talking about the buses and all sorts of other things as well, of course.
Indeed. So 96 for 5, 2 to come.
It's played away. That might be 4. In fact, Ula has done really well here. He's been in the wars a bit. I know a couple of catches are going down from him, but that's a good stop. The ball was bubbling around, and he had a lot of ground to make up, but he does well. That's a good stop. Nicely done from Ula.
Yeah, well done, Hamid. You're right. He's had a bit of a nightmare out there for this match. Obviously, he was under close scrutiny from our photographer down at Oraser, but gets down and saves that one. He's just in the background, giving his shoulder a bit of a check out. Maybe he might have done himself a bit of a mischief. Hopefully not.
And gone. Catch taken at the backward point area. You need to have your taller fielders in that spot because they normally do try and get over that spot. He's saying the ball was spinning like this. And I always love it when fielders, when they do catch him, tell you the stories about how the ball was spinning and swinging wildly. And it was a great catch. It is a good catch. Take nothing away from it. That's going to be the end of a Budo hit. He did get 1 boundary away, but that will be his lot. 7 of 4 deliveries. And send it to Wari. And picks up his 2nd wicket.
He does indeed. So he'll be happy with that. That's pretty good from him. Gets a couple of wickets to his trouble. Unless he's still got, it's a couple of wickets, so still got, well, no, he's done 2 for 19. He joins Arun Vasudevan, who's also got 2 for 19 from the 2 overs. So between the 2 of them, they've done quite well indeed. Hey, there's the bus. There's the bus watch.
Hornchurch has got nothing on us. This is what I say.
There we go.
We give you buses as well, and we give you the scenery that goes with it. And of course, the nature and the wildlife.
That is the 1739 159 from the Zamek going straight to the Letnani Metro. That's what that one is.
The what? What's wrong with... How many numbers did you say there?
It's the 159 bus from the Zamek, because it's going to take about 10 seconds to get to the Zamek. So it's the 159 bus at the 1739, and there's one every hour. I remember the times because sometimes when you're trying to get home from here, you've got to remember there's a bus once per hour.
Okay, in the air, catching opportunity. Who wants it? And, well, nobody does. And the fielder ends up eating grass trying to catch it. That's Niraj Mishra. And it goes a long way up. Not easy. The wind is making this grizzly move around, and he just doesn't get. He had time really.
Yeah.
He had time to take another step or two, get right underneath it. He ended up reaching for it and puts it down. 100 comes up on the board. Oh, well, another chance, and down it goes. Well, it's all happening. Well, they can't blame Diana now because she's nowhere to be seen. But they're still dropping these catches. 2 drops in 2. And the poor bowler, Matab Khan, is saying, "Yeah, you got it there. Catch the ball,
Oh, he had one job to do, and he didn't do it. I was looking out for Diana as well to make sure she was nowhere in the area. She was not in the vicinity.
She's come back, though. And you know where she's come back? Right behind Ula. Ula, look at him. You know how the song goes? My hands are shaking and my knees are weak. Well, they are now because Ula has got, Hamidullah, that is.
Oh, no.
Dana Oro standing right, well, not right behind him. She's a few meters away, but he knows she's there.
Yeah, she's also got Niraj Mishra in her sights as well. So between the two of them, and they've had a bit of a nightmare on the long on, the long off. So over their shoulders, they're both going, she's right behind us. Let's make sure we do well here. We've got a couple of deliveries to see this out. Then we get to go and sit down and do the run chase. 2 balls to do here. 101 for 6.
Here comes the delivery. Khan. And couple of steps, and he comes. Short delivery, and gets away with it. It's a bit of a wild swing from Gupta, who's chewing up some deliveries actually here. That's 3 balls, 3 misses. Kumar at the other end is frustrated. He hasn't been able to get back on strike. 101 for 6 with the ball to go.
It's a very good final over this one. Only 3 runs from it, 3 dot balls. How does it finish?
And camera behind you, Ulla.
Oh, well done.
This is where the crowd all goes, ooh. And nicely done. It is the end of the innings. They will get a single. You're right. What a good over that is right at the end there from Matab Khan. And overs like this can certainly make a difference and swing the way your match goes. So 4 runs off the last over. And the Prague Barbarians, they do a lot better, I suppose, than they did against the Tigers, where they were restricted to 80 for 9. This time, they do get the 100 on the board, 102 for 6.
Yeah, they do get the 100 up indeed, Rico, and they're going to be pretty happy about that. It's just that mental moment in your head where you say, well, we got the 100 up. And the bowlers are going to look at this and say, right, you're giving us something to work at with now here. Thank you, batters. But it's still going to be a tall order nonetheless. So we're going to see what's going to happen with the run chase, which is going to come up in about 10 minutes' time. Let's have a look at the highlights here. And we're going to see a couple of little catches put down there. Yug Warrior tried his hardest as well. And look, the opening batters did a pretty good job, I thought. And hitting a couple of boundaries. Devendra Singh off to a good start, and also his counterpart as well, Vaishak. Well, he won boundary, then he went out. We saw the golfers there. That was the missed putt, and that was the shot that Tibi just managed to leap over as well. It was indeed a missed putt, as that just misses everything. And then a couple of little moments here of luck running the way of the Barbarians. Unfortunately for Hamidullah, he puts that one down. Diana, that will probably be the person they'll be saying, well, why was that? Niraj Mishra then also had a bit of a skidding moment there. That'll be in the blooper reel. That'll also be in the blooper reel. It was like an over of carnage in the field. And then finally a wicket. Yeah. Naveed Ahmed says, I'll get the wicket. Hold my beer, I'll get this one.
Yeah, and then of course, look, there's more highlights to come. There's one of the most, this catch, outstanding, unbelievable. You would not see better than that. That would be doing the rounds on social media. I'm telling you what, that could even go viral. And then of course, we had other things that could go viral as well. It had a little bit of everything. That was a nice shot, really kept the pose. We saw a lot of things around the ground. This was a little bit of funky stuff. And then we saw a shot that we're looking for a name for. That one was just class. There's no name required for that. That was straight out of the textbook. But yeah, I want to see the old belly flop shot. It all happened, and it was supper time for the cholesterol. Down he goes.
There he goes.
He's had too much. What an innings it was joy. Hey, you know what? One thing I wanted to ask you at the time that it happened, and we can maybe talk about it a little bit more, and I can get the chat involved. Why do fielders take their cap off before they take the catch?
It's a good question.
Because the cap, I thought, there's the bus, bye-bye, everybody, because you think the cap is on there to help them with the sun, but then they take it off there. Yeah. The cap comes off again from Ula. I don't quite get it. I mean, if that cap gets in the way, why wear it in the first place?
It's a really good question. I don't know the answer. Maybe the chat can help us with that, because, and whoever answers that in the chat, back it up with numbers. How many catches are caught from fielders either keeping their cap or removing their cap? You know, I want to know these numbers. They don't try and tell us something without some empirical evidence, please. But you guys can help us with that.
Talking about numbers, here's the numbers. The score And Devendra Singh, the captain, gives them a good start. 23 of 11, good strike rate from him. The other batters there, Sen Gupta couldn't really get going, a little bit slow there, 15 for 10. But then came Robin Thakral. He batted well, 26 of 12. And Kumar, he's not out, but the strike rate there is the issue, 11 of 10. Purohit, he hit the ball well, got a boundary before he got out. So, I mean, it's better, but the strike rate is the issue there, really.
It really is the issue. I mean, you're going at 10 and over in the T10, and that's not usually the score to win a game. You can win the game, of course you can, but it's not usually what it is. And here in the Premier Division, we're expecting big scores to come up on the board here. And it's 102 for 6 after 10, 102 is the final target. And wickets shared around. Unfortunately, Niraj Mishra, he bowled hard, couldn't get a wicket. But one for Mahtab Khan, one for Naveed Ahmed, and two for the other two bowlers, getting both 2 for 19.
Yeah, and don't forget, we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. It's normally a pretty quick changeover for the final match. Keep your random questions going, and let's have some more lurkers in there. I don't think we quite have got to the 10 new people coming on and saying hi. And don't forget my question, what is Charlie Absalom famous for?
Oh, yeah.
And I will reveal all a little bit later. We'll be back in a short while. Rika Full here, along with me, good mate and fellow commentator, Phil G.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back for the final time here on day one of the Premier Division. We are of course in Czechia, not that far away from Prague, in a beautiful setting where not only is cricket fantastic, but the nature and the natural beauty surrounding this wonderful Scott Page ground is breathtaking. And a lot of people have been well, complimenting Two Circles for their camera work and bringing us some of the sights from around the ground. And I think it's really important. It gives you a good idea of where we are. I know we get the aerial shot, the drone shot in there for you, which gives you a bit of an idea. But I think the work from the camera position in the tower also gives everybody a good idea of this fantastic location we're at and the natural beauty that surrounds this ground. Let's have a look at the bonus point equation for this score of 102, 71 or less. And for the Barbarians to do that, they've got to be brilliant. They've got to take all their catches, and they need a lot of luck to go their way. But I suppose it's fair to say a team, Brno, that hit 166 in a loss to Bohemians, and they certainly have got what it takes to try and score the 103 they need in the 7 overs. And I think they will probably go for it as well, especially when you consider that two teams already have taken bonus points away from their opponents. So Brno will want to try and keep up with them. Rico Full here, and alongside with me, joining us back straight away, is Phil G. And it's been an interesting match so far, and we feel that it can continue to be as well. Cricket Master saying that could be a 7-over finish. What are you thinking, Phil? Every possibility, depending how the top order goes.
Yeah, I think it depends on the power play. But if I was Brno Cricket Club and I was in that little huddle before they walked out, I would say, guys, let's go for it. Let's go for 4 points. You know, we're a strong club, strong batting lineup. We put 166 runs on earlier. And there is a statement. That could be the intention shown right there as that slot delivery is sent downtown for a big 6.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the game plan.
Yeah. One thing I was saying, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it before people say this, but one thing I said when I saw these two batting in the last match, that was Dylan and Ratul who were out there, is two left-handers.
Yeah.
I really would try and break them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would, you know, both are good batters. I would try and break them up on the left and right, just to sort of toy around with the opposition a little bit and the bowlers. In comes Gupta, tries to guide this one away this time. He just wants to sort of guide it because they've got they've got nobody back at fine third. They've kind of got a catcher in, and then like a backward point is the way I would describe this field, who is on the boundary. The second player on the boundary is on the cover side. So leg side, no protection on the leg side. So you've got to be very sure to keep it outside the off. And Gupta again, and that's the problem. Short ball really don't work here. I don't think Sengupta has got the pace to trouble good batters like Ratul or Stern with a short delivery. You see that one just holds up. It's an easy hit. There's nobody on the leg side boundary. So stick to your original plan, and that's full and straight outside the off.
I totally agree.
Watch out for the snakes. Watch out for the snakes in there. There are snakes here, I've been told. I did the research, and here we go. Well, we're used to seeing scenes like this. This takes me back to the Seabarn Cricket Ground. And, well, it's in here somewhere. I tell you what, Alex, you can tell them exactly where it is. You know where the ball went. A new one's been thrown out there by Charles.
That's my question. Are they even in the right place? Yeah. I'm not sure. Just back to your point, though, about the two left-handers. Yeah. It's difficult for these two because these two have opened the batting for Brno for a long time.
Yeah.
And they're very comfortable at the top. But I completely take your point. It would be ideal if you get left-hand, right-hand combination at the top.
Wow, that's got to be no ball. It's got to be off the pitch. It has to be off the pitch. Either that or it's hit one of those wild mice running away from the kestrel. Let's see. Yeah, definitely off the pitch. And it's just looped up And it's got over, well, it's got over the keeper, but fortunately, the man who's there in the catching position is able to make the stop. So no ball, free hit coming up for Ratul.
I love the batter there, just didn't move a muscle. Didn't even raise the bat.
It's worked away to that vacant leg side boundary, nobody there. It's a risky field, this really. I get the fielder that's back on the 45, and that makes sense to me. But to left-handers, who most left-handers, let's face it, all the left-handers I know are excellent on the hook and the pull shot. And if you're a smidgen short to them, they're going to get it away. I think to leave the leg side boundary unprotected is not a good idea. And, well, there's another one. And, well, now you've got two to find. We're running out of balls, so we've got to find them somehow. And have we got it? And we got some success. And yes, we have. Well, that's one. Well, it might be the first one or the second one that went in there. We could do that that little competition, couldn't we? Where you have the picture and say, right, where's the ball? Find the ball, A, B, or C.
True. Did we get all the ball boys back? We didn't leave anyone behind, did we? That's what I'm worried about. Put a rope on those men when they go in there next time, please.
Slow ball, just soft, gentle hands to play that one away, and we'll take a single.
Yeah, nicely played that one, and probably well bowled as well. It was a bit straighter, better, but yeah, Satyajit Singh Gupta, that's not a terrific first over from him. There's 2 4s and a 6, no ball. There's a bit going on in that one. 78 matches since the golden ball. We're looking to break that one. Rico and I, we've got it firmly in our sights to try to knock that figure back again as we did in Romania just only a few weeks ago. Can't believe it's climbed up to 78 so quickly, but we've had a couple of series running concurrently as well.
Yeah, we have.
So it has increased very quickly indeed. So yeah, we need to take care of that hopefully before the end of this ECS. Just to give the Finland ECS a nice clean state to start
I think in Romania we got to what was it about? It was a Nelson, wasn't it?
It was Nelson.
Yeah.
Lord Nelson, 111.
It's another bad delivery. This time it's the turn of Ratul to just clip this away, and healthy runs being scored by Bruno, but not good bowling here at the moment from the Barbarians. They're just making it a little bit easy. That ball was always going down leg side. It would have been a difficult take, actually, even for the keeper. But you can see Ratul saying, I'm not going to miss out on this. Left-handers are so good on their legs, aren't they?
They really are strong. Yeah, exactly. And you're right, it was going to be leg side wide. But Ratul just said, I'm not going to allow that. I'm going to get some runs here. And he's still keeping Dylan Steyn off strike.
Ooh, now that's going to be probably a minimum because I don't think there's anything on this. See what it's going to be. Can we see this side? I mean, it's definitely wide. It's 5. Let's just see this side on because he does get the batter to move. I mean, it would have been a very difficult take. See here, if we keep this going, no, actually, he does keep his foot down. I thought he lost his balance and his shape, but you see it here again properly, but no chance for the wicketkeeper. It's not good bowling. So Satish Gupta does change his angle, comes round the wicket, but he still fires it down the leg side.
Yeah, it's not good direction at all. Needs to work on that.
And that's 6 runs over the boundary. Manos arriba arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And they're going after this, and they're going after this quickly. As Bruno are feeling the need to get 4 points on the board.
Yep. You look at that scoring now. 31 for none off 1.2 overs. They're definitely feeling the 4-pointer vibe. And that's another statement to that effect.
Yeah, it's another one that gets swiveled. And keep an eye on it. Let's make sure we know exactly where that goes. We actually have got some ball fetchers now in the right areas to find these balls because they do take up a bit of time if nobody's there to start off with. But yeah, it's not a good over. This over could be a bit of a nightmare. It's gone 4, 5 wide, 6, and now 4. 19 of it already, 35 on the board. You only needed another 68. And it looks like the bowler is going to go back to coming over the wicket. I could see this one also going down the leg side.
Rico,
you know,
a third of the runs required in 9 deliveries. That's not good.
And doesn't quite get hold of this. They do push a player back on the boundary now. And We did actually when we did have a quick word with Diana Oroz. Now she's wearing the Asian 11 jacket,
Yep.
Which looks quite stunning. And Diana said to me that some of the players, and one of them, it was Niraj Mishra, was saying to Diana, "Hey, you've got no good shots of me. Can you take some pictures?" So all I'm going to say here to the Barbarians, you can blame Niraj Mishra, because every time Diana was there taking pictures of Niraj, all sorts of comical things were happening and not good for the Barbarians. That's a better delivery. It's nicely played away. Good timing. Oh, no.
Oh, no, that's...
Well, that's good and bad.
Yeah.
The bad was the foot fielding attempt, but the good was the effort there from this Vaishak, who does well.
Have a look at this foot fielding. He could have put his hand down. All he did, he literally hand down and just leaned forward ever so slightly, would have stopped the ball. Would have stopped it dead.
Yeah.
And then he had to get back up from his counterpart. That was not very good at all.
To get better. So better finish from Gupta. But the over already, of course, went past the 20 mark. 23 off that over. It does go magical. Oof. And the score 39 without loss. Yeah, you're right. They're off to an absolute flyer.
This is looking ominous now. So, yeah, the Burno Cricket Club, they're looking to get 4 points here. 4 points puts them into second place. You see there on the standings, they get all 4 points straight to second place. If they get 3 points, I don't think they're going to increase that net run rate difference to take over Prague Cricket Club, who'll stay in second place, and put him into third. But all 4 points, Burno will love to walk away tonight with a win. Okay, they had a loss earlier, which was a close game, albeit the fact that they came up against very, very good opposition in the Bohemians. So, you know what? If they can claw 4 points here, that'll be huge.
Well, can we have a look at this this bowling action again? This is Chaganti coming in, and it's a little bit the brum, brum, brum. What do he starts, he stops, he starts, he stops, starts, he stops. He does get there. It's that was a little bit like my old very first car, the Vauxhall Viva. When it was cold, it did a little bit of that. Misfired a bit as well. And oh, that's beautiful. Well, never mind about my Vauxhall Viva. Let's talk about the Microlino, our mobility partner, because that is smooth and slick when it goes across the surfaces, especially in town. And this is like the Microlino, beep, beep, all the way to the boundary. What a lovely shot that is. 4 runs.
I asked earlier today, I think during the first match, we were talking about shots that look good, and I said, you know, let us know in the chat, what's your favourite good-looking shot? And mine is the cover drive. That looked absolutely sensational. Complete control from Dylan Stain. Head over the ball and along the ground. Didn't give the fielders any chance. He placed it perfectly. The cover drive for me is my favourite shot to watch. I could watch that all day, every day.
It sounds up in the air, fielder. Oh, it's an extraordinary bit of fielding, this. The umpires will want to see it again. Now they're asking the question, there could be a run out here. If this is a run out, the work done on the field here, look at this. This is dynamic. It's absolutely brilliant. And then he throws the ball in quickly as well. And let's have a look here. Let's see what happens. He's going back. I think he could be out. He is going to be out. That is sensational. Yeah, bat in the air. And that's going to be Dylan Stain is going to be run out. The fielding there from Vaishak. Remember Vaishak earlier made his shot. This is unbelievable. It is fantastic. Vaishak, he's basically telling all those fielders around Europe that like to use their feet, this is why you use your hands. That is unbelievable. The bat was in the air, and that is going to be the end of Dylan Stain, thanks to an outstanding Peter fielding.
Yeah, that is incredible. Well called there, Rico. Vaishak gets down. This one again. Here he is, real time. Gets down, knocks it, chases it up, and sees what's going on and gets a very fast, accurate throw. And Harsha barely has to move no more than a foot from where he takes the ball and breaks the stumps, and Dylan's gone. The bat was in the air. That is a big breakthrough for the Barbarians. Oh no. Well, you know what? If your team has just gotten a runner, you run out the opposition captain, you suddenly feel a bit of a spring in your step, and then this happens. That hurts.
Yeah.
And again, it's a foot fielding fault.
Yeah, that really does hurt. Yeah, I mean, we just saw something that was outstanding that takes your breath away, and there from the fielder on the boundary. and then that's followed up by something like that. And that's when you get lifted by a moment of magic there from Fire Shark, and then something like that happens, then all of a sudden it's like that energy just gets drained away from you. 48 for 1. And now this one will have to be found in the rough. So I did ask a question, and I'll tell you what, maybe after the 4th over, we'll ask Alex to put it up for us. So my question one more time for those that want to hear it one more time. What is Charlie Absolom famous for? How did he become famous in the world of cricket?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I forgot about, I neglected the world of cricket part. I was going to say he invented the question mark. I think I've got that wrong though.
Look it up. You could be right.
There
could be more than one Charlie Absolom.
It could be, yeah.
Just lets this hit the bat as Ratul gets a single. And it is the captain, Nurkandi, that has gone out at number 3 when they don't go with the batter who batted very well in the early match, Pankaj Bhagat, who's playing for the first time for Brunel.
Just going to try and find out who actually did invent the question mark, because now it got me thinking about it.
You're going to answer your own question here. Chiganti there, and Bruno going well. Every time I say Bruno, I always think I'm going to say like Bruno, you know, like Frank Bruno. What was it, Frank? He hit me, Harry. He hit me.
Frank Bruno.
Frank Bruno.
Oh,
Big old Frank Bruno. He was good. I like Frank. Good old Frank Bruno. And,
good competitor. He's a left arm spin bowler too for a Yorkshire domestic team. I think.
Frank Bruno.
I'm sure he was. The question markers to know it today, believed to have been developed from an earlier form created by the Alcuin of York, advisor to Charlemagne in the 8th century. There you go. Not Charlie Absolom.
Who was it again? Sorry, say again.
Oh, it's a long one here. It's created by Alcuin of York, an advisor to Charlemagne in the 8th century.
Ooh, okay. Wide ball down leg side. There's a Harsha. Looking to finish off the over. 50 now on the board, so very good power play. And that's firmly hit over the top of the infield. You got both men mid on, mid off inside the circle. So if you hit it well enough, you're going to get the boundary. They will get the boundary. 54 for 1. And they are on their way for 4 points. And yeah, a few people already saying start the car.
Yeah, half the runs picked up inside the power play, Rico. How about that? 54. That's a good power play. When you get half the runs scored and you're the fielding team and you've seen some foot fielding absolute howlers, it just, yeah, it's a bit of a body blow. That's going to hurt. 54 for 1 is the score on the board. As you see the manual scoreboard being updated just next to us here.
Yeah, we have to set the score a few times because it helps out them. Here we go. There it is. Charlie Absolom became the first man to be given out obstructing the field in first-class cricket. That was playing for Cambridgeshire United against Surrey at the Oval. So that's what he was famous for. The very first man to be given out obstructing the field in first-class cricket.
I was nowhere near that one. Yeah, I put my hand up and apologise for that. Sorry, chat, didn't get near that. Who did? Who got near that one? Surely someone got close to that, I hope. Charlie Absolom, remember the name. Yeah. Start the 4th over now. So Robin Thackrell, who gave us a good cameo, but not enough runs, unfortunately, so he's going to get a chance to bowl.
And wide will be signalled. The umpire has a good long look at this. And umpire Venki says, yep, that's going to be a wide. Doesn't quite get it to come back in. It just holds its line. We'll try again. It's played away beautifully. Watch the bounce. The fielder doesn't listen to my advice. There's going to be 4 more runs. And it's not been a good day out for the Barbarians. Remember, they got very lucky to actually get a point against the Prague Tigers. I think the Prague Tigers did them a big favour in that match, but that's not the way to do it. It's that just is not good. That's Satish Gupta.
Satish Gupta's not having a good day. Not at all. He hasn't heeded your advice, which they should know playing here in Vinhos. They know exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, that is brutal. That is a brutal hit. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona. Shakalagia, brutal batting, brutal hitting. And Mohamed Ratul, he's not going to want to be missing out here. He clobbers this over the boundary.
Yeah, hit the siren, folks. We are on a 4-point watch here, keeping an eye on the bonus point and 3 points. 4 points in total would be picked up by Burno Cricket Club over the Barbarians. 38 of 22. They're looking good for this. And Mohamed Ratul, he's now got 45 from 15 after he took that spectacular catch. He's putting together a terrific innings. That was a funny delivery, that one. Just
Did it? I think he gets bad on this. I think this goes off the bat, into the gloves and out. Let's have a look. Off the pad.
off the pad, yeah. He sort of hunkered down a little bit to play a little bit of a tricky shot, maybe a late cut, and only just cut it onto the pads of the keeper. That was the shot he was trying to play. That's the shot he was trying to play, and then they've got someone nice and fine for exactly that. So he should have just looked over his shoulder and noticed there's a player there. He might have tried to hit that a little bit squarer.
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit funky. And the ball before was a full toss. He should have just crunched it. And he's on 45 of 16. And he will now get this one away. That's been well plucked as it looks to bounce past the field. He's done well. Makes the stop. Ends up on the floor as he gets the throw in. You can see it again here. Picks it up and throws it early and spins himself around. And down he goes. But does keep it to just one. And this is now Kandi with the ball. Noor Kandi.
Yeah, Noor Kandi be keen to get amongst the runs. See what he can do here. Good competitor for Burno Cricket Club as well is Noor. Also the captain of the team. Very proud of his players he is. He's always standing tall. Always a very good leader for this club.
This is defensively played. It probably is a single there. They will take one in the end. He was a bit reluctant to go, I think, Noor, but because Ratul is coming his way, he goes. Hey, you know, he said there was obviously a lot more than just that one number bus that goes that way, because I'm seeing a lot of buses going backwards and forwards, certainly more than the hour.
Now let me think for a second. I think maybe because the schools are finishing things like that. There's schools up in the village,
well.
So maybe there's at this time of day you'll get maybe 2 buses. But I think after 6 o'clock, which is now after 6 o'clock, the next bus will be close to about 25 past the hour. There's another one at about 7:30, and then the next one I think there's an hour and a half until the next bus. So you don't want to be, if you're here at
you don't
7:30,
want to miss,
yeah, and you miss that bus, you probably should walk to the village. There are some more buses at the village. The village is about 15 minutes walk from here. So if you miss that last bus here along this road, you've got to go for a walk, and then there's a few more buses that come on the main road.
Okay.
This is definitely not a main road here.
Brutal hit. Gets given the ball with just 36 required in 36 balls. They're not planning to go run a ball, that's for sure. They'll be looking to, well, we know what they're looking to do. They're looking to do it in the inside the next 3 overs. That's the plan. And they should achieve that pretty comfortably. Worked away on the leg side. A lot of work to be done there by the fielder, but he gets there quickly and gets a good throw in. A single will be taken. I want to just say to everybody in the chat, you've been absolutely magnificent today. Great work from you all. I know we normally say our goodbyes when we come on CommsCam a bit later at the end of the day, but I know some people are keen to get away because they've got things to do. So for those of you who won't be around later, thank you very much. You've been absolutely fantastic. We've had a lot of banter. We've enjoyed your conversation. And we've enjoyed the work from the moderators. So I want to give the moderators a big shout out as well, because you help to keep everything clean and fun. So give yourself a pat on the back. You've done a great job. And it's hopefully we will see you all tomorrow, especially if those of you are getting away a bit early. If you're not, stick around, because I'm telling you something, the highlights of the day are going to be quite spectacular.
They will indeed. I agree with that. Also just had a little message pop up on my screen. I'll get to that in just a second. Shouts of oohs and ahs, a bit of an anguish sound there as well. Yeah, just a quick report about the weather tomorrow. The weather tomorrow is going to be a little bit cooler than it has been today, so another little drop in temperature, and the wind should drop as well. So it should be just a nice cool breeze coming across the ground. We won't see the wind gusts that we saw today. So we're looking for another carbon copy almost of today's weather, and got to say the weather today has been great. Really good for cricket.
High in the air, fielder. I don't think it's going to get able to stop that. No, it's going to bounce a couple of times before it gets past the boundary. 4 runs. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because, of course, I'm off tomorrow.
You are
You're
indeed.
going to have to hold the fort with Danny. Danny will be here. I'll let you two fight over who's going to have the window view and the door view. But have a good call tomorrow. Got some very good matches coming up. And I'm planning to do what you told me when we were on a couple of days ago. I want to go and see where you first started playing cricket. Danny was recommending a little establishment near there where I can pop in and have a bit of a coffee or one of those naughty pastries, sweet pastries, and then carry on towards the castle. So I'm glad to hear that the weather's going to be nice and a little cool breeze will be perfect because I plan to do a fair bit of walking.
I will write down some directions for you and a few stops as well. Make sure you get yourself a little day travel pass for the public transport.
Yeah.
They're pretty hot on that here in Prague. So just a tip there for any tourists coming as well. Make sure you've got your passes validated. Julian Dawson, I'm talking to you because he's here next week. So make sure he's all over that.
He's here next week. What are you doing coming here next week, Julian?
Yeah, I know.
Why are you doing... Julian, what's the matter?
We were hoping he was going to be here this week. Could have got him to the ground. Could have got him here in the commentary box with you and me, Rico. Could have got him on camera. It's always lovely when you get one of our mods, one of our blue spanners, and they rock up to the ground. You say, come in here, stand next to us, and you know what? Let's just get ourselves on camera and say hello to the rest of the crowd.
Next time, Julian, or maybe... Well, I think Julian, you're going to be in Wimbledon. I know a few people are planning to be at Rains Park, and if you are, it'd be great to catch up with you again. That's been clobbered, by the way. That is massive. It's a big hit. Maximo! As that one goes all the way. And it's time for the captain, Nur Khande, to get one away. It's a good shot, actually, because he's hitting it on the back foot. So gets a fair bit of power in there. That's a good one to come at the end of the over. It is. It takes us to the halfway point. Now, we've talked a little bit about, of course, our upcoming events. Finland will start on Monday, the 23rd of June. Vinny Sandy will return. I think Vinny might even make a bit of a cameo here on Saturday. We don't know.
Okay, yeah.
And we've talked a bit about this as well, whereas, well, at European Cricket Network Hindi, you can follow us in Hindi now as well. Isn't that good? And isn't that cool? Just another lovely initiative on the European Cricket Network. And a number of ways to stay in touch with us as well. Of course, all the social media channels. And don't forget our website as well, europeancricket.com. A bit of width carved away and 4 runs. Nobody's stopping that. That's a lovely shot from Ratul. And with that shot, he brings up a half-century. 50 then for Mohammad Ratul. And he brings it up in 21 deliveries. And he will eventually get a nice round of applause from his teammates. And very good knock that from Ratul.
Yeah, that is a really good half-century off 21 deliveries there. Hasn't really given too many chances away, and he backs up his performance with the gloves with a very good half-century here, putting his hand up and saying, you know what, I believe there's a player of the match consideration. Please consider. And, of course, you definitely would. That's a great performance from him. And Verno only needs 17 from 11, and that's to get all 4 points in this match and going to second on the standings. They would love to wrap this up in the next, over and a bit.
Yeah, they certainly would.
17 from 11 for the bonus point.
That's shot down the ground. Nobody's stopping that. It's 6 more runs. That is hit straight down the ground. And looking the part, this has been good for Bruno. Look, it's not often that you score 166 and lose a match. They had to go through that, and that hurts you because, you know, when you got that many runs on the board, you don't think you're going to lose, but they did lose because they couldn't get the wicket of Sazib Bhuyan, who scores a century, and dropped. That's the way it's been, I'm afraid, for the Prague Barbarians, and the chance has been given, hasn't been taken. And, first real opportunity that's been given there, but he was ready to go. He was ready to walk. He sees the catch go down. But yeah, they had to pick themselves up, and haven't they done well? They come back here, they've restricted the Barbarians, and now they're showing just what they can do when they're chasing. So good, solid comeback from them. And of course, as we said, as you quite rightly mentioned, a win here takes them to second spot.
Nice shot, that one. As the fielder sweeper gets around for that one and manages it just to keep it down to just the one. So Mohammad Ratul, he will go to 59 from 24, 93. 10 off 8 for the bonus point. 10 runs required, and it looks like Bruno here, they've come out with a real purpose, and Mohamed Ratul's innings, this has been a terrific innings from him, and Norkande now the captain, he's also 17 from 6, 2 balls to come in the 6th over, then after that, 1 more over, only 10 runs required to snatch all 4 points, and this would be really big. For the Barbarians, well, it's a bit of soul-searching overnight for them to come back tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a good knock from Ratul. Remember, he only made the 1 of 2 balls in the earlier match when, of course, it was Dylan and Pankaj that did all the running. So it's a good sign also, isn't it, for Bruno, because basically they've already know that they've got 3 batters that have performed here on day 1. So that's always a nice sign for the captain. And the captain's out there at the moment. He's doing all right as well, 17 of 7. So you could technically say that 4 of the key batters have had a knock and have looked pretty good. And that's good signs for Bruno. He's hit that pretty hard. Nobody's stopping it. He's got the meat of the bat there, isn't he? Another good shot, good solid pull shot. Sounded good out of the middle of the bat as well. So they get to a point now where a big Maximo would finish it off. And what's the betting that Noor will probably be saying to his partner, Ratul, all right, over to you. You deserve this. And if you want that player of the match award, finish it with 6. Finish it in style. 97 for 1 at the end of the 6 overs.
Yeah, I reckon it's exactly what he's saying. The mid-pitch conversation, they say, look, this is it. Now it's only 6 runs required off this last, well, not last over, but this 7th over. 6 runs. I think that's what the skipper is actually out there. He's actually saying, guys, what is it? It's 6 needed. I hope they know 6 runs required.
Yeah, they've...
there you go. Good stuff. They've got it now. I've had to yell out to them.
They're looking at...
6.
They're just I told you, that's why they've all moved over
that's
here.
Why
they
they're
can
here.
See us
exactly.
Now.
Yep.
We have to give them... We're practicing our sign language. And that's hit pretty well.
Well, that's 4 of them.
That's 4 of them.
There you go. So 100 up as well, Rico. 101 for 1. This has been a dominant display from Bruno.
Yeah, it really has been. Good shot. And once again, is that shot that you like to see through the covers.
Yeah.
Lovely shot. I like the way he gets a really good, nice, big stride into that, doesn't he? Big stride, gets a lovely follow through, and that races to the boundary. 4 runs. Ratulas look good here today. Good little partnership this with his captain. And now, of course, 2 to win. I wonder if he will do a nice thing here and say, hey, captain, you know what? I'll take a single. Let the captain hit the winning runs.
Well,
I don't think so. And he's practiced this shot a few times. He's managed this time to at least get a single. So, well, he's saying he's being Mr. Nice Guy. He's saying, captain, no, it's all right. I've got my 50. You go. You finish it off. You do the duties. You are the captain. And I think Noor Kandai will say, thank you very much. And I'll keep you as the opener, don't worry.
Scores at level. 1 run to get the bonus point in the next 4 deliveries. They should be able to do it unless there's 4 dot balls, but considering the way the day has gone for the Barbarians, you just can't see 4 dot balls. But you know what? Surprised me. That's all I would say. But Norkande, he would love to just clip this away for 1. They haven't even bothered bringing all the fielders in to try to save one to make it a little bit difficult. So I think Barbarians have missed a bit of a trick there. And there it is. Rico, that's it. That's the win. It's pretty straightforward. All 4 points to the Bruno Cricket Club.
Yeah, and congratulations to them. They would have felt the pain of losing earlier to Bohemians when they scored 166, and especially the manner in which they lost that match because Bohemians got there with 10 balls to go. But they've had a bit of time to regroup, come back, and they've done the job here over the Barbarians. The Barbarians themselves, I mean, I think they've got the Tigers to be thankful for the fact that they have got at least a point to their name, because it could have been a tragic day for them.
Yep.
It could have been 2 played and 0 on the board. But because they got that 1 point, they are ahead of United. But, of course, they played 2 matches. United have only played the 1. But well done to Bruno. They get the win. This is what's happening tomorrow. So Prague CC, they played the early match today, and they got the victory. Then they didn't play no more. But tomorrow they will play against United. That'd be a tough one for United first up. Then they'll be in action against the Tigers. We'll also see the Barbarians against Bohemians. That is not going to be easy for the Barbarians. That could be a bit of a one-sided match as well. Bruno against United. And then finishing off with the Bohemians against the Prague Tigers. Two very tasty matches. That last one, match number 10, and I think match number 8 is going to be a good one as well.
I think so too. That'll really test the Tigers completely. Interesting to note that Brno and Barbarians, they've only got one game tomorrow apiece. The other teams have got their 2 games. So let's see what happens here. We're going to roll the highlight reel. There's Shobit. Shobit somehow got into the ground. Don't know how he did that. Hiding behind the scaffolding, chasing the ball there. And there's a couple more people chasing the ball. The highlight reel might be a whole bunch of people chasing the ball and looking for it in. Well, there it goes into the pea patch. That was found. But Mohamed Ratul, take a bow. You have played a blistering innings here in chasing a score of only about 103 it was. But that game from him, this has been a fantastic performance for him.
Yeah, it has been. And in fact, I think it's been a good performance from Bruno in general. I mean, Dylan Steyn scored 94 earlier, Pankaj scored 43, and now you've got Ratul in the runs. Also, the captain gets an opportunity to go out there and have a hit. It's a good day for that reason. Basically, in day one, the batters have clicked. The bowling, yeah, okay, look, there were question marks there, especially in the way they sort of surrendered that 166 score when the Bohemians got there. So they have improved on that as well. And this time around, much better from them. I think Mishra bowled a lot better. Tiwari also was pretty good. Arun, I love the way this guy, he was swinging the ball big. And if he continues to do that, he will cause a lot of issues. But of course, it really has been a good day. We'll talk about a day when we come on the camera in a little moment. But before we do that, let's take a quick look and revisit the scorecard. Ratul, outstanding. What more can you say about it? He's batted all the way through the inning. 64, very healthy strike rate as well. Dylan Steyn this time, he gets run out brilliantly. Got to say, Vaishak, that was just magnificent. That could be our HCL Software Player of the Day. And then Noor, the captain, he knew what he had to do. He stuck around and rotated the strike, played some nice shots himself. On the bowling front, look at that, tells you the story. No wickets there at all. They tried a number of options, but nobody really was able to make a mark and get the breakthrough.
Yeah, exactly. And a 59-run partnership of 4 overs. So that partnership at the end there was going at 15 runs per over. And you know what? When I look at that bowling effort from the Barbarians, I said at the top, the Barbarians need to work on their batting. Flip that, they now need to work on their bowling. Nobody picked up a wicket. That has got to be something that they're having a discussion not too far from us, right in front of us, Rico. I reckon that's part of the chat, which is we have not done well today. We have not done what we said we would do. We have not taken wickets. We've not made runs.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? We need to restart this tournament tomorrow, and we need to come back and come back hard.
Yeah, then the next time we see them, it's going to be pretty tough, isn't it? Because them and United have to really turn their fortunes around.
Yep.
If they get another performance like that in either one of those two teams, then I think at early stages we know it's goodbye.
I agree.
They're not going to make it through. I can hear the music playing in the background, which means it's time for the last time today, on day one of the start of this Premier Division here in Czechia, to welcome you into our company bunker. What a day we've had. There's been some highlights. There's been some highlights. We've seen a century, and it's Buyan that gets it. It's a little bit of booyaka from Buyan. He hits the ball well, and he showed us just why he is such a dangerous player. So congratulations to him. He enters our Hall of Fame. We saw that 4 that was run. That was a bit of a highlight.
That was a highlight.
Nobody was expecting that at the end of the innings in that earlier match. And then we saw the Superman catch as well. We saw excellent bit of fielding, the run out there from Vishal. Really good day of cricket. But one thing we've seen, and that's what we were expecting, the runs. A lot more runs being scored by the big teams.
Totally. I lost count how many 50s we had today. I reckon we had probably about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 50s today. And also we were entertained at the very top of the day with a blistering performance from the Prague Cricket Club, who straight away came out here in this first match and said, this is our tournament. Yeah. We own this tournament. We want all of you to be chasing us for the rest of this tournament. Unfortunately, I got one game today, so they do slip back into 2nd or 3rd place now. But when they come in tomorrow playing 2 matches, look out. They looked really ominous, and they sent a few tremors through the other teams here. Luckily for the other teams, as I said earlier, Prague Cricket Club, they played just that one game this morning, and that was it. They left the ground.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the clubs could sort of just breathe a sigh of relief and say, they've gone. All right, can we now play cricket? Let's get our game on, because now PCC have gone. Let's try to get a win.
Well, when I spoke to them after that game, they saw me coming and they just looked at me and said, Rico, revenge. Yeah, because they wanted the look, good teams. Remember last year also, we haven't talked about this, but Prague CC have the best record in terms of consecutive wins on the network. Yeah. But that came to an end in this tournament last year as well. Exactly. So they lost that record, then they lost in the final. When they came close to that 172 chase, they got to 167. So they were hurting from that. They were reading from it. So they're looking to set things right this time around, and they made a perfect start. But from what we've seen already, the likes of Bohemians, the way they bounced back, the likes of Brno, the way they just played this match, the competition is stiff here. It ain't going to be easy.
And we haven't even mentioned the Tigers yet.
Yeah, the Tigers.
2 from 2.
Had a perfect day. They look good.
They do.
They look so good with the ball. They bowled well. All right, they... against the Barbarians, that first batting performance, you really don't know what happened there. It looked like they're going to get 4 points. They don't, but they still win the match. But then they said, you know what? Okay, if you want 4 points, we'll give you 4 points. And they got 4 points in the second match. It's been a great day. I want to say a big thank you to everybody here from the Federation of Cricket Czechia. You've been absolutely brilliant, looking after us really well. Hospitality is fantastic. Well done to the umpires. I want a big shout out to Joe Foster. Now, Joe Foster, most people don't know, earlier this morning when he was warming up a little bit, he twisted his ankle quite badly, actually. In between matches, he's been icing it and he's got it strapped up. But he's such a trooper. He didn't stop doing what he was down to do. He still did all of the umpiring. So well done to Joe. And now he's got a driver's bat now. I hope he's all right to do that. And also to the ECN crew, have done a fantastic job. 2 circles, haven't they been great? Not only following the cricket, but showing us some lovely sights from around this ground. Well done to 2 circles. But of course, I've said this already, and for those of you that have stuck around for us to say goodbye, I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's been tuning in from around the world. All of you that are watching via fan code, and of course all of you that have been watching and chatting with us via the YouTube chat. You have been brilliant. Well done. God bless you. You've been absolutely fantastic. I'm day off tomorrow, so I'm expecting you know who you are, to keep an eye on Phil G and Danny. Make sure that they don't get up to any mischief. I'm pretty sure that you will.
I reckon they'll look after us, though. The chat have a way of looking after us. Danny and I, we'll try and look after everything here in the central commentary position for your return. You should be back maybe on Saturday, but you're definitely back on Sunday with me. That's our next gig, and that's... Well, we can always...
It's the finals.
It's finals. It's going to be final Sunday. Yeah. And that's going to be a massive day. Anyway, this competition turns on its head over the next couple of days. Doesn't matter. Finals day is going to be
Finals day. You got one thing to do tomorrow. Get rid of the ants. That's all you got to do tomorrow. You and Danny got to get rid of the ants for when I am back. But look, I can hear the music playing. It's time to watch the highlights. They've been absolutely fantastic. You're going to enjoy these, and it's time for us to say goodbye. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Hasta mañana, everybody.
Thank